for joining us to celebrate Steve's 1000th subscription. Sit back and enjoy the show.
Hey everybody, hey, it is party time. It is my 1000th subscription party, and I have all of you to thank for it. This last year has been utterly amazing. I cannot believe that the amount of people that have been coming to my channel, the amount of hours we spent in Hangouts and talking. Oh my goodness, I have literally have 300 videos on my channel now with 179,000 hours viewed. That's amazing. But I want to have a little get together here. I've invited a lot of people, obviously. There can be only about 25 people at most in the Hangout. I'm going to try to make that happen if we get that many people that want to come in. To come in, the link is on my Google Plus Hangout, my Google Plus feed. So all you got to do is go to my Google Plus and you can join us. This Hangout is snipe proof. Nobody can be sniped. It's also a little more regulated. So what's going to happen is when you join the link, you're going to get a little message, and it's going to say waiting approval, and then it's not going to show anybody in here, just FYI. It's going to show an empty Hangout, but we are in here, so hold tight. I will approve you, and then anybody can come in. I have sent the link to a lot of people that have said they want, to be sure to be here. Hopefully, maybe King Crocoduck can drop by. He said he wouldn't miss it. I did send a link to Aaron Raw, and I know he's really, really busy, but he did drop by the other day, and maybe he might want to pop by to say hi. But anyways, I do got a couple people in here now. I got Tyler Durton.
Forgive me, Steve.
Oh yeah, Blue.
Did you post the link in the Great Debate community?
No, I posted it public. Yeah, I posted it public on my G+.
I would post it in the Great Debate community too. There are lots of people who only check that shit.
That's fine too. Oh well, do you want to do that for me?
I ain't your dog, motherfucker. Goddamn, I come to your
party for a reason.
Yeah. Shit.
I'll tell you what. If you do, I might consider voting for Von Helton for one vote. I'll consider it, but I probably won't do it. But anyways, I got Pew in here, I got Blue, I got Secular Lobster, I got Pseudo, I got Tyler Durton. And how are you guys? Thank you for joining me on my 200 subscription, it's 1,000 subscription thing. 200. I passed 200 a long time ago. Shit.
I am Jack's $100,000 million subscription party.
Yay. Sound effects.
Oh God, where are those? It's been so long.
Oh shit, we got a soundboard going on here?
So you're watching the outside feed. Yeah, this is the soundboard. This is the next one. That's a pretty good soundboard there too, isn't it? That's
outside feed.
Yeah. I wanted something different. I want a little bit more graphically oriented, because if it gives people something to watch, or at least be entertained by when they listen to us. I can actually look at the live feed too as I do this. This is pretty cool. Check this out. If I go to live chat beta and put this over here, and then I click on this. I'm telling you, technology is amazing these days, isn't it? And then,
shut up.
There we go. So here we go. Now it shows me the people in the live feed. Isn't that awesome? Hey, Annabelle.
I don't see anything.
All right. So, anyways, Krill, Annabelle, please come in. Don't just sit in the live feed today if you can. Jim Herm. By the way, Jim's been with me for like day 1, 2. Find the live chat or find the link to come in and then kind of join us. Anyways, Tyler, we were talking before we went on air. I want to continue that. You had said that you were listening to the debate with G-Man, and you have a foolproof killer argument against his whole atheist gods argument, right?
Okay.
I want to hear more
I'll
about
put
that.
on a quick clinic for you here. So, when G-Man asks you about naturalistic gods, tell him, I do not believe those things are gods. That's it. Don't say anything else. Don't let him have any out. Don't let his little mind explode, his hamster wheel go too fast. Just say that and be done with it.
Okay, run that by me again.
I agree. I agree with that. That's a good
Just
idea.
tell him if he said he's
I think that's been used before, and he says, "Man is God. You are your own God," or some shit
He
like
has
that.
used that
because you
before,
worship-
yeah. By the way, no, I can't put the link in the live feed, technical reasons. I can't do the live chat, so you're gonna have to go to my channel, G Plus, to actually get the link. But what'd you say to do with G-Man next time he does it?
If he says, "Oh, you're your God because your own final authority,"
Right.
just tell him, "I don't believe that I'm a God. Just I don't believe that thing is a God. I'm atheistic towards that thing being a God."
Yeah, but that's
Well,
You
that's
have to
just
say it-
Satan talking to you, man.
his argument's
I
really.
am Satan talking to you. so-
His argument's more silly for that. Only for the okay. If he says atheists don't exist because they're their own God, and if they acknowledge the fact they can even talk about a God, then they can't be atheist. If for some reason he thinks that the object and the concepts are synonymous. Like for example, if I say I don't believe in God, or I even start talking about God, I'm acknowledging God's existence according to him.
Oh no, I know. He thinks because the sun exists, then it is a god. You have to tell him,
Yeah.
I don't believe that it is a god. I don't
Yeah,
believe
I
the
don't-
sun is a god.
I don't believe. Yeah, and I wouldn't call it I mean,
Religiously,
it can be a naturalistic
if
God, but it's
you
not a
don't
natural-
work, but so if you don't worship his God, there has to be something that's you worship. There has to be, because it's just the way they think, you know.
Oh no, I understand
there has to be
where
something.
it comes from.
Well, why does
Yeah,
he think there has to be
I can see
naturalistic
exactly
gods?
in his mind how he made this argument and why he thinks it's good. It's just fucking stupid.
Why do you think?
No, that's one of the reasons why I put Lemmy up here, man.
But why do you think that he
You know?
even thinks there has to be a naturalistic God? I mean, yes, there are people out there that says, okay, money is my God, sun is God. I don't consider any of those gods. I mean, naturalistic or otherwise. I don't. I think it's kind of it's a hyperbolic language, or just an analogical
See, right there,
language, right?
you just went too
Well, you
complicated.
know, those NBA players are in slavery too, you know.
I think he's got some sort of biblical justification for it. Like, I think I heard him say that one time.
Yeah, it says somewhere that you're your god if you're your own final authority, and just tell him, I don't believe that makes you a god.
I don't.
Nobody does that, and it'll blow his mind.
Well, I mean,
No, I actually
Well,
heard
I
something
tell you
similar
you're
to
wrong.
that. We were talking.
About you.
go ahead, Pew.
No, but I was gonna say, in my actual first hangout, which was with G-Man, we actually got talking about this, and I explained to him that, we just didn't accept that same definition of what a god is, like what he would call naturalistic
It's
gods.
the wrong route. You can't go arguing against his definition.
Right.
You have to tell him about your belief. That's the only thing that's going to get it out of it.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, that's interesting.
You can't go too complicated with this. You have to be very, very simple and to the point.
That actually might work then.
I shared it on in the great debate community.
Somebody says, Crazy Tacky, congrats on 1K subs. I congratulate you on a previous upload. You deleted the video. I don't think so. I have no videos that I've ever deleted except for one or two, and that's only for very, very strange reasons. But like somebody playing music, I had to delete one. But yeah, it may have been that one, but that's rare, and that was many, many moons ago. I don't delete videos. I'm not somebody who like true empiricism will post a video and then literally delete it, like because somebody had shown them up. But anyways, Annabelle, Nathan, come on, pop in here. Again, the link is on my G Plus feed. And Annabelle, thank you. Annabelle says in the live feed, she would like everybody who's been enjoying this for the last year to become Patreons of mine for like $1 a month. I would really appreciate that.
That's so much less than what Jason Burns wants. Wow.
Jason Burns wants $238 per video, and it's like
No,
three videos
he
a day.
lowered
Is
it.
What
He
do
lowered
do
it.
you want? Oh, he lowered it to what? Please tell me.
He was at $203 a month to become his Patreon supporter. Now he's at $60 a month.
Oh God! Wow, I'm asking
Hey,
for $1,
too
people.
much.
$1, and he's asking for 60. Wow, that's
Isn't Jason
That's
Burns the guy who
special
flipped
shit.
backwards in his chair during a video?
Yes, that one.
Yeah,
He
I
needs
remember that.
$60 a month to watch that shit.
He
And-
did defeat Islam at Hyde Park, didn't he?
So yeah,
I thought
that's
he
it.
beat up Aaron Raw or something.
Hey, Annabelle, I can't put anything in my live feed again, technical reasons, because my computer will be too slow if I start running another browser. But can you put the Patreon in there if you find it for me? Would you do that, darling? But anyways, I do want to thank all the people with spanners for the last year real quick. I do want to thank, Tyler, you got a spanner now. But I have too many to mention. But you guys have been regulating the live feed. You guys have been doing a brilliant job. Again, I'm all for free speech. People come over and say what the hell they want. I just don't want a bunch of people trolling. And when I mean trolling, they have nothing to add to the conversation. They want to come over and say, you know what, Steve, I hate your shit. I think you're a piece of shit. I think you're an idiot. Fine, just talk about it. But if they just want to come over and start trolling, that's just wasting our time. So you guys do a great job in shutting that down.
Can I make a special shout out to one of my latest subscribers?
Absolutely.
I'd like to make a special lobster shout out to G-Man, who I found out is recently subscribed to Secular Lobster Ministries. I'd like to thank him and welcome to the ministry. Honor, you know, I mean, what can I say? To have somebody that is that on the internet subscribe to my channel.
Hello.
Wait a minute. I have to mute myself because I'm tearing up. Okay, wait a minute.
I understand you're overcome with joy. It was funny. I was just watching something okay, I can't say I was really watching it because I really wasn't, but I just had popped over there for a second because Ronnie had something else going on. But I had noticed in the live feed, G-Man something to the effect, well, Steve has said that my channel's dying. No, G-Man, I wasn't talking about your fucking channel. I was talking about Ronnie's channel. Again, you guys cannot keep things straight if your life depended on it. I don't think G-Man's channel is dying because he has so many people that hate his shit. Right? I mean, most people go over there. The very, very... The huge amount that listen to him, I would say like 90% think he's an idiot. Right? So...
But you got to give him props for that rant he did on Brett King, man. I mean...
Did I listen to it?
G-Man's rant with Jeff. Holy crap.
I have to send it to me. I'll have to check it out.
I tell you right now, I'm clicking my claws for G-Man on that one. I mean, that's a plus I'll give him, but you know.
Well, I thought he thought Brett King was a brother in Christ and stuff.
That was a while ago.
Oh.
What's funny is the Drunken Peasants just said for 2017 they're going to ignore Brett. So now G-Man's picking up their slack. He's getting their scraps.
Good for him. Yeah, I want to talk about that too, by the way. Who wrote Dying Paradise said, I just saw True Empiricism's new video against Steve. There was so much dishonesty in that video. He cherry-picked some of the videos with the most views to compare against Steve's videos. I noticed the same thing, Dying Paradise. I was like, wait a minute. So you're going to take, out of the 300 and some odd videos that I have, you're going to take some of my videos that are not Hangouts and take the ones that only have like 300 to 800 views and neglect the ones that have like 3,000 views, True? Like, really? And you don't think anybody's going to come over here and not go, oh, let's look at Steve's videos and go from highest to lowest and find that the highest video I have is one of my own videos. It's not something like you have where you copied and paste something and you got like 40,000 views. This is a video that I made from a Hangout that I pieced together about G-Man, right? That one is my highest, and you completely ignored that one. You completely ignored the one I did on the DNA thing that I have with you. And he basically said, well, Steve has, mostly about 800 views per video. Well, yeah, but the people that watch my shit at least like him. That's the difference. Ronnie doesn't understand that. He thinks all these people watching his shit like his shit. No, you have the 10 people that like your stuff, Ronnie. 10! And that's being gracious, probably.
But Steve, the same thing happened between the Young Turks and Alex Jones. Alex Jones always goes, oh, they're going to put you into pods, and I have the biggest show on the internet. And the Young Turks dwarf his channel with one of their channels. They show the metrics, and then he makes like 3 hours worth of videos about how he's bigger than them, and they're covering him up.
Well, when I responded to G-Man, I don't know if you guys remember, but I only had a 30-second response to like, I don't know what it was, a 20-minute video or whatever he made. And he made like another 20-minute video or something for a 30-minute response video that I had with him. That was basically saying, G-Man, you're not worth my time to respond to. I'm just going to tell you this, and this, and that's it. That's it. People don't even have to watch the rest of this video. It was that much of a weak response on purpose as a slight to him. He didn't grasp that. He didn't realize I was actually telling him, G-Man, I don't care enough about you to make a proper video.
It drove him nuts. He flipped out almost immediately.
You know what? I maybe if I do this, I'll put my Patreon in the feed here. But anyways, come on in,
I mean,
people.
again,
A lot of people need to come in here. You guys can come in and sit on the outside like Annabelle and all you guys. Max, go ahead. By the way. By the way, hi Slim Jim, welcome.
Hey, what's going on? Congratulations on the 1,000 viewers.
Well, thank you, kind sir.
You have about 999 more than I do.
Oh, now you made me feel bad.
No, my channel's dead. I posted one video there yesterday, and that was my first one in like, I don't know, 7, 8 months. I neglected.
What was it about, Slim?
What's up?
What was your video from yesterday about?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested in it. It's just an internal sort of thing. It's an in-house Christianity
Okay.
thing.
Oh, sure.
I tend not to do the whole Christian versus atheist thing, only because, one, a lot of my friends are atheists. We know how each other feels on the subject. We're probably not going to change each other's mind anytime soon, so why bother? And B, well, I'm not going to try and win the argument with words. I'm going to show you that because of my beliefs, because I'm rather inclined to be an asshole.
Well, you see, I have a litmus test for Christians. I believe in litmus tests, and that is, listen, no matter our disagreements, Christian and atheist, please understand that we are allies against a serious Muslim threat. I mean, I view all Christians, no matter how serious our theological or moral disagreements are, as potential allies against what I consider to be a serious Muslim threat.
I can get behind a little Deus Vult.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that it's funny you mentioned that, because correct me if I'm wrong. By the way, hi Hawktie. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did not Trim Pearson say something along the lines that in 2017 he's going to dedicate some of his channel to fighting against Muslims?
He can eat raw spaghetti.
I'm sorry, what?
He can eat raw spaghetti.
He can eat raw. That was Darwin's. Darwin's can eat raw spaghetti. Which, by the way, we will talk about. For those of you guys who have not seen Darwin's Greatest Hits video on Darwin's deity, you've got to see it. It's disturbing on multiple levels, but it's worth watching. And we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, it's funny because if you might have to team up with Ronnie to as a, like, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, to fight against radical Islam.
Oh, sure, but watch what happens.
Oh my God!
You watch how Ronnie, assuming he's going to follow the path of other radical evangelicals in terms of how they address Islam. I mean, I agree that the radical Islam is a very, very serious enemy, and then to a lesser degree, just the whole idea of Islam being yet another unsupported belief system that, you know, leads people to these crazy notions. I mean, that's something I wish that the world could address in a civil way. But we will not find allies amongst the radical evangelicals. When you watch their approach, and Ronnie will be the perfect one to articulate it, they are batshit crazy, and everything they do is going to be, if they should turn right, they'll turn left. It's going to be just like with abortion, right? I mean, they'll say that they're opposed to abortions, and yet they implement every social policy that increases abortion demand. And when you see how they address Islam, they will do everything they can to demonize the more moderate groups and to radicalize them, right? They just do everything wrong in dealing with them. They're not good allies.
The issue you run into.
I think they should convert to Lemmy. You know,
it's so funny you mentioned that, Hogtie, because just before you came in, we were off air, but Tyler Durden and I were talking about how when we watch some of these debates, right? When I watch like the Red's Rhetoric G-Man debate, we all see kind of the same things, right? We're all able to pick up on the same things. Some people can analyze it better than others, but for the most part, we're on the same page automatically. But when we listen to what they say about what happened in debate, it is like we have watched something completely different to the extreme. It's bizarro.
There is something otherworldly about it. Again, I've taken a bit of a break lately, but to come back to this rash of videos from True Empiricism in particular, I know G-Man's had a few lately too. I haven't been listening to those, but I've heard he's sort of ranting about the how these guys have never shown true empiricism to be wrong. Like true empiricism's memory is that he's never been shown to be wrong about it. That he's never been shown to be wrong about anything, and like even his retelling of his debate with negation of P, where you could quiz Ronnie, ask him politely, you could tie him to a chair and hook a car battery up to his balls and ask him actual argument. And he won't know. He literally doesn't know. You hear Ronnie's description of it. He says, well, negation of P didn't say anything. Basically, he didn't say anything. Basically, he had no argument. He's just so increasingly detached from reality month after month. It's bizarre.
I talked to Negation of P this morning. He's actually taking a charter flight. I'm going to have a conversation with him later on tonight. We both agree that Ronnie has tried to change the conditions for the debate that they're supposed to have. He wants to have an eye on a Christian channel. I'll tell you right now, Ned is telling him basically to fuck off. He realizes he's doing the same thing to him that he did to me when I had wanted to have my debate with him. I think Ned, there's a pretty good chance Ned just might actually go, you know what? I've had enough of you guys. I don't even want to deal with you guys anymore. If he decides to do that, I respect that, because I've been telling people in 2017 we need to move on. We need to have more like hangouts that we've had lately, where we just kind of we talk about what the dumb shit they said, but for the most part, we move on to other things, right? And this thing that they're doing using Gus's fundraiser to promote their own agenda, I find to be despicable, and I think that they are. I think Fiona was spot on, correct about that.
Who is doing that? Using Gus's fundraiser? The Christians? Who? Who is using?
G-Man and stuff like that. They're using it to their advantage. I mean, because they're getting exposure now, because now they're like, oh, look, I could debate Red's rhetoric. Oh, Krillian debate me. Oh, look, Ned's going to debate me. Oh, even Steve wants to debate me. It's not because we want to debate them because we think they're challenging for a debate. It is all to help Gus, right? And they're just using this for their advantage.
Whatever works. I mean, if whatever Ned wants to do, whatever that's his choice. He's a grown up. When it comes down to it, if he does say, "Look, we've presented each other's with ways that we could do this debate, and now Ronnie's not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Fuck it." If he wants to say that, I just hope that he and others make the point explicit, because Ronnie just gets away with so much rewriting history, just employing his imagination to come up with what has happened in the past. He's doing again. It's on parallel with the way he addressed his debate with you. He doesn't seem to understand that once you come to an agreement with somebody, then that's the agreement. If you now come back later, it's like if you get a job and the guy says, well, I'll pay you $15 an hour, and you say, okay, I can work this many hours, and he says, okay, well, for that many hours I'll pay you $15 an hour, and you get weekends off and whatever. And then on your first day of work he says, wait, I just changed my mind, I'm going to pay you $1 an hour. I'm not doing it then. That's not you quitting your job. That's the other person terminating or breaching the contract. So right. I mean, when there's an agreement and then he says, oh, well, no, wait a minute, I'm going to change. It has to be this way. The topic is going to be something else now, and the host is going to be somebody else now. Now, the weird thing about the situation with Ned that I think is even more strange than what happened with you, Steve, because I sort of gave Ronnie a bit of ground on that. Ronnie sort of agreed to the debate as presented by Hannah, I think it was, and then changed his mind in the minutes afterward, sort of a cooling off period. With this one with Ned, Ronnie is the one who came forward with the additional conditions. It can't be on an atheist channel. It has to be a Christian channel. It has to be a Christian channel with more subs than Steve, and he just starts throwing in all these other conditions. So Ned has said, oh, okay, fine. You want to throw in those other conditions? Those conditions are fine. Let's go to Debate for You Radio. That is a Christian station. It does have a broader audience. It does have greater audience engagement. All those conditions are met. Well, then now Ronnie's going to say, well, no, it has to be on G-Man's channel. That's what I meant when I said it has to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, because he did say that.
It's just on channel on the radio. He's going to get those conditions granted, and then he's going to change them again.
Is Debate for You Radio where he Negation of P and G-Man had their debate? A couple years ago?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I do not know.
Now, Negation of P and Ronnie was on Negation's channel.
No, but did you all ever watch?
Oh, no, it was an Xbox. I'm sorry, it was an Xbox channel. Go ahead.
Have you seen the Negation of P and G-Man debate from maybe 2-3 years ago?
I don't think so.
It was like on a
no.
It was on
I kind of liked it. That
it was on a Christian radio station, and an audience that you would think would be sympathetic to G-Man, where like his his argument is crap. Yeah, I mean, I should be on just do negation of PG Man.
Oh,
It was like on a
I'm gonna find
Christian
that.
call-in it was a black Christian call-in radio thing.
Negation of P debated Jason Burns many years ago.
Yeah, I saw that, but that was pretty good too. But okay, the viewer challenge, who's ever watching. Why can I not get where's the live chat? What the holy?
No live
I
chat.
gotta go here.
Well, there's
What?
there's a live chat here.
Oh, there it is. I got it. No, I'm having trouble. It's not the internet's fault. It's my fault. Pop-out chat. Okay, I'm going to post the pop-out chat in the side chat here if people want a separate window for that. And it's audience challenge. If anybody can find, okay, what the hell are they looking for now? We're sending them on a mission to
They're looking for the G-Man Negation P on some kind of podcast or Blog Talk TV or something channel.
Yeah. Now, for most people, you won't be able to actually post the link in the live chat, but you can chop it up and post bits of it, or people know how to pledge the links to make it work, or send it to Viva Hernando Wins. Is that it?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Do you think that either one of them would debate with Von Helton?
About what?
You do got it. Okay.
I don't know, religion, anything, because he has studied every
For
major
25
religion.
years, all the religions of the world.
Over 30, and that was what, 5 years ago. Lou?
That's right. He's not.
So he is, he's probably the guy that they would want to really challenge, because he knows he knows about all those things. Plus, he's a pagan,
It's
So
not letting me put any link in the live feed. I don't know.
Well, you know what? Hold on a sec. This is a partial victory. Now that I see what Linky said, I will go ahead and post this in the live chat for other people. But this is on Negation of P's channel, and it's a clip of the. I'll read the title. It's G-Man versus Negation of P. No, it is the full thing. Okay, full debate and callers Q&A, and he's got in brackets the best part, in my opinion, which I thought meant it was just a segment. Oh, Steve beat me to the posting. Okay.
Yeah,
Good job.
I got the wrong browser.
Good job, Hogtie. Good job.
I'm catching up. I'm just 5 seconds behind here mentally.
Happy Millennial, Steve.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is that what you're calling it, Millennial?
No, but that's cool. What do you want to call it? I mean, hey, you know what? My goal, all I know is I'm happy because I made myself the goal to get 1,000 by the end of the year. And I mentioned that before, that was my goal. And the fact that I actually reached my goal, that makes you feel good when you actually have a goal and you meet it. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
1.0 kilo subscribers.
So are you setting out a proclamation for this time next year? Or are you gonna have,
too early to tell.
40,000?
The problem is I have to look at the analytics, and the analytics are changed a lot, so I can't really say I can make a really good guesstimate at the moment. But within 6 months, then I can know, okay, this is probably where I'll end up, right?
Just do what Ronnie and Nephilim Free do. Just say, okay, well, currently now you have about 4,000 subscribers, and by this time next year you're going to have 8,000, maybe.
I wish it worked that way, but it doesn't.
Yeah, basically 1 billion people will be subscribed, basically.
So Ken Ham put out a video yesterday, again to his from the Ark Encounter to basically reassure his shareholders. It sounded like, but someone point blank asked him how many people have been to the park so far, and he had to say 400,000. But they've been telling everyone it's been like 1.5 million. It was great.
Wow. It was 1/3 of what they said.
Yeah, but he assured everyone that those initial estimates were for the first full whole year, and he's only been half a year. So he's assuring them that they're definitely going to hit, somehow an extra million in the next 6 months.
Okay,
And they got taxpayer dollars for that.
That was partly why he had to answer truthfully, because there's
the first couple of days they were open, they were getting about 5,000. Now, anybody who's ever done a soft opening knows, and I've done new store openings, knows that the during the opening, those days are some of your best numbers of all year, excluding obviously Christmas season.
Right, that's exactly true.
Yeah, and so if you get the first 5 days, you get like 5,000 each day. I guarantee it. 2 months later, you're not going to be averaging 5,000 a day. No business in the world works that way. So he was bullshitting people from day one, and yet people were still believing him. That's what I don't get.
I'm just saying,
you should bring a nice brisket to the hangout, and you'll get more people to show up every time.
You're bringing a nice brisket we make.
The smell of home-cooked food.
Do you know?
Steve,
I got wait.
there are
I got
Christian groups out there, like churches and youth groups. Ken Ham has gone to offer them tickets, and they refuse them.
Wow.
That's pretty messed up.
Really?
And they are the groups who would go to something like this.
I got a joke for you guys. My roommate told me before my hangout here. How did God give coffee to the Israelites?
I don't know how.
He brewed it. Dun dun.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I thought that was funny. What's wrong with you people?
I gave you
Here's one for you.
What?
I got a joke.
He brewed it.
Oh, Hebrew. Okay.
What's the difference between Christians, Jews, and Muslims?
Not much. I don't know.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Not a difference between them. Except two of the groups won't eat the ribs.
And I like bacon.
They're lost.
I like, yeah.
I don't know, man.
But hey, let me ask you this, Paul. Do you think that regardless of what happens with the Ark account, and by the way, I would think it would be funny if like some atheist organization took it over after it got defunct.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a headquarters, that would be that would be funny. But do you think that no matter what happens to it, he's already made money off of it, and he's not going to lose a dime either way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I've been saying that since the start, Steve.
And
because it's donations and crowdfunding, and they're not other than the.
Well, he's going to blame the atheists.
But he's gonna make money either way. That's the funniest part. It's like after a few years, he'd be like, "Okay, whatever happens to it happens. I don't give a shit. I already made
Right,
money."
but his investors
Let's start pooling our money now to buy it, and we can turn it into a brothel.
That'd be so great.
You know what? It'd be better if they actually could move it and put it on some water and just let it sink.
Have like a biblical themed brothel. That would be pretty cool, you know.
And opium den.
You have to be a little cleaner, you know.
Oh, and lobster. You could call it the whore of Babylon.
Oh, you guys are full of jokes today, aren't you?
Better yet, you could...
Sodomy and Gomorrah.
I like that one actually.
Better yet, you could get like Bill Nye and all like the legitimate scientists to fix it up and actually make it float. That would be funny if they could do that.
That would be funny.
You know what? I don't think even with our technology,
engineers.
Yeah, I don't think with our technology we could do that. I really don't. I don't think anything could save the way the thing is built. I mean, look at the structural things in the middle. The first time it takes any kind of wave, that thing's gonna crack into like a freaking eggshell, just gone right down the middle.
Yes, you would have to put that on top of some other seaworthy craft, a huge one, but that
like a giant barge
into a boat.
Yeah, but if you would
then take it out in the fucking river and blow the fucking thing up.
Just blow the fucker up. Be done with it.
I like that idea much better. I'm not gonna lie.
That would be fucking cool. I would travel to see that, man.
How much?
As great as all those ideas are, I'd much rather see it be turned into like a homeless shelter or something that's actually kind and generous and good for the world.
Oh, you're being too nice.
Well, you know, they can use the fucking
like
wood after it blows up and make a bunch of houses. But fuck, man, blow the goddamn thing up, start from scratch.
A strike by lightning would be the best.
How big do you think that thing would be if you just packed that full of C4? How big would that explosion be?
Would pay to see it.
You know, it might be big enough to knock some sense into G-Man.
We gotta throw some gas. You gotta make something so there's a giant fucking fireball and a goddamn mushroom cloud. You know, not just the thunder of it and but there has to be like.
Yeah, this thing's got a smolder.
Ooh, this is a plot for God's Not Dead 3.
There was a huge statue of Jesus on I-75 near where I lived. And one time it did get struck by lightning and it completely burned. And everyone, when you drive by it was the color of butter. So everyone called it Butter Jesus. And I'll put the link in the video. Ugh,
yeah, I gotta see that.
Can you imagine how bad that smelled? All that fiberglass and oh man. And they said they were going to rebuild it. I don't know if they have yet. Butter Jesus.
Did they have
Butter
God
Jesus on fire.
insurance?
I'll link that.
Did it have Jesus statue?
But that's why I want a lightning. That's why I want a lightning strike to take out that fucking ark because that is,
Didn't a tornado?
They call it acts of God, right? But the church has fucking insurance for acts of God.
Didn't a tornado damn near hit it though? A while back.
Oh, there's been a
I don't
tornado
know.
that's hit a few churches.
Well, there are tornadoes every year, man.
We had one up not far from here. A church done burnt 25% of it down, man. The whole community's all upset. It made the news and everything.
And once again, I'm reminding people the link to join is on the Google Plus page, my Google Plus page, and maybe somebody put it in the Great Debate one. I don't know.
I did.
Okay,
Yeah, someone did.
So just come on in. We're gonna try to pack this full. I got plenty of room. 25 people can come in here. 25 people. The most we had the earlier was like.
That is, it was 10. That's nuts. So
I know. Let's do it. Let's do it.
what do you got in there now?
Nobody's seen 25 before in the community. Even Shadow hasn't got to 25. We have,
That is kind of my
including
goal.
myself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12.
There's 12.
Boy, you were quick, Steve. Just yesterday you were saying, "Oh, I don't have that," or a couple of days ago, and now you do have the 25-person hangout.
Well, you know what he did? He did the old bait thing, you know, about, hey, 1,000 subscription, party, hangout, you know, and yeah.
Well, how does he have 25 people in his room where he couldn't do that just less than a couple of days ago?
Because
I was promised booze. I don't know
we're on a
why
business
Page
account.
somebody off.
Well, the Illuminati has put me up one notch.
Okay.
Right? Hey, Hogtie, can you see the outside feed? I mean, do you see what this looks like from the outside? Do you know?
Yeah, one sec here. I'll be back
you
to
notice
this
the
one.
graphical
1,000 subscribers. Yeah. So there's like the main screen that's on a computer, and there's a mixing board. You don't actually own that board, do you? That's pretty.
No, I
uptown
would shit myself, dude. No, it's a stock photo.
I got one that's about a quarter that size, maybe. My best one.
What do you-
But yeah, no, the film strip is still visible.
Yeah, no, I made.
Yes,
I put the film strip on there. I just did a Windows screen grab. I
I see. Yeah, you can see a little corner of the side chat on there.
It's not perfect, but it's close. I mean, I could go to a different. Here we go. How's that?
I messaged a couple of people to come in and join, or at least reshare the.
Is that better?
The news and the party. Go back to it now.
It takes 12 seconds to update, so
that's good. Oh, there we are. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, I like this. I like this
thing,
one
but yeah.
better. I think this one actually.
And you know what? You get the smattering of live chat on the side. That's helpful too. Yeah. Hey, on an unrelated question. I see. Yeah, no, that looks good there. I see what you moved it over. So can I ask about Shani?
Yeah.
Shani for Christ, I think she goes.
Open topics, man. Open topics. Bring it to the table.
Okay.
Man.
I'm sorry.
Okay, because I know we always get criticized for, you're attacking Christians, and I always like to point out, boy, there's so many Christians, there's so many more Christians that don't get attacked or criticized or whatever you want to call it. I don't like calling it attack; they like calling it that. They call themselves Christians. We say clown car posse, or I say radical evangelicals, whatever. But is Shani on the outs now? Like, because she just sent a message, which I'm not. It was to me, but it wasn't private. She definitely posted in a public place. But she's saying stuff in there about the red letter text in the New Testament, and about Christ's words being for everybody, and about how some of the people have turned the biblical interpretation into a platform for hate and that sort of stuff. Those are things that like you cannot say around radical evangelicals. Like, is she on the outs with them? Are they?
She's always been on the. If you're talking about with most of them, whenever they always get to a point where, she likes to be more the, the loving God is love and all that crap, and the others go for more of like the G-man or. So I think she gets angry sometimes the way some people present Christianity, because God's about love, and he did help her find her cat. Remember that?
Yes, that was thoughtful.
Shani is also a very contentious person to start with, so it doesn't surprise me.
Well,
I've never had an issue.
I find her up and down. No, I find her up and down, but what I'm saying is that, and I don't see anything wrong in the tone of this message. I take her point and I agree with it, as I often do with some of the stuff she puts up there. There's some other stuff she puts up that I just go, well, that's loony, but that's, she's expressive and that's great. But the thing is, the thing she's saying in terms of this issue of rage and anger and hate and stuff like that, I don't see her get rage-filled and angry and stuff. I see the radical evangelicals get legitimately angry anybody who says, that this is a message of peace, a message of love, and we're not supposed to hate the atheists and that sort of thing, they immediately get that it's not optional. They immediately get the ire and hatred of the radical evangelicals, and you don't want to sort of try to be friends with the radical evangelicals, the sort of G-man caliber radical evangelicals, to try to also have a peaceful message. You don't want to do that because it absolutely brings out their rage and their hatred. So I'm just reading this stuff. Like, I'm just asking, like, if they're seeing the stuff that she's posting, is she not just completely on the outs with them and having them angry with her all the time, or what?
I couldn't answer that. I really do not know.
Well, she called G-Man's, what do you want to call it, chat show, and apparently he keeps hanging up on her. So I would say, yeah, she's on there.
Is she being ostracized?
That's it.
Then?
Yeah. G-Man will let anybody in, no matter how rude. G-Man will let Darwin's deity into a room, and that guy's just like a I don't know, a C4 block packaged in nerve gas.
I was going to say that
You drop him into a hangout, it's over.
It is.
Well, did you see my video on him? How fast Darwin's deity killed a hangout that one time? What was that? 40 seconds?
Yeah, that was one of my favorite Darwin's deity clips.
Record.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that would have been a Darwin's greatest hits, but I used that footage. But oh my God, it was like in record time he destroyed a hangout.
I can't watch him. No, I can't. I can.
Yeah, I'm
arrogant.
sorry. DD
His tone of voice is enough to scrape paint off a wall. That's how arrogant it is. I can't do more than 30 seconds of that boy.
Hogtie, did you see?
I totally get that.
Did you see?
I can't handle jungle jargon. That's the one that.
Where did baby come from? You can't make baby. It's so funny. It's so funny because the only person who understands reproduction better or worse than G-Man is jungle jargon. Like, seriously, jungle jargon does not know how babies are made. He's like 40-something.
Well, at least G-Man knows you being horny and me being horny, right?
But he calls that intelligent design.
Nobody.
His argument
He
is that
loves women.
his argument for intelligent design is two people that are intelligent producing a baby is intelligent design.
Because they know what they're doing.
Well, then he applies it to cats, though. Cats know that, yeah.
You're ignorant.
What if they were drunk at the time of conception?
That's been pointed out to him. But remember, he says cats, too. Even when cats are doing it, they know what they're doing. They're producing kittens.
Do you think he just lays awake at night and thinks of the dumbest arguments he could possibly ever imagine and says, I'm going to
It would
use
take
this
effort.
It takes effort. I think it does. I don't think this comes naturally. This goddamn dumb.
He must have a focus group for that. There must be a separate focus group that workshops dumb ideas.
Oh, well.
I think a big part of what G-Man does is he doesn't realize they're bad arguments, and I mean, that's been pointed out before, but I think he, like, legitimately sits up at night and is, like, thinking of them and thinking of, how can I really convince people, and this is the shit he comes up with.
I don't think that.
Well, when he has a sounding part of the clown car posse, what is he going to do? I mean, how is he going to come up with a decent argument when he keeps running against these people that all that sit there and go, oh, yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, how many times has True agreed to people, no matter what the hell they've said, he's like, oh, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Arcane farting birds. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that. What?
That was my favorite part.
Start talking, just start playing the Benny Hill music, you know?
Pretty much, yeah.
Can we stop associating the process of thinking and G-Man together?
Yeah, I can support that. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems a very weird concept, and it's making my brain hurt.
At least you have one.
Oh, wow.
True, my two brain cells do rub together and create friction that brings up forth ideas. Makes me sad that my minimal brain isn't in G-Man's head.
Now, when those two brain cells rub together, is that intelligent design?
Well, sir, if in any way I've offended you or caused any of your pain, I would certainly like to apologize. I in no way I am so sorry. Now I feel bad. Somebody's hurt, you know? It's all fun till somebody gets fucking hurt.
That's right.
God.
Did Hogtie? Did you see Ronnie banned me in G-Man's live feed because he said that I called him a crackhead, which I didn't.
No.
What I said was, well, long story short, everybody else knows this already. But did you hear me talk about the challenge I had to G-Man?
Yeah, I heard that described afterward. And sorry to clarify, I did listen to the thing you had up today about looking at analytics and statistics, and then towards the end of it, I heard you say something about that you were in his live chat and you said something, and then one of my kids was talking, so I missed what you claimed to have said.
I said,
and then you said Ronnie told G-Man that you said he was a crackhead, so he blocked you or something like that. So now you can't even clarify what it was. So what was the thing you actually had said?
What I said was, quote, because G-Man accused me of doxing him, which is completely absurd, right? You know, of all people, I've said, you know what, I do not think you should ever dox people. You don't give out information about them. But let's be realistic.
Yeah.
We know his name is Gary. His name's Gary. Okay, I barely...
Let me interrupt you for a second.
We know more than that.
On that point, and actually I had just put up a post drawing your attention to this, Steve, but it was right when you started this broadcast. You probably haven't seen it now. I want to firm up my position on this thing. I've always said, as you've been saying, Steve, we got to give people the basic respect that you address them how they wish to be addressed. And in the case of G-Man, he has said repeatedly, ever since the early days of the Alex Bot 10 Doc Drop Me nonsense, he has said that he wants to be known as G-Man or Gary. He says you must call him G-Man or call him Gary and nothing else. He doesn't want to hear anything else. So we can respect his wishes and only call him G-Man or call him Gary. That's what he's asked us to do.
With the greatest
and
of
that's funny,
respect, he has changed that.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I don't care. Is that not obvious?
Going into this new year, I mean, what happens if he's saturated with people actually just call him Gary? He's not going to make it an issue anymore. Because now he's just using it as a persecution complex, right? But anyways, I've never actually even called him Gary except for maybe 3 times that I remember, kind of thing. I mean, it's been a smidgen, right? But I've always said, do not dox people's personal information. But he did not want to debate me for Gus's charity, his fund drive. He's been begging me to have a debate with me. So what I said in the live feed was verbatim. I said, if G-Man thinks I've doxed him, he's on crack. Right, which is just
to call G-Man retarded would be out of the question, right?
But I mean, this is a figure of speech, right? I mean, if these people are that thin-skinned,
it's a bit of a charged. Holy shit, Steve! It's a bit of a charged figure of speech. I got to say, we say it here. I don't know. Well, you're in California. I don't know what it's like. I'm telling you something. I wouldn't say it to somebody from the Eastern United States.
You're on crack in California.
Okay.
I mean. It's about as basal as you get. I mean, it's just like it's not even that. It's just you're on crack, or you could say crackhead too. But I didn't say that. But you didn't
say crackhead, and that matters. Yes, it's just a figure of speech, but never use that drug. You can always say,
crack is bad.
"What are you on? Are you on Oxycontin? Are you on?"
I'm not a crack. I'm on Oxycontin, man. Please, what do you think? I'm highbrow.
Are you on peyote?
But the point being is twofold.
Are you on, did you talk to Blue and smoke some weed with him? What's wrong? I mean, yes. There's no reason to use that drug.
Yes,
ever.
I agree. But the point being is that not only did I get a chance to explain that it's not what I said, because Ronnie took it upon himself to block me in G-Man's chat, even something G-Man has never done, right? It's the one place that I can go to and I can say things and G-Man will interact, and we've never had a problem, right? But he twisted what I said and told G-Man I called him crackhead. Now, I have called him a crackhead in the last feed because I said, G-Man, if you think I'm going to call you a crackhead, I have no problem calling you a crackhead. You're a crackhead. But I didn't in this particular case. That's all that matters. And Ronnie's outright lying about it. Just outright lying.
Well, you shouldn't have said, I would call you that if I wanted to, but I didn't in that case. And
Why
then
not?
say,
That's true.
I mean,
no, I've heard other people describe G-Man as a crackhead. And yeah, I mean, some people are still... One of the archive channels is still mad at me because I said, that's racist, okay? He's not a crackhead. He's just not. I've met crackheads. You ever met a fucking crackhead?
I used to live with him. But it's a figure of speech, right?
He's a nerd. He's
every
a
crackhead
nerd, okay? Listen, you can drink 2 5-hour energies and get the same fucking shit back as crack. Okay,
Blue, do you think he freebases 5-hour energy drinks?
I've also never had somebody.
Yeah, hey,
if I've ever
if that could be done, I would be doing it right now.
Hey, we don't know what's in those barrels he carries around at work. That's all.
Yeah,
If
Blue,
G-Man
you've got it
has a
slightly
habit, it's
wrong.
gonna be-
He is a crackhead, but not in the normal sense of the word. What people mean is he was dropped on his head as a baby and his head
Yeah,
cracked.
it has to do with it. He's got a physical crack for being like hitting his head against the wall because he's not wearing his helmet. You know. That's what we mean.
Don't
by
call
it.
him a crackhead.
Has nothing to do
Yeah,
with the
you
drug.
walk into a trap.
I think
Walk
when
into a
G-Man
trap.
goes to
call him
pee,
that in any way, any
I
joking
think when
way.
G-Man goes to pee, he turns the picture of Jesus away so Jesus can't look at him. You know.
I would
Why
very
do you have a
much
picture
love
of
to
Jesus
think
in your
that.
bathroom to begin with?
Jesus.
I'm sure he
Oh, I
does.
know a lot of Catholics who have.
I mean, I prayed at the
Jesus
porcelain
everywhere.
goddess before, but that's a whole different thing, right?
What
Well,
G-Man
most-
doesn't know is it's not Jesus, it's Mel Gibson.
The most I can say about the crack thing. The most I can say about the crack thing is, I'm merely uncomfortable with the crack thing because, like I say, we have like people who smoke crack here. We actually have like crack addicts here, but they're all white people, right? And they're weird, but like they're white people. And I know in the States it's a bit more social. I mean, geez, the mayor. Well, actually, he passed away, but the mayor of Toronto was a.
Oh man!
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? How tight? Because down here it literally is a figure of speech. Like down here the word "cunt" is a very very nasty thing, right? But in Australia, it's every other word that they say,
Sure,
right?
they say,
so
yeah.
it means different things at different places,
It's getting
right?
to be more accepted.
Yeah, but the fact remains, and I
Actually,
don't
heard people use it that I never thought would.
But the fact remains, I don't really care what they think of my vernacular or what I say. The fact is that Ronnie took what I said and made it to be something completely different. Okay?
Made it something different, yeah. And of course, okay, that's the second thing that makes me uncomfortable about it. I mean, one thing I probably wouldn't say it to an American because I know it's sort of culturally charged in a way. And in fact, it's kind of weird that it is because it sort of implies that, like, oh, when you say crackhead, you're obviously referring to a black person. Like, you don't have white crackheads in the States? I'm sure you do.
We got a lot of them in my town.
I bet. This stuff's cheap like water. I'm sure there's a lot of people in your country that are fucked up on it right now while we're talking. There's probably
Hey,
two
you know,
hangout.
they have- dude, in
There's a lot of
California, they got
people in the
BOGOs.
hangout right now.
Buy one
You know
speedball,
what,
get one
you know what I
free.
discovered is pretty fun?
Socket dumpster whore here, man.
It's
You know what I
secular
discovered
guys.
is pretty fun, kind of taboo?
High right now.
Try call your mom an asshole. It really is like a lot of fun. Not like super mad at her or mean or anything, but if just in jest. Just be like, "What? You're an asshole,
be an
mom."
asshole.
It's just like
I said the word bitch in front of my mother one time, not referring to her, and she slapped the taste out of my fucking mouth. I didn't get the taste back for about a week, and I was, God, like 15, 16, something like that. Holy shit. And that was the last time I think I ever really cursed her on my mother.
Well, when I was 13,
you called her.
I took a head spinner.
No, I
And
just
I
said the word bitch
used the word
referring to
around her.
somebody.
Yeah, they don't
But
like
I
that.
used
The
this
ladies
in a
don't like that.
conversation. Oh.
Yeah, in that generation, the ladies don't like that. And no, I actually took a head spinner from my dad for in his view, he thought I called my mom a bitch. I didn't. In my defense, I said, "Mom, why do you have to act like such a bitch?" Dad was not inclined to split that hair.
Ex-wife that did the same thing, man.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, I'm
I don't
telling
think
you.
you'd get away with splitting hair like that. And yeah, that's.
But honey, I didn't
no,
call you a
turn the
bitch. I
fucking
just told
lights
you to
out.
stop acting like
Yeah,
one.
I'm not calling you a cunt. I'm just
your
asking you
behavior.
asking why you're acting
Sure.
like one. Yeah.
Yeah, she's exhibiting
Bitch,
behavior. Yeah, she's exhibiting behavior consistent with being a bitch. But yeah, no, he turned my lights out. Now, for clarity, again, there's a lot of years ago when that's what you did. That's how you dealt with a kid in that.
I still advocate that
But yeah,
sometimes you still need to, but that's just me. But whatever. Maybe if that would happen
My
with
mother-
G-Man and Ronnie, they would be
Little
like,
crack in the face now and again.
they'd be a little more respectful to people, but whatever.
I haven't done it since.
No
So
shit.
there.
See, it works.
Well, I have been known to throw the word cunt around a few times.
Call your cat an asshole too. It's fun. I'm guaranteed to bring a smile to your face.
You're such a little asshole.
I'd be
but cats are assholes.
I'd be more amused to have my mom, not to say it to my mom,
My
but to have
cat's
my mom
listening,
call.
man, okay?
Now say it to your mom. Trust me.
I'd be more amused to have my mom call me an asshole or call me a cunt. That would blow my mind.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
You little cunt.
Steve, was that your Canadian accent?
She's like,
oh no, I can't do
"You-
Canadian. The only thing I can say,
you little son of a bitch."
the only thing I can say in Canadian is a boot and garage.
A boot?
A boot.
You sound like you're a French person that got lost in
You're
Canada.
mixing this up with
Not saying it
Wisconsin.
right.
I don't know. Hogtie cannot say garage if his life depends
Well,
on it.
I just started
Hogtie
saying
says
grudge.
How do you say it again?
My Canadian is more Bob and Doug McKenzie related.
How do you say garage again, Hogtie?
Well, I said garage.
Garage. Garage. Yeah.
Garage.
Well,
Garage.
he must be somewhere east of Toronto, eh? Up here in Ontario, we say garage, man.
Garage. Garage. Yeah.
You got a
You
little
need to take it
cholo
down
in
to
there
get the
at the end.
garage and get your tire fixed.
Don't they pronounce the word caricature differently in Canada?
Garage.
It's caricature.
Caricature.
No,
Caricature?
I think it's caricature
Caricature.
wherever you go.
Caricature. Okay.
Caricature.
Caricature, a word that comes
That would
up
be
in
an oddly
conversation all the
specific
time.
You know, I think I say it slightly differently if it's where I park my car that's attached to my house versus if I'm taking my car to a shop. I park my car in the garage, and I need to take my shop to the garage to get. No, I don't know. Take my car. I don't know. I'm wasting everyone's
I
time
had to
trying to
take my
mull this
shop
over.
into the garage one time.
I don't know.
You know what? We way over.
I am so messed up on crack right now.
I'm never going to
There we go,
ask
crack
you
party.
to go to the store for me.
Crack party.
Jesus Christ! If you don't know that, I hope you don't have for anybody.
Speaking of Canadians, what's up with Canadians? What the hell are they doing up there? Like, what do they do?
Milk, and you brought home glue. What's the fuck?
Okay, are you not? Okay, this guy's obviously not following my feed. I didn't post it publicly. I was up like north a couple weeks ago, and it was minus 33. Don't ask Celsius or Fahrenheit. If you have to ask, that's stupid. Minus 33,
Kelvin.
6.5 hours a daylight. I was outside for 13 hours a day, and I loved it. Loved it. Is Kelvin. Just about. It felt like it some days. So there was a 50 kilometer an hour wind gusting to 78 kilometers an hour. I don't know how fast that is. You figure it out on your own. The point is that's seriously windy when it's minus 17 to minus 25 and you got that kind of wind.
Been there
You
once.
want to be indoors, but I loved it. I loved it.
Sounds
How
like
When I was in
cold was it,
Connecticut, it got
Perfect
down to
swimming
-22,
weather, eh?
and that was cold.
Why did
Hockey,
you love it?
Hogtie, you're saying you're doing hockey.
Because I didn't. Why did I love it? Because I wasn't sitting here reading about true empiricism thinking that he's somehow influential. I would rather, I'm to the point now where I'd rather stand in that kind of wind and the Yukon air blowing in my face than to listen to guys thinking that, oh, I'm so influential and oh, they're trying to embarrass me with this award. And I came back to this stuff and I just, oh man, I want to go back. I want to go back up north.
Yeah,
Does
it's
your hair blow in the wind?
False dichotomy. What the fuck?
Hey, by the way, before I forget again,
What did you say?
I just put Apologias, the link to his page in the internal group chat and the external live feed. Hogtie, if you have not subscribed to him yet, please do so. You will really like his stuff. And everybody on the live feed, most of you guys have already done it, but if you haven't, please subscribe to him. Get him up to a couple hundred. He's at 200 now, so let's get him like to 300. Have you guys met, by the way?
204. No.
We
No,
haven't, even though we're both in Alberta right now.
Are you? Why would you do that? You're in Calgary?
I live in Calgary, so.
Oh, well, geez, we almost got off on the right foot there. But...
Eric Coven has
I'm an Edmonton
challenged-
Oiler fan, if that helps.
Oh, you are? Well,
Yeah.
it doesn't help. A little bit, yeah.
So which one is an Oilers fan and which one is a Flames fan?
I'm neither. I used to be an Oilers fan, but now I don't. I couldn't be bothered with the NHL. Those guys could all skate off the edge of the earth for all I give a shit. But
Oh, Stampeders!
There's an ice wall there, man. They're not going to be able to do that.
The ice wall
The
will
ice
be nice for
wall.
hockey now.
you can't skate up the ice wall. Use your head, Hogtie.
Does anybody else
I
want
don't
to put
even
a
know.
shout out to their channel, by the way, before I forget?
My channel has no content.
No, just all concentrate on my channel. That's the best thing.
Yeah. No, I like the title. You know what? I should have known of you before. I have seen one of your videos about the which one was it here? I know it's got the little the third one, the no evidence thing. Creation Today claims we don't need evidence. Eric Hoven.
Yeah.
And that's the only one of your videos I've seen. I see you have a few others up there, including a thing on dinosaur soft tissue, which keeps getting thrown in our face lately. I'm gonna watch your 23 minutes. Boy, you dug into it.
Yeah, well, the trouble is, it was because it was an Eric Hoven 90-minute session. I had to pare down his arguments and put mine in, so it was pain.
And then Eric Hoven has actually challenged him to a debate. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, Paul, your thread over there on the Great Debate community is getting some attention, huh?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone's feedback, though. I mean, obviously, I'm just sitting back and letting you guys discuss internally. But when it happens, I'm definitely going to come back for more advice.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Shout out to Dying Paradise. Shout out to me. I'm the best. I don't think you have content, but that's okay. Shout out. What did Fiona just say? Ronnie? Okay, I was too quick. Let me go back here.
Ronnie is now an irrelevance other than to chortle at his posturing.
Yep. I could not agree with you more. And that's so funny because you just had a video this morning. It was like 3-minute video, like Steve's irrelevant. And I'm like, okay, that you know what?
No.
It's so funny because again, Bizarro World. Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but literally anything that comes out of their mouth, you might just think the opposite and you'd be right.
Oh yeah, it's so weird. They have the ultimate ability to project everything.
If anyone thinks you're irrelevant, the other night we had the chat. We started talking about Aaron Ra, and Aaron Ra showed up.
Yeah.
I mean, how irrelevant can we be?
Yeah, and I invited Hogtie for that too because I mean they know each other pretty well, and I was like, hey Hogtie, you want to come say hi? But he was busy, so he would have probably liked to say hi to you. I mean, we had talked about the time when Ronnie had wanted to debate with him, and DPR Jones scheduled it on the Magic Sandwich Show, and he ends up being an hour and a half late, and then complaining that they didn't have enough time. Aaron thought that was hilarious.
He spent the whole time trying to schedule a new debate.
Yeah, an hour and a half late for a 2-hour broadcast, and then when given a chance to present his argument, all Ronnie says is, "Okay, well, I want to set up a debate with you, Aaron Ra," and everybody had to tell Ronnie, like, "You're here, just do it, say your thing," and it's worth a watch. I remember that it was pretty much exactly 2 years ago that happened. So if you want to look on the Magic Sandwich channel,
to True, I had.
Oh, really? Well, Arn hadn't met him. I had encountered him in some hangouts, and DPR had encountered him in some hangouts, and we knew that he really loved this DNA is designed kind of an argument. He was sort of the DNA guy for a while. And through G-Man's insistence, we said, okay, fine, we'll set this thing up. And I kind of had to talk Aaron into Aaron did know who he was. I'm sorry, I've got that wrong. People might remember that Aaron had this is 3 years ago now. Aaron had a text back and forth with on a what are they called, like web forum debate thing on, help me out, people call it League of Reason. It is League of Reason.
League of Reason, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And to hilarious effect. It's pages and pages and pages of reading, but it's just some great material in there. And Aaron had just, was kind of fed up with him and said, like, the guy doesn't listen. There's no teaching him. He doesn't make his point sensibly. But I ended up talking him into it. So we said, and that was Aaron's thing was fine. If he wants to call into the show, we'll just take it as a call. Fine. So he did, and it was a disaster. Ronnie actually rage quit twice. He rage quit and then rejoined so he could yell, "I'm calling you out, Aaron Ra. I'm calling you out." And then he rage quit a second time.
And he spent most of the time trying to set up a debate.
Yeah.
But they were talking right then. That was the funniest part. Why didn't he just take the opportunity?
Grandstanding.
But and what was amazing sorry, Steve, but in the week following that, between G-Man and Ronnie across their two channels, the two of them as a pair had hosted over 26 hours of video. Remember, so he was only on the thing for about 45 minutes. We ended up having the show go long, even though before the show started, each of Arn and I had something to do after the 2 hours. So we told DPR, look, we got to end this pretty crisply at the 2 hour mark. But, there was Ronnie and G-Man, so we ended up going a little bit longer. So then, so they ended up only being on for about 45 minutes to an hour. And, but they had, in the first week alone, 26 hours of hangout whining about how the show went for them. And of course, every hangout they did, the story changed a little bit more. And of course, by about the fourth day of hangouts, Ronnie had won the whole debate. So it's worth a watch.
Exactly. By the 50th hour of talking about it, Ronnie has won the debate. Exactly.
I'm about to link to the Jason Burns DPR Jones debate, the greatest one ever.
The great teacup debate. That was profound.
Teacup debate. The teacup plagiarism debate.
I was just going to ask, do you guys always just debate with juvenile fuckwits, or do you actually get somebody who knows what they're doing once in a while?
They had some pretty legit people recently.
May I answer this? Okay. the people who legitimately know what they're doing generally don't want to have debates because, well, they know it's pointless. So the only ones who do show up demanding arguments are the junior fuckwits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
Do you ever find any person that is like educated or well respected? Do you see them really going out that often saying, you know what, I want to debate you about evolution and creationism? No.
I don't know. I was kind of toying with challenging either G-Man or Ronnie to a debate.
That'd be awesome. I'd watch.
I can't even call what they do debating.
I'd like to get him on the whole young Earth creationism is not biblical.
That's a good call.
I find that a lot of times the most interesting debates are when it's not just like an atheist or even like a liberally minded Catholic. I love when Ocean debates them because they have absolutely no idea what to do with it.
Young Earth versus Old Earth creationists are my favorite, or my absolute favorite.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to see him debate a Hindu.
When Ken Hovind and Dr. Hugh Ross got together on I don't know the show, but man, I mean Ross annihilated him, just utterly annihilated him, and to the point where even Hovind was like, "This is just phony." He had nothing else. He was done. Which is again funny because Ronnie always wants people to be on his channel and stuff like that. Yet I'm the one that's got Dr. Ross. Nephilim Free wanted to debate him. Remember that? Yeah, I'll tell you, if I debated Hugh Ross, it would be like this, right? His imaginary debate with him.
No, I gotta post that.
And then I get him on my channel twice.
I gotta post that link again. No, I don't think Nephilim Free ever. I'm not going to wander too far from the point about why don't we get more educated and sort of more intelligent, conversationally interested and interesting people in these discussions. I will get back to the point, but just to clarify, I don't think Nephilim Free ever said he would debate Hugh Ross. I think that Nephilim Free just imagined that he debated Hugh Ross, and then he did a video where he played out in his imagination what that would go like. Someone should find the link and post it up here. It's on the Nephilim Free channel, and then the part in the middle where he goes.
You remember the debate?
It's so funny.
Jason Burns did a debate where he did both sides. He pretended to debate Al Capone. Jason Burns says Al Capone.
How does that play out? I don't get that. Post that link too, man.
Yeah, I never thought Al Capone knew so much about physics.
Well, he knows how to swing a baseball bat pretty well.
And the other thing I asked
Jason Burns completely crushes him, though.
The other thing I asked Aaron Raw about Hogtie was I asked Aaron specifically about the challenge that Nephilim had put to him and his brilliant response on Facebook. And Aaron was so fucking funny. I mean, he is a very personal kind of guy, personable, and he was just like trying to. I said, if you have 30 seconds to say anything you want to Nephi, because I'm gonna link this to him, what would you have to tell him? And he was just like, yeah, he's like, Nephi, you were just absolutely irrelevant. Nobody wants to put you up as a spokesperson for me to debate you. He was just basically told him to fuck off. He's just so of little consequence, and I was like, this is epic.
I mean, Steve, these people have no idea what the point of having a debate even is. They think it's to pwn each other, to win points. It's utter cluelessness.
A debate is when you don't have something really resolved or some kind of maybe political thing. Let's debate this law. Let's debate this. You cannot debate evolution. That's what they don't understand. It is not a debatable topic. Now we call it a debate, but to me it's a colloquial term because you're not actually debating evolution. You have one person explaining why evolution is a fact, and the other person not understanding. That's all you have.
Lying.
Yeah.
Same with flat Earth. I've said a lot of times. They're like, let's have a debate. Let's have a debate. I'm sorry, but there is no debate. There is no flat Earth debate. It doesn't exist.
And I want to welcome Fiona. Hi, and by the way, Wyatt, I did see you sneak in. By the way, hi to you too. And sign.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We got a lot of people in here. Wow, it does show everybody on the film strip. I was actually kind of surprised.
It's quite nice.
That's sweet.
I will have to step away, though. I got a neighbor that's got some sort of an issue I got to deal with. But just about the debate thing, have you ever noticed that, in their view, it's a debate when they think they did well? No, forget whether they did well or not. But they'll say, I've debated him before. I've debated that guy before. When they think they did well, when they didn't do well, then it wasn't a debate. It was just a discussion. I don't know where otherwise how they would draw that line. It just seems to be how it's done.
I've always called them discussions. I've only had one debate, and that was with Wayne.
They're always informal, structured discussions.
By the way, Hawkeye, do I smell?
Do you smell? I believe so.
Because every time I come in, you bugger off.
I bugger off. Oh, I thought you meant do as a verb. You engage in the act of smelling. I assume that you were capable of doing so.
No, am I smelly?
As an adjective, are you smelly? I don't know. But I do have to go. It's just, well, then you know what you say every time. This is the second time in 2016 it's happened.
Hey, you know what? That's a pattern. That's forming a pattern.
What's the pattern?
If I take if I do an abductive reasoning that the most likely thing for this argument is you are leaving because she smells or God. Those are my abductive arguments.
Or God.
But Steve, don't let your sample size be too big.
Nothing could be too big.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Hawkeye. Have you responded to that at all yet on the thread?
I can't. No, you asked me about this the other day, and I just can't. I went back and looked at it again. It's just such incredible gibberish. I mean, the short answer is, I mean, we started getting into this thing where, and I do think it's important to draw the distinction between parametric estimation versus hypothesis testing. And we could talk for an hour about that if you want, and nobody does, but some people do. Maybe we'll talk about it. But that's not the point. The point is, if you want to answer the actual straightforward question, is it possible to have a sample size that's too big to be useful as generating estimators or doing any hypothesis testing? No, that's just fucking stupid. And I don't even know how to put into words how ridiculous that concept would be. With the small footnote, the thing you have to be mindful about is bias, and it doesn't matter how big your sample size is. You can make inferences about a population of 1 billion people by studying only 1,000 of them. Right, 1,000.
Well, that's where he gets lost from, right? And he got upset that Ned didn't know the math when you don't even know the math. You can go to any calculator, you type in probability, sample size calculator. All you need to know is 98.5% or 99%, and then your confidence interval, and then it does it for you with your population size. I mean, it literally does it for you.
Well, better than
like
that.
1,024, I think, was it.
Better than that, there are living human beings that understand the actual principles behind it. Who is that guy that?
Isn't the sample size that it's
what?
I caught only part of that.
It's how that it's harder to make inference out of it if it's big enough.
Your inference is better. Any inference you make from a larger sample, again, comparing apples and apples here. I'm not talking about a small unbiased sample versus a large biased sample. So comparing apples to apples, pound for pound, a bigger sample size makes for better inference. In the case of statistical inference, parametric inference, where you're trying to make some guesses about a parameter in the population, then you get a better guess for what that parameter is with tighter confidence intervals around it, narrower confidence interval. You might be able to say that some parameter of the population is 65.3, somewhere between 65.32 and 65.34. You know what I mean? Like you can really pin it down with a bigger sample size. In the case of hypothesis testing, when you go to reject the null hypothesis based on the large sample size, you do so very confidently because you're so far out in the tail. So, I mean, that's my short answer to it. We'd have to go over some stuff about, probability density functions to sort of get why that works. But no, there's no case that having a bigger sample size makes it so that the ultimate inference you're doing, whether it's parametric inference or hypothesis testing, somehow makes it more difficult or harder or more problematic. And all it does is it increases your confidence in your conclusions. That's straightforward.
What did you say about pollster or polling or something? Sure, something about polling, but Hawkeye did.
Today or before? No, who said?
I don't know. You said something about that person is polling or something.
Did I?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna I thought you were gonna start talking about Frank Luntz or something for some reason. I don't know why. He's a poller that uses all these equations to figure out, okay, if I poll this many people and ask this kind of question, I can get these kinds of results, and it's all contrived. All these polls have some kind of skew to them. Obviously, I mean, it's very hard to ask very, very neutral questions. Would you agree? There's always a way to ask a question that's a little loaded.
Polling is a different issue, and of course, then it doesn't matter if you're using a biased sampling or questions that don't really get at the issue, or people aren't motivated to give the more sincere. This neighbor's going cuckoo. I got to go. But it doesn't matter if you've got 100 participants or you've got 10,000 participants, right? Biased sampling creates I mean, the difference would be if you had a small biased sample, you're not going to find anything anyway. Whereas if you have a large biased sample, you might, in failing to recognize the bias, be overly confident about your results. But none of this has anything to do with what Ronnie was talking about, which was that you had to have the right sample size for knowing what percentage of scientists accept evolutionary theory. So there it's a yes/no question. Do you, in the broadest sense, accept scientific or accept evolutionary theory, as opposed to believing in unique and special creation as it's laid out in the Bible? That's a straightforward sort of a yes/no question. Which camp do you fall in? Now, granted, that's a false dichotomy, but let's set that aside for the moment.
No, it's not. But go on.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate it. So that's a simple, you could just go and say, well, is it 93% of people agree with the statement, or is it 50-50, or is it only 2% agree with the statement? The math behind yes/no polling is just so incredibly straightforward. The whole thing's stupid, because the other thing too is his vision that somehow they found this selective university or one or two universities where there's this weird little cabal of people who accept evolutionary theory. But at every other university on the planet, they don't accept evolutionary theory. I mean, there are a lot of people who believe in supernatural things, including gods, who see the majesty in how human beings and all the diversity of modern life came about through speciation and selective pressures and variation. They can see the evolutionary theory being the way that God made this incredibly diverse world. There's many scientists that believe in that, but they're not arguing for that. Ronnie's claiming that they see an intelligent designer, and further that they see that each species we see today was separately and specially created. That is, specifically, that we don't come from monkeys. And how he thinks that it's any less than a single percentage point of biologists that think that, I just don't know, because he's delusional. But I'm about to get,
that's the word you're looking for.
Increasingly, and I'd love to chat about this more. But I know I'm going to get a flood more messages from this lady. She's got a bit of a situation, so I'm going to go help her. I have messaged my friend there in Texas, and he appears not to be at his keyboard, but I'm sure feels specially invited, so he may pop in, I hope.
If you can
We'll
come
see you
back,
guys.
please do.
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
have
be
a
here for a
shower
while.
in between.
Hey!
Have a shower in between. Dr. Malpass, sorry
Hey,
to
Dr.
once again
Hello!
cross paths as you and say merely hi, and I have to go. But have a good time, Alex.
Alex, he thinks you smell.
Yeah, what happens is Alex comes in, Alex stinks, and so Hawkeye has to leave. It's okay. You know,
Everybody knows that Alex weighed in on the whole triangle thing, and I'm just sick of his shit. So
yeah, what was the final conclusion? He's taken off now. I kind of want to know what was the final result on that. Do triangles exist or not? I'm confused.
You asking me?
Sure, let's go with that.
Pass.
No, we are never going to resolve this.
Isn't triangle-ness just a property of an object, like heat? Can we just settle it that way?
No, heat's not a property. Heat is actually energy and transfer. Heat is thermal energy that's going from a concentrated region to a lower concentrated region. That's not a property. That's actually something moving.
I can settle this.
Yes, triangles exist. You want to Google
Guess what I've got?
What does Fiona say? Here's my thing before you settle it, Fiona. My thing is, who the fuck cares? But that's okay.
Right. There you go.
Oh, you okay? We think alike.
Look, she's got plastic in the shape of a triangle.
I trapped it in the wild.
No, Fiona, that's not a real triangle. That's a CG.
Triangle.
Your
I
dog
played one in
your
marching
video.
band.
Everything's CGI.
Reality
is CGI. Ask Von Helton.
Hey,
he doesn't
Yeah,
know reality
okay.
is.
The triangle. Okay.
We ain't done.
He drew one when
On
he was very little,
gotta
and he
leave
invented
now.
the triangle.
Watch what happens tomorrow. Watch what happens tomorrow, Steve.
Right, I'm watching. Don't worry. I've got some other big guns I'm going to pull out here soon.
So what is Alex's view on, do triangles exist?
He pleaded the fifth.
God.
Did he?
It's too late at night to start that, surely.
Sorry, I'm just being a pest.
He's like triangles
sober
don't exist,
tonight,
but
so-
rectangles do.
Now, I did want to ask Alex if the concept of an avatar, like with the Hindu gods, was a logical contradiction from that whole thread about the Trinity.
I wouldn't know enough about the Hindu idea to tell you.
It's just that they're like when they interact in our reality, you'll say they're doing so through an avatar. So it's not their entire godliness, but it is still them in a sense. Sort of like avatars in a.
I have no idea what the hell you're even talking about, to be honest. All I know is P, therefore P, I win.
Yeah. Well, you're violating the law of non-contradiction, Steve. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's what Matt's like.
You're being before you become, and you can't happen that way.
Well, you know what? At least I don't think my thoughts before I think them. Like Darwin.
Your thoughts actually think you.
No, Darwin's literally thinks his thoughts before he thinks them. I mean, can anybody parse that out for me?
See,
Alex? I mean,
I think it's the bastardization of Sam Harris's work, where you can see a decision being made on like an fMRI or CAT scan or whatever they were using before it's actually thought about.
That's a little bit different, and it's only like what is it, 400 microseconds or 400 microseconds, something like that. But I mean, no, Darwin's literally believes that he thinks his thoughts
measurable
before he thinks them, and I don't know what he means by that.
It's not just Sam Harris doing.
The thought of thinking is a thought. I don't know.
But you don't
Maybe
know
his God thinks him for him.
That's well, he thinks his God thinks him for him, then he just kind of repeats it, right?
What fun is life where all your thoughts are sunk for you?
By the way, how drunk is Fiona right now? Is she drinking some wine right now?
No. Look, I can prove it. Look. See, there's the bottle. It's still got the same amount in it. It's still up to there.
Once a year,
we need a weekly wine check.
No, Fiona. You changed the outcome because you observed it.
Not wine.
You changed the outcome. You observed
Your
it.
quantum reality collapsed in the waveform that produced the reality that you aren't really drinking right now, which you are.
That's
becoming drunk.
So, without having drunk any alcohol, I have now drunk the alcohol because of quantum.
Your alcohol.
Yes, you're quantum drunk.
Your alcohol-induced state was contingent upon having to listen to Ronnie.
You're saying we're setting to drinking it and not drinking it.
Would that be a necessity? I think it would be a necessity.
No.
That bottle
I have to drink it.
Schrodinger's, was it?
But Alex, back me up on this.
That was her whole argument. There you go.
I second that.
That sounded painful.
The great thing about punchlines is timing.
I can get behind that.
They got to be delivered on time.
I gotta agree with her. I gotta agree with her. Whatever the hell she said.
Because of quantum.
Because of quantum. You know what's funny is you throw quantum in front of something and it automatically sounds more scientifically awesome, right?
It does.
You're 10 times smart, yeah.
You know. I'm gonna try some quantum masturbation. I mean, that's gonna be the shit right there.
Oh yeah, you do it and somebody else comes. What is it in the supermarket?
Start an underground movement of metafappers.
The only ones who are truly awake.
Alex is going. This is why I don't come in here. Literally.
I fap with my eyes open.
Well, how do you think Steve got to 1,000 subscriptions?
Shit, sure the hell wasn't for content.
It's to watch
because he's quantum masturbating everyone.
He's got a lot of private videos that show a lot more of Steve.
I tell you what, if anybody thinks that anything we do is anything more than just simple mental masturbation, then you're seriously misleading yourself, because that's kind of what we do in the Great Debate community. Is mental
Well, now it's quantum mental masturbation.
It's going to be quantum mental masturbation coming up in the new year, yeah.
Yep. You don't come until you observe it.
Neuro mental quant debate.
Hey, by the way, Alex, I'm sorry your boy didn't do very well on Dumbfuck of the Year. Matt Slick only got like 50 votes or something. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was some big guns.
You guys didn't. I put you as his campaign manager. I really did. So I thought you would kind of be a little bit more active, to get him up there.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either. I just thought about it literally 4 seconds ago.
Oh.
But it's retroactive. Quantum Leap, we can go back in time, and you already knew that a while ago. You just are aware of it now.
I see. Well, I don't know if he is the dumbest fuck on G+.
He's
so,
not. No, I don't think he is
dumb,
either.
He's just
but
odious.
He does dumb fuckery. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he really is. He's up against it this year.
Yeah, he's
We've
been
been an
all-stars.
absolute master.
Yeah. Well, I would vote for Darwin's over
I
Matt
would like
Slick.
to see Von
Easily.
Hilton debate Matt Slick. That would be a treat.
So, Steve,
I
I
can't
think
even
you let
watch a
off
debate with that guy.
Steve, you let off those creationists the other week. I think they should have been pressed much more strongly.
Well,
You were
yes
too
and no.
polite.
Yes and no. The whole point of them coming on is not to talk about creationism per se. They're not here to. We're not talking about ACM theism or anything like that. We were specifically supposed to talk about intelligent design, and they're modeling for it. The actual modeling for it. When I had Joe and Jack come in and they wanted to take it to God because they do posit God as the intelligent designer, unlike Ronnie who says the intelligent designer could be anybody. They do posit as God, and I get that, but it's not meant to talk about the existence of God, because that opens up a whole different can of worms. If I say, okay, let's try to argue against God, that's not what the argument's for. It's for intelligent design. Now I think most people got it, but if they didn't, then it is what it is. But it's two different topics, to me.
They claimed to have a model that made predictions, but it seemed to me that their prediction was just that that life would appear on Earth earlier than people currently thought. Like, that was their prediction.
Well, that was one of them. They actually have like 15 predictions. I have seen them. General has.
Well,
a
that
list.
was the only one that I remember them
because
making.
they didn't get very
like
far.
that was their best one or something.
No, they got shut down because Joe decided to take it into the direction of let's try to disprove your deity. And that's why we didn't get much into the modeling predictions they have. But yes, they have many more than that. Do I agree with them? No.
My point is that if you think about that as a prediction, you'd think that it would be quite likely that the age, what am I talking about? The date at which we think life started could fluctuate. It was kind of a provisional date anyway, right? So it's going to fluctuate in one direction or the other. And it seemed to me they didn't give an amount by which it would fluctuate. They just said it would become earlier.
That would have been a good question.
Seems kind of like a 50-50 guess to me. And if you just say earlier and you don't pin a value on that, then anything earlier counts as verification. So my point was that as a prediction and a kind of confirmation of it, it wasn't much better than flipping a coin and calling heads.
I don't think they're predictive
I thought they should have been hammered for that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and that would have been fine. That would have been absolutely fine. I don't think their predictions are that wonderful, except for maybe the moon, the false, and then the moon is kind of unique. But yeah, they have no real novel predictions.
Anyway.
What's that?
Well, I mean, we haven't found anything on the moon yet, so it's very easy to say that.
Hey, I get it. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question for Alex? And I do have to go. The kids are dressed. We're ready to head out here. So, hey, Alex, do you know, does JB Weld conduct electricity, or do I have to heat up the surface and use solder?
I don't know what you're talking about.
JB Weld? You know what JB Weld is?
I use JB Weld.
I'm going to tell you something. Ozzy would know.
Wow.
That was truly mean spirited, but I do have to go. We got it.
Thanks for coming.
But I have to solder. Okay, we'll see you guys.
Wow.
Damn, drive by.
No shit. I mean,
no, Steve.
Do you feel less of a man now, Alex?
Yes.
Okay.
I might have to go away and have a little cry.
Actually, we may need to borrow you for something, Alex. Yeah. Steve.
Yes, sir.
I've been putting out feelers.
For what?
I have. The new idea for God's fundraiser. Right. And I never got a chance to tell Hogtie Champ the character that I wanted him to be.
Can we tell him now? He's listening.
Is he?
Probably. I don't know.
I think Hogtie Champ has got the choice between two characters. It can either be Frankenfurter or Riff Raff.
I'm going with Riff Raff. Well, first of all, do we have to know? Does he know either one?
Sorry?
Does he know who either one are?
I have no idea. Yeah, well, don't tell him. Just get his agreement first. Yes, you can be Janet if you want, Steve.
Thank you.
I had no idea you had a deep longing to be Janet.
Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me.
Oh, God.
I want to get dirty.
That was too good. Oh my!
Poor people won't get that. I
good
swear. I've seen the freaking movie like 50 times. Okay, I don't know why. Don't ask, but I really have seen it dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Because we used to go to
So
midnight
I'm going to
matinee.
make a post, right? Yeah, I'm going to make a post, and everybody who is willing to participate in this, right? I want your names.
Well, what is Alex
Okay.
going to be?
I don't know yet.
I don't know what's happening.
He could be Meatloaf after he dies. You know, after the point where he gets all cut up. You know.
Well, no, actually, couldn't Alex be the creature?
Oh,
He could be the
fantastic.
creature.
Are you talking about a musical?
Yeah, we're gonna do we're gonna do the musical. We're gonna do a Rocky Horror Picture Show theme.
Oh,
God. These days for.
Yeah.
Oh, one of these days. Okay.
Yeah. So it's the idea is this: we get the lineup of people, and then we tell everybody, if you lot out there get Gus's fundraiser up by X amount, we will have a hangout dressed as the characters from Rocky Horror. But only if they have donated that money to get the fundraiser up by a certain amount.
Then that means hog tie and stockings, by the way. Just FYI.
Not if he's riffraff, but if he is Frankenfurter, he will be in a basque, stockings, a suspender belt, and frilly knickers.
With a big old curly wig.
Is there anybody here besides Fiona and I that has seen the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
I went once when I was
many
like,
times.
You're still a virgin at 3 times.
16 or 17. I don't know. I was young and it was all very weird.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen it, Alex?
No.
Oh my god!
It seemed a bit cultish. It seemed a bit cultish to me, which kind of put me off. I was like, why did all these people know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been big on a cult.
Excellent idea, hog tie.
I don't think Alex would really like it that much. It's one of those movies you cannot take it for what is it. You cannot read anything into it, right? It is this bullshit movie that makes no sense. It's not supposed to make sense, and that's why it's brilliant.
Yes, but the thing is, Alex would have to walk about in gold, tiny briefs.
Yeah, I didn't see that happening realistically.
No, I didn't think so.
Yeah. He's a
But I'm
proper
sure
gentleman.
we can work out. You can wear them on top of your other clothes.
I just want to see him. He can do the time warp dance. How about that?
Can I just give money instead?
He's like, I'll pay it off to not to have to sing or anything.
Yeah, can I just
You're
pay for that
trying to
not to
buy
have?
you. Well, see, Annabelle thinks this is a good idea. I'm going to get Annabelle to start campaigning for this as well.
Well, it's not a bad idea. Just I don't know how feasible, but it's not a bad idea. No.
Well, do you mean to say you don't have stockings and a suspender belt in your house, Steve?
Well, that's the problem. I don't. I used to have female clothing at my house, but for other reasons.
What sort of man are you that you don't have that lot hidden in your closet?
I just never did. Yeah.
For those days where you won't.
I mean, I've had a few bras left in my house, here and there, but that's true. Those days are long since gone. Anyways, does anybody want to come in? We have plenty of room. The link is on the G Plus page. I don't think it's going to be a hugely long hangout. I also have to go somewhere around probably 6 or 7. So this is not going to be like a 4 or 5 hour hangout. But I want to keep it open just long enough where if anybody wants to come in, they can. King Crocoduck was supposed to drop by. I needed to ask him something. But the people that have been supporting me, thank you very, very much. The people that want to this next year become Patreons, I put the link to Patreon. Again, $1 a month is I do appreciate it. Or if you just want to do $1 just as a fan funding, you can do fan funding just by going to that little eye with a circle, and like do $1. But I appreciate it. I mean, I like to keep you guys entertained. I like having rooms for you guys to go to when there's no place else to go, and you guys can talk and just kind of like take over the room. Now that we can use these business accounts, we don't have to worry about sniping, which is awesome. But the only downside is with these types of rooms, only the mod can let people in and out, and that sucks. Hey, Krill, you want to come in? Go to my G Plus page and get the link to come in, Krillian. Krillism.
Steve, have you seen the video but that True Imperialism has made concerning how wrong Social Blade is and that he's miles ahead of you.
I did watch it, and here's the funniest thing about it. Okay, True makes one small point, which I've already acknowledged. He says, oh, well, Steve has a lot of hours of Hangout. Yes, I do. However, what he fails to realize is that the people watching my stuff are the people watching his, but the people that watch my stuff like my stuff. People that watch his do fall from the lulls. He has an arrogance about him that in my Hangouts, every time we have a hangout, there's new people, not new people, but there's different people, right? I mean, I get some same people, but we have a lot of people that come in and out. If you look at any one of his hangouts, you're always going to see the same people. It's going to be Antonio Fletcher, G-Man, sometimes Darwin's. Multiple personality will go in there, even though he thinks they're all idiots. General occasionally would go in there, and who's the other person that Matthew Ecclesiastes 3. And that's it. That's and Veckel. Maybe Tommy Hall. That's his crew, right? How often do you go over there and you find anybody else other than that? It happens, but not very often, right?
And then they get kicked out.
And because I have said, and I'll say it again on the record. Going into 2017, I am unblocking everybody from my list. Okay. It basically I can't unblock the live feed people because I actually have to go to your page to do it. But let me know, and I will. If you are blocked from my live feed, I will unblock you. Even Mark Thomas, I will. You tell me the 2017, I will unblock you, and I'll take you off the comment thing until you start trolling again. In which case, I'll block you again. But I am giving everybody a new opportunity. Now, I have said, why don't everybody tell True and Pearson to do the exact same thing? Let's see what balls he has. Take everybody off his block list so people can actually leave comments and talk in his live feed. And let's see who has a more open, honest dialogue. But do you think he's going to do that? Fuck no.
I can imagine that he would unblock everyone, but it wouldn't be long before the block list is back to as it was before.
Yeah, you say hi to him and he blocks. But I mean, as far as the Social Blade, real quick, I want to address that. The fact is that the people will count as a view if they leave and come back. That is true. It is possible. But if you look at my views for the day compared to how many I have for one video, people are still watching my old stuff. A lot. I'll get like 350 views in my video, but for that day, I'll get like 1,000 because people are watching my old stuff. Nobody watches his shit. And then he puts up there, oh, well, Steve got like 400 videos or 300 some odd views for this video. Well, you didn't even look at my top videos. You ignored them, thinking nobody would notice.
Well,
yeah,
you wouldn't expect honesty from him, would you?
Yeah.
The bigger question is if Darwin deity will remove anyone from his troll list for the new year.
I don't think I could say any of them are honest.
No, Ronnie is beyond dishonest, and the fact that he actually thinks people are this stupid, they can go to Social Blade. They can look at these numbers. I've doubled him in every metric. It doesn't matter how long I'm.
Don't worry about it, Steve.
No, I'm not. It's one of those things that's so funny because he's so dishonest about it, and he really thinks people are this stupid. He might.
Yeah. He made the mistake of bringing up math and numbers.
Math, yeah. That's what I said before. Math confuses him. So no, I don't particularly care, Fiona. I just find it to be absolutely ironic that the person who's probably the least mathematically competent in this entire community is telling me that my channel is doing worse than his. That's just ridiculous.
But you got an A in calculus, Steve. Come on.
That's what I said. That's why I agreed with Hogtie Champ. He's delusional. He's completely delusional.
I don't even know if that's true anymore. I think he's kind of past delusional. I think he's outright just said, fuck it, I'm going to lie my ass off. And some people will believe me and some people won't. I don't think he's even trying.
He's uploaded a second call out video this evening.
I
saw a couple hours ago.
Yeah. Does he still want to change the venue?
20 minutes. Calling out negation of P again.
He's gone.
Do these guys really think calling people out does anything? Like, do you think they get a response from it?
I don't know. Negation of P is out of town until about 4 more hours.
Yeah.
But
like the calling out Matt Dillahunty videos. Do you think Matt Dillahunty is going to go, oh, he's calling me out. Shit, I better get on a hangout with him.
No.
Matt Dillahunty probably looks at it and laughs.
Well, I'm hoping to get Matt Dillahunty in here.
The callers that call into the Atheist Experience are more intelligent than these guys, and that's kind of sad.
Next week, I'm going to have Mark come back in. He's the executive producer for the Atheist Experience. He has a new show called The Atheist Lowdown that he wants to promote. So I'm gonna probably have him in here, and then if he could bring in something like Tracy Harris or Jan Peoples or Russell Glaser.
Oh, that'd be all kinds of fun.
That'd be kind of cool. I would have a good time with that. So maybe one of these days Matt might join us. We don't know, so we'll see.
It would be good.
Yeah.
I love the reactions that True gets whenever he calls in now too. It's hilarious.
Oh, I know. But it's hardly surprising. That's the thing.
But he's such a dick. Immediately.
Well, I like the response G-Man got, basically banned from the show.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Lamont?
Lamont.
That sneaky little Lamont.
But what else can they do? You know, if somebody is getting onto a call-in show to have a discussion, and right off bat they're suggesting that there is a problem with the host's manners or anything like that. You know, it's the way it was approached.
Oh yeah. Why has True Empiricism not figured out how gain and volume work?
He doesn't know the difference.
It's been like 3 years, right? People have been telling him, turn your gain down on your mic.
Yeah.
Then a professional show says, your gain is too high, we had to drop your volume, and he flips out.
Yeah, then he's like, oh, look, they lowered my volume, which, you know, it's like, wait a minute, you have your gain maxed, okay? You're clipping,
guitar, right?
He actually clips, originally he started clipping a few times. I think he's got it worked out now, but you don't call into a show with your gain max, because you're going to sound so loud to them, if you take the bass line with the host, you know, talking, he's going to sound like overpowered, right? And you don't want that. You want to have an even sound, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to lower his volume to try to match the nominal level.
Well,
he's a guitarist. Doesn't he play guitar? He should know what gain is. It's on every amplifier ever.
He's got a Blue Yeti microphone. It's a very good microphone. And he turns the gain right up. But then what he does, and I'll need to put my camera on for this because I've watched him do it in Hangouts.
I'm on audio only.
Oh, he doesn't realize it's the side address?
So,
oh,
here we go.
Idiot.
Microphone. And what he does is, he then cups it in his hands and he holds it right up to his mouth.
Clips.
Don't cup the
Because
mic.
that's what you want to do with the side address
And of
mic.
course,
Yes.
it's cupped in his hands, and of course, when he's talking, his hands are moving. You see?
Yeah.
And he also then decides to talk loud.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. He doesn't know how to use a mic properly.
Do it.
Are you sure he's
It's
only cupping his microphone and not something else?
Sorry?
Well, it's one of those things where, you know, when you have such a bad argument that you have to like talk over people, or you have to like be louder than people because he makes it thinks to himself that it makes it sound like a better argument, right?
Some things about it, he knows that getting closer to it and speaking into it directly will make him louder than everybody else. He just doesn't understand the gain side of things.
Yeah, and it distorts. Because I've got a video up on my channel giving him microphone advice.
I saw it.
And I'm sitting about a foot away from my microphone at the moment. I've got the gain right up, but I'm sitting a good foot away from it.
And it's not on the desk, so if you move the desk right in front of you, it doesn't echo.
Well, it's sitting on a very large coffee table. So you'll hear me banging the table. But I'm quite far back from it. If I was going to be really close to it, then I would turn the gain way down.
Yeah, what Ronnie
But I
does
like to
is
sit
mic
quite
abuse,
far
though.
back.
He see mine's on that little black arm, and I'm about 8 inches away, and I already saw the pattern that it has. Mine's a cardioid, and so it has a specific pattern for sensitivity and pickup, and I have it mounted so the pickup's directed toward me, and then away from toward the door and stuff like that. That's where it has the least amount of pickup because you want the negative sound, the negation. You want it to kind of ignore anything in that region. So he just has this like. It's not. He doesn't have an omnidirectional, but he has the Blue Yeti where he sits there, and when you speak right into it, at that close of a range, you're overdriving the thing, for the lack of a better way of saying it. And so what happens on the people's listening in, you hear this really distorted high-end thing, and as you said, you start scratching it and making all these noises. We can hear all that, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, last Wednesday, the debate between Red and G-Man was asserting that, oh, you guys are lying about the lag. Hannah's up, you're lying about lag.
When you accuse the mod of lying, That has got to be, I would say, a new low. But if you remember, he fell out with a mod previously
Yeah, he
and
does
took
it all the
over the
time.
modding himself.
He's trying to suicide by mod. At that point, he was done with the discussion.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at what point in life do you get to the point where you say, you know what? All these people are telling me I got lag, and you sit there and go, oh, let me check the live feed to make sure that this is actually happening. Let me call True in person. Hey, True, can you check the live feed for lag? Are they really right on this? I mean, seriously, the amount of distrust this guy had for normal things is absurd.
It's part of his delusion, Steve. He thinks atheists really want him killed. He says this when he gets worked up, but it's his true thoughts slipping out there at the end.
That's disturbing.
Like when he starts to panic.
Yeah, right, guys, I'm going to go because I have got cats doing something really stupid.
All right, Fiona, thank you for dropping by. Appreciate everything you've done this entire
Perfectly
last
normal
year.
for Fiona's cats.
Oh, one of them's just coughed up a hairball, and the other one's taking one look at it and throwing up.
I hope you have a wonderful New Year. I will have
Cat cycle syncing up.
I probably will
Yeah,
have a New Year's hangout like I always do. If you can join, but if not, I'll see you next year. And 2017 is going to be good.
Well, I don't know because husband and son are coming home tomorrow. The central heating's still not fixed.
Well, be safe.
The central heating engineer phoned me to let me know he's abroad having some winter sunshine. Whereupon I ripped him a new one. And I had a really bad day today. So I don't know what state I'll be in tomorrow. I don't know what state I'll be in at the new year. If I'm feeling up to it,
Okay.
I'll see you then,
Good.
okay?
If not, I'll see you next year.
Right. Bye-bye, peoples.
Bye.
Lamed student, the atheist Jew. The link to join is on my G Plus page. Come on in. Nathar, good night. Thank you very much for your support as well.
Glad she's gone.
Yeah, now that she's gone, we can talk shit.
Fiona's going to have a better day tomorrow. I can feel it.
That's how we do it here, No, it's not full. By the way, we were never full. We can hold 25 people in here. So, yeah.
We had 15 at one point.
Yeah, come on in. The more the merrier.
I'll bet you Hogtie will be back any second now.
You don't even have to have a mic, Lamed. Just come on in.
Back for another drive-by.
Yeah, Tom, come join us.
Yeah, that guy needs to play his banjo and
Krill's in here.
sing you a honky tonk millennial song.
Hey, Krill, I'm glad you're in here. I know you crashed last night, so I didn't get much chance to talk to you. As you know, I did watch your debate with G-Man. By the way, this man has a really kind of bad hum. I'm just curious who that is.
It might be me too. I got to rejoin because I got to get in the car. I got to run. So I'm going to try to find a link again, and I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I know you're talking to me.
I'll talk to you in a sec.
But apologize.
Oh, I think it's Krill. Yeah, it's Krill. Yeah, he has the hum. But yeah, I'll talk to him when he gets back. But did anybody watch that debate that he had with G-Man?
It's on my to watch later list.
It's worth watching. Definitely watch it. But it got to the point where G-Man literally was arguing from ignorance, and he didn't care. He said something.
He still doesn't understand what the God of the Gaps is.
No, he doesn't at all. At all. But he was arguing.
How can you not get that?
Now, Tyler, if somebody had argued this to you, would you point this out to them? When he said, well, something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing, but, well, I know that God exists because you haven't disproved his existence, or you can't prove that he doesn't exist.
That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
And
pixies exist because you haven't disproved pixies.
He thinks that's a good argument. This is what I'm saying. These guys don't
He's a stupid
understand
person.
Fallacies. He argues that. He argues God of the Gaps and thinks it's not fallacious. He's not grasping. Every one of his arguments is shit, and that's why nobody should be debating this guy. He does. If you're not a rational person, or you have no idea how fallacious reasoning, that you should avoid fallacious reasoning, or you don't have never taken contemporary rhetoric or anything like that, you shouldn't be debating, because when somebody points out to you a logical fallacy, the rational person, the person who has had critical thinking and contemporary rhetoric, will go, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Okay, let me reword that so I don't have a fallacy. Nothing wrong with that. If you do a fallacy and somebody points it out and you take it back to change it, perfect. That's how it should go. But
Steve,
they
this
don't
is the guy
recognize
who defeated the no true Scotsman fallacy and the God of the Gaps fallacy.
Again,
he defeated
yeah,
them. They're gone. They're dead.
How does somebody get so bad at? I mean, oh wait, he learned about fallacies from Antonio Fletcher. That's what it was. I get it now.
Oh my
Well, I think-
God!
Wait,
Antonio's voice makes me want to smack someone.
can you?
He makes me want to kill puppies.
I'm not sure what you refer to as God of the Gap argument. I mean,
I explained it,
I
Dash.
know.
A God of the Gaps is very simple.
Can I lay this out real quick?
Yeah, you go. You do it, and then I'll go. Go ahead. Yeah, by my own means, absolutely.
Okay.
Go.
So just before,
God
can
of the
I
Gaps.
explain how or what I know about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I know it from more of a negative theology stats. It's not that I don't know. I know what it's not, and by it I infer what it's necessary to be.
Yeah. So the God of the Gaps is when you don't know that, like, if you've ruled out other possibilities, you put a deity in there to explain it. It's really simple. So we don't know why lightning occurs. We know it's not people generating the electricity. We know it's not falling stars, so it must be Zeus. That's a God of the Gaps.
Basically, it's
And
an
it works with
argument.
all the gods.
Basically, it's an argument of ignorance, right? That's another word of argument by ignorance.
Now,
You're using your own ignorance to justify an unknown viewpoint, which is usually God or Zeus or whatever, right?
And it should be pointed out that
Yeah,
there could be a structure argument too. By the way, like intelligent design, the structure is a God in the gap structure, and so it's perfectly fine to say, okay, intelligent design is a God of the gaps argument. Okay, but the thing is, really quick, is that the knowledge, we have a gap in our knowledge, right? So do we fill that gap by going, okay, the only explanation we have available to us to fill that knowledge is God, and that doesn't work because every time we've done that, we have found that it wasn't a God.
So there would be an exception if it was falsifiable. If it was a falsifiable God, it could be a tentative explanation, but they're never falsifiable.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
It's always the aliens.
Perhaps I'm coming from more Aristotelian kind of view, not Aristotelian in the full sense, but so I mean, if I think on how in negative theology you reach God, it's by somewhat closer reasoning. I don't know what it is. If we talk on existence, I know that it always exists. I can choose that it always exists. Ways of created, I can remove the attributes that can't fit the creation or the attributes of the creator, and by it I reach to some sense of divine or beyond the something beyond the system of sort. I mean, I don't think that it's from lack of knowledge entirely. It's
Well, it is lack of, if you can't explain it, Dash, it's lack of knowledge, right? How do you explain lightning before we knew how lightning existed? Oh, it has to be Zeus because we have no way of how this happens, right? That's a God of the gaps. Do you agree that you're positing a deity to explain something because you have a gap in your knowledge because you don't know how lightning works, right?
The thing is, it's not that I don't understand how lightning works. I know can infer what can't make it happen. Lead to that. I mean, you can get to fallacious reasoning if you just say that there is no explanation in a simple sense because there is no explanation. But
you're positing an explanation. You're positing a God to explain something, right?
And that doesn't have to be your reason for saying that God did it. Your reason for saying God did X does not have to be because we don't know it must have been God.
Right.
That's
right.
just what the argument is in structure.
Yeah, you don't have to say, okay, we don't know, therefore God. It's anytime you posit a deity as an explanation because you have no other explanation.
okay, but if in the system itself no other explanation is available, I don't talk about necessarily physics in the modern sense, but in the metaphysical models that being constructed, you reach somewhat of limit, and God to say what it is that would be beyond the system of explanation.
If it's beyond the system, how do you know any of its attributes?
I know what there is in the system, and by it I can know the negative traits.
Well, the thing is that when people use God of the Gap, right, they're trying to go to the most simplification of a biased viewpoint, right? And then therefore, when they do that, they don't justify that viewpoint. They just say it is, right? It's like, all right, well, I don't know how like lightning works, right? So it must be the Easter Bunny. That's it. I don't try and justify my Easter Bunny God as any other rational conclusion to persuade the other person, right? I just say it just is, right? That's very fallacious when you do so, and it's pretty intellectually dishonest because you're basically saying it's my way or the highway. You're not trying to offer another position.
With that, if they claim it in a positive sense, meaning that, I mean, the Christians tend to argue for a positive God, meaning that he have a positive attributes of sort, that he is loving.
And how do you determine those attributes?
I mean, what in the negative sense, you don't really have a positive attribute. Say it's a positive attribute in terms that it's described, but not really, but not in the full sense. It is what is not.
Well, if you say your God can do something, how do you know your God can do that? Are you just saying it, or are you just making it up? You have no way of telling if your God can do anything.
Cannot do. It can. How I understand his doing would be different inherently. So every
explanation is that you can't tell that your God could do something unless you can test it somehow.
Yeah, you're just stating it.
I don't say that he.
But I don't know how this relates into the God of the Gaps, though, Dash. I mean, the God of the Gaps is always a fallacious argument.
I try to get. I think that there is some. Pretty close. I try to understand the differentiation. I mean, I delineate. Okay.
But you're kind of you said earlier something along the lines of you don't understand why it's a fallacious argument. But you do recognize that it is, right? I mean, nobody. I don't think you would meet anybody that ever says God in the Gaps is ever a legit argument. I don't think even a creationist would say that. They would say what they're arguing is not God of the Gaps argument, but I don't think any one of them would say God of the Gaps is not a fallacious argument, except G-Man, because he doesn't understand it.
Because his God has no gaps.
Yeah, because exactly that's what he
totally smooth, no openings, except for those holes in its wrists.
Dang it! I was going to say that.
It kills me to think that G-Man literally is that stupid, to think that because he thinks his God has infinite wisdom and it's true in his mind eye, there could not be any God of the Gaps. My brain shuts down at that point.
That was the best line of the whole thing.
I thought
that blew my freaking mind.
It was brilliantly stupid, wasn't it?
Yeah, kind of like Darwin deity admitting his position as circular and try to justify his circular fallacious argument.
These guys are the most creative bullshit.
The main problem with theists that argue for God from philosophical stance that most of the argument come from a somewhat Aristotelian, and in the Aristotelian tradition, it's not the same God inherently. So
you can't philosophically argue for a specific deity. It doesn't work. It breaks itself. But the philosophical arguments for deities are useless. They're basically consist of making shit up and saying that it must be true.
Yeah, basically what most people use when they use God or Gap as a theological argument is that they make a positive claim God is real, right? And then they will try to use some kind of philosophy argument to justify that position because they know they cannot use some scientific argument, what most atheists use. And at the end of the day, when you pick it apart piece by piece, it always goes back to that they cannot prove their position, no matter how much they try. And so most theists, especially G-Man, Darwin deity, true empiricism, the only way they can win this philosophy argument is by being very intellectually dishonest. They cannot win an argument, rational, logical position. They have to lie. They have to construe the truth and twist it and be ignorant of many subjects in order to strengthen their position.
I don't think that it's necessary. Honestly, I mean, I think that there is a tradition of arguments that come from deeply somewhat Aristotelian view, that at least in terms of how it formed of four causes specifically, one view that I see in the arguments. That would it means that it's Aristotelian, but the Aristotelian framework itself doesn't allow it. Generic God, it's not even a God, it's a principle, in my opinion. It's not a deity, it's not something that creates, for example, it's something that is passive. It's something that the thing for itself is essential to it, for example. So there is differentiation that you can't pass when you pass it so theological lens. It just and often you don't recognize when you're reading a lot of text like that.
The thing is that even if you make your own definition of like a non-sentient God or whatever you say, right, it's still the same premises. It's just worded differently and described differently. It's still using a positive claim of something that you feel is valid, and then using the God of the gap to validify your position. Again, like I'm not the strongest atheist here when it comes down to discussing things. I'm probably one of the shittiest ones, right? But I'm pretty sure, Steve and Tyler can take that position slowly, piece by piece. And again, you're back at square one. You cannot prove your positive claim whatsoever. It just goes back to square one.
Because of God. The unmoved mover, it's not a positive God. It's not a positive claim on God.
It's pointless to discuss it. If it doesn't do anything and it doesn't interact and you can't detect it, it is indistinguishable from a deity that does not exist and was only made up. So what's the point?
In the specific framework of the Aristotelian physics, specifically, it's metaphysics. I'm not differentiating too much myself. Necessary thing in it. It's not a being as as human beings that interact with things.
You're not discussing any definition of deity that anyone in mainstream anything uses.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the source.
Define it first.
I agree. It's not the definitions of things they operate by, and that where there is the issue arise.
I mean, there's going to be a certain matter of incongruency when you try to bring metaphysical into a debate about physical things, though. What's even the point of it? Why even try to go there? Because it's just going to get everybody nowhere, though, right?
Metaphysics, it's not outside of reality in that regard.
Metaphysics is a very real discipline.
In Aristotelian sense, not really.
It depends on how you're using the word metaphysics.
In the classical sense, metaphysics is a very real discipline. Matter of fact, I have a friend who's a PhD in philosophy with a concentration in metaphysics.
Yeah, but see, most people in the 21st century use it to indicate some sort of mystical force.
That's not what it means.
It's in the Middle Ages, specifically through the scholastic understanding, it became its own discipline. Originally, it was called first principles, but it wasn't different from talking about how you understand the world. So
originally, the word metaphysics means the book on the shelf that comes after physics.
Yeah,
that's why it was called metaphysics. It was the next book.
It wasn't separated by the in the Falsafa, the Arabic tradition. It wasn't separated. It was the first principles that by it you understand the world or physics or the physics. It's what started the physics.
Hey Dash, can I ask Krillian about this in a second here? Is that okay?
Okay, sorry.
No, finish what you gotta say.
And just to add, you would often find metaphysical discussion within within what we call today physics, and vice versa. It was really together, so they didn't separate originally.
Hey, Crow, can you talk on your phone?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Okay, so I wanted to the debate you had last night. I just wanted to bring it to your attention how bad, obviously, G-Man got with his whole arguing for ignorance thing. I mean, G-Man twice now has had two debates in the last couple of days, and both times has basically used every type of fallacious reasoning possible and is just fine with it. And I just wanted to tell you, I thought you did a very masterful job at letting him hang himself. You didn't have, no offense, you didn't have to do much. It was just you did it perfectly. I thought you did an exceptionally good job.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. G-Man's he's quite the entertainer.
Well, you didn't play into his hands, and you let him just really bullshit himself. And when he started arguing, well, you haven't disproved God, I was like, oh Jesus, really? God. But anyways, I wanted to tell you that. So
Thanks, man. Hey, and congrats on 1,000 subs, man.
Thank you, sir.
And you know what? They're not just 1,000 subs. They're good subs because every time you go live, man, you got a lot of viewers and you have a lot of views on your videos. They're quality subscribers, man, and they like your content, and I like it too.
And I want people to know I have very few people blocked in my live feed. I could probably name them on my hand. I mean, I have Mark Thomas. I have Jungle Jargon. There's not many. I mean, that's why I can actually remember some of them. People are free to really kind of say what they want. They get timed out a lot, but I mean, it takes a lot to ban somebody from the live feed. It really does. True Empiricism, Darn's Deity, G-Man, any of them could talk on my live feed and I don't care. I don't think any one of them has the balls to allow us to do that, the same courtesy extended to us. And then they wonder why they have these little echo chambers that nobody wants to go to.
Steve, will you be unblocking G-Man for 2017?
G-Man is the only one I can unblock, only because of safety reasons, because of his bullhorn. Because I have too many people that have complained to me that they...
his volume.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you what. I will do one or two things. I'll put it to a poll. Hey, no music, please. No music. I hear music. Who's playing music? Is it Krill? I'll put it to a poll, or I'll just take a straw poll. What do you got? Well, first of all, none of these guys are ever going to come into my room. G-Man's not going to come into my room, period. So I don't think it really makes a difference. But he is allowed in the live feed, and he is allowed to comment. So I think that's good enough, isn't it? He's never going to want to come in here. So
yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah, no.
I wanted to see the extent of your unblocking.
I'm going to block my entire list. Yeah. There's only 12 people on it.
You for some reason, Steve.
What's that?
He's scared of you for some reason.
Clearly.
I don't know why he's so fascinated by you. You talked to him like 5 times total?
Oh, no. G-Man?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, like a lengthy discussion.
I used to go into his hangouts quite a bit about a year ago.
That's why he doesn't like you.
Well, he doesn't like me because he's been trying for a year to actually have a debate with me. He even offered $100 for me to debate him. I turned him down. So I really thought that I was going to be like he was going to be overcome with joy when I said I would debate him for Gus's charity, and then he's just like, no, he doxed me. I'm like, oh, so you're already finding an excuse to get out of it. Go ahead. Great. Okay. Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yep.
You still bring up the doxing thing?
Doxes G-Man all the time.
Yeah, G-Man doxes all the time.
Yeah, you mean Gary?
Yeah.
You know how I know his name? He told me. He told everyone in a video about a marathon.
He's told
That's
people,
how I
call
know
me
his
G-Man or Gary, and then all of a sudden he's changing that. I'm like, you cannot dox somebody when you put your name out there, you dumb fuck.
Yeah. Well, he told people his name so they could go look up his marathon times.
That's true, too. Yeah.
And then he played that in other hangouts.
Yeah.
He has even used his last name in videos.
I know. I'm well aware of this. I really am.
He shows his entire neighborhood in videos.
Oh god, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
I could not believe that when I was watching it. I was like, he's just walking around his work. Where's his boss?
Can everybody tell me right here and now that if they're going to ever engage with him again? By the way, I'm telling you, 2017, I do not recommend going to his hangouts. But if you want to, that's your business. I think you're. You know what? I'm going to be nice, but I'll say this. Anytime you're not in his hangout, because he'll just reprimand you and kick you out. But anytime you're else, call him Gary. Just be done with it. His name's Gary. Call him Gary. I call Annabelle Annabelle. I call Christina Christina. I call people by their names. Fiona Fiona. His name is Gary. He's actually put it out there. He goes by it. He's Gary. I call your name here
Yeah,
Bob.
but
I mean,
yeah, but the only thing I see wrong with that is if he's asking to be called G-Man, then
he's lost
you
that
know, ask him
privilege.
to call G-
He's lost
yeah,
that
but
privilege.
that's I don't see it that way because it's like Brenda wants to be called she. I wouldn't like Dawkins said earlier. Dawkins in a hangout and in Tom's room in the live chat typed he in capital letters when he was referring to Brenda.
Totally different things, Bob. Totally different things.
He especially went out of the way. So Brenda would like to
Brenda
be
is
referred
her
to as
name.
she.
Why would you call Brenda something else other than her
I'm
name?
just saying Brenda would like to be preferred as she, right? Okay.
Yes.
Or girl. So when Dawkins goes out of the way to say he or him, I think that's wrong. And
Absolutely, but
because
Brenda's
Brenda
not-
would like, it's the same thing.
No, it's
G-Man would
not.
like to be referred to as, G-Man. Here's
much of a dick he.
Here's the difference. Brenda's not going out there saying, "Hey, call me her or she" in a hangout, and then using the pronoun he other places in her own feed. That's the difference. He is using his name in his feed. He's only using it as a persecution porn. That's the only reason he has this is so he can say, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore because you use my first name." No different than Darwin's deity calling people trolls. This is persecution porn. The only way to fight persecution porn is to not capitulate to it and just say, "You know what? Fuck off, Gary." That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, see, but it is a good way to kill his hangout. If you want to get him off the rails, use his name.
Well, it's like saying like your name, right, Bob, and like everyone knows you as Bob, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like I call you Bob, and you're like, dude, you dogged me.
Right.
Like you gotta say your name, right? Like that's what G-Man's doing.
Like, I mean, if Bob says like a year from now, he says, "You know what? Don't call me Bob anymore. Just call me your name." I would respect him because I like him. He's one of my favorite people, and so I would do that. I respect, of course, I would. G-Man has lost that. Right, he has none of my respect to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. Why is everybody?
Why
I know I've gone.
When he told me that I doxed him last night, Bob, I was done because I've gone out of my way to make sure that people did respect that and people didn't dox him. And for him to stab me in the back like that, saying, "Oh, Steve doxed me," he could fuck himself because that means I've lost all respect.
I've gone to his Hebrew Israelite video, and he's got his PayPal or his in there. And if you click on the PayPal, it says Gary Moore, New Jersey City, New Jersey, right there on his PayPal link, right? So I took that and posted it in his comments because he said he was going to flag anybody that, plays his name or, posts his name or says his name anywhere. So I copied it into his comments, like four or five different comments, right? Just to see what he would do. And he didn't do nothing. So, yeah, I understand the whole hypocrisy and showing him, look, don't be whining and complaining about people doxing your name when your name's right there. You put it out there. But if he asks,
do what you want. I'm just telling you, I'm only going to refer to him as Gary from now on, or maybe occasionally as G-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, either or, whatever. It makes no difference to me. And for him to again be all, "Oh my God, he used my name," he could just suck me. I'm just done. I don't want to play this bullshit.
Yeah, if he's gonna do the bull crap where he's gonna threaten to flag people and stuff like that, I'll call him out on it. But any other time, I'll call him G-Man, just for whatever. I don't respect him. I think he's an ignorant little twat. But
Are you driving right now, by the way?
No, I'm home.
But we call him the artist formerly known as G-Man.
That's not too bad either. The artist formerly known as G-Man. That would assume that he actually has some talent of some kind. Besides being a fucking idiot.
Artist. You can call him G-Man of the Gaps.
That could be a new type of argument. G-Man of the Gaps.
Fallacy of the G.
There's no gaps in my God, so my God must be the real one.
The gap of Gary.
You know what's scary, Tyler? That if you actually think about it, somewhere in his brain that actually makes sense to him, and it's in a convoluted way.
Yeah.
I could actually think, okay, if I was a moron, can I think this way? And I could barely do it. I mean, if I stretch the limit of my mind, I can actually go, I can see G-Man actually making an argument for this and thinking it's legit.
That call, when Drag talked about his call with him during brunch with Hannah, that was the most revelatory moment. He actually acts like this. It's not, I mean, he may ramp it up, for online, but it's not an act. It's him.
And I've always said that too. Randall's like, oh, well, he's a lot in person different. I'm like, no, he's just a more subdued version of himself in person.
Yeah, I talked to him privately on video call a few times, and he was very, very polite and calm. But then as soon as he gets on camera, it's like his wrestling persona coming out. Like, you just crank that shit up 100%.
Oh, yeah!
But the beliefs don't change. What he actually believes is the same. It's just his presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
he actually believes all this crazy shit.
Well, he has this WWF mentality, right? And I even said before, if I did ever debate him, and I'm assuming that this won't happen, obviously, but I said, I would like something of a more not formal, but conversational debate that's actually on topic, not a show, not him, grandstanding for the audience. And then somebody had pointed out, well, that can never happen because that's all he does. And I'm like, well, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, I don't know if I can reasonably ask him to do something I don't think he's absolutely incapable of doing.
I did once. I had a one-on-one discussion with him that he does post on the channel, and that's kind of a similar format to what I requested. Just don't ask for a debate, just ask for a discussion, and then you'll be somewhat cordial with you.
Well, I mean, you saw the discussion I had with him to explain to him that dogs don't live millions of years, right? You saw how poorly that he was understanding that, and he still does the same
that
thing.
That wasn't his point. That wasn't his point. That was just a dumb thing he said.
But he doesn't actively listen. But it is his point that dogs, whether it be a population or not, all of a sudden start producing non-dogs. He thinks that's how evolution works when everybody's explaining to him that's wrong. At this point, he's deliberately doing it because he knows people are, I don't say we're triggered by it, but they make it an issue. But at this point, I'm like, hey, we've already explained it, moved on. You're
Yeah, Thunderfoot's answer was the best. You take a dog and you burn it.
Becomes a non-dog, becomes ashes.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to ask these guys. I really just want to calmly, not confrontationally ask them if they believe evolution is the way they say it is. And then I want to find out where they heard that. Because it's obviously not any classroom ever, not even in middle America.
Well, sometimes say this, well, I learned it in school. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You just misunderstood it. Or
you'd be surprised.
Or what they're telling you is wrong in the books. What you learned was indoctrination. They're always going to find something out there and say, well, like G-Man says this. He says, which definition of evolution you want to go? I asked Steve this. I asked Fiona this. I asked Bionic Dance this or whatever. Whether it be definition for atheism, definition for evolution, whatever he wants to do, he always says there's multiple definitions for it, and he doesn't realize that there are multiple definitions, but they all mean the same thing, right? If I say that
evolutionist.
Yeah, if I say that evolution is a change of allelic frequency, or if I say it's a change in heritable traits in a population, am I really saying anything that different? But his brain hears two different things.
These are the guys, they can't even understand what a scientific theory is, and they have debates debating whether or not evolution is scientific. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
It's just a theory, guys. Don't believe it. It's
Gravity's
just a theory.
just a theory. I don't know if it still works. Let me go jump off a cliff.
You know who decides whether or not something is scientific? Scientists. You know what you can do? You can go get a degree in evolutionary biology.
Hey, Rumpus, come on.
Well, he did that to me yesterday.
Oh shit, he did?
Yeah, I was in his room talking to him, and he asked me what my thoughts were on evolution. I don't remember exactly how the conversation got started, and I told him I'm a theistic evolutionist, and he says, "Oh, so you believe that God, just he was responsible for all the mutations and everything like that?" And I said, "Well, no, not exactly. He kind of just set the mechanism in place and let it fall down where it did." And he's like, "Oh, that's deism. That's deism. That's not theistic evolution.
That's not deism."
Oh, he has no clue.
He's been explained to that
Steve,
before.
this is something I wanted to bring up earlier. With ID, guys, right? If you take it to the logical conclusion, it defeats itself. Because they think everything is designed. Rocks, atoms, oxygen. So if you take it to its logical conclusion, you cannot differentiate between design and not design. So nothing can.
I've always said that.
It would save so much time if we just start with that.
It's the same principle as if I posit God as an explanation for everything, it is not an explanation. If I posit everything is intelligent design, how do you differentiate between that and everything not intelligent design? You couldn't do it. You're basically just saying I'm I'm looking at this one way or looking at this other way, but I can't tell the difference, but I'm starting to go this way. That's your prerogative, but they can't sit there and say that this stuff indicates a deity or intelligent design. It doesn't. That's the problem. It's just in their mind they formulate this.
Hey, Steve. So based on what you're saying about ID, then evolution would be a process by which intelligent design works.
Well, what do you mean by
it's all a standard template. Everything's related.
Yes, but
yeah, but they associate evolution with atheists, so you can't do that.
I know they do.
Yes,
I know. I
very much so.
understand.
Right. Evolution is an atheistic religion to them, rather than understanding
So
it's
if
a
it all
biological
comes
fact.
off a standard template that your designer made, everything that comes off of that is a modification of the template. You'd never be able to see the difference between evolution as we understand it or this ID crap that they come up with.
Well, it's the same thing.
Yeah, and they'll always. Oh, sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say they'll always claim Francis Crick is a Christian when they need him, but when they talk about theistic evolution, oh, he's not a Christian. He believes in theistic evolution.
Yeah, because they don't see that. It's like you throw out the word Christian atheist at them, and they don't believe in that either. They can't have both because they got to separate everything.
You sound like hell, dude.
I know I do.
Just throwing that out there, by the way. But hey,
I know.
Tyler, yeah, here's the thing. I mean, I explained this. Who was it? I think it was Christian Anarchist last night. I don't remember. But who the hell was it? That bugs me. But anyways, I was trying to explain to them that, look, if you wanted to posit a teleological explanation, or you wanted to posit a teleonomic, either way, you cannot really tell the difference as far as what did what. Either nature designed something or God did. How would I know as a human being to what would I look at to differentiate? Say, you know what? Yeah, that's nature doing this, or this is God doing it via nature. How would I ever make that
there's no distinction.
None whatsoever.
It's kind of like I was talking to Matt Bell when he called himself rational theist, and I was like, he asked me which gods I could disprove. I said I could disprove the deistic God easily. And he goes, okay. And I explained to him, if it doesn't interact with nature or with reality at all, and you don't detect it, it doesn't do anything, it's indistinguishable from a God that doesn't exist. And he comes back with, but the definition of the deistic God is that it is required for the universe. Okay, I'm going to define a ham sandwich as the requirement for the universe.
I love how they think that they can. They love these definitional things. It's like, I'm going to find God into existence, thus it must be true.
It's not defined into.
That's what they do, though.
That's what Matt Bell did. That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, no, I understand Matt Bell. I mean, I had a discussion with him on that. I don't think that it's defined into. I mean, that's what I tried to get earlier. That it is the form, the God is understood from a necessary thing in this world. It's not outside of this world, as they wanted.
I'm talking about what Matt Bell actually said was that by definition it's required, so therefore it must exist.
You know what? There must be leprechauns to create my shit in the morning. Therefore, I shit in the morning. Leprechauns must exist.
Yeah, exactly. Poop pixies.
I've defined leprechauns to exist because it's contingent upon my poo. Therefore, I poo. They must exist. How is that any different?
The fact
that's why I love positing just a random god. Okay, yeah, Yog Sothoth. She's the one who created the entire universe and can't enter it, but it's defined as being part of her. There we go. My god wins.
Okay, but yeah, I don't get why I say it's defined then. I mean, it's not just definition, it's definition that you get. It's not definition in the air that I just decided. It's a conclusion of an argument.
We use definition to do things.
It was never a good argument.
It's the conclusion of the argument. It's not.
It's a fallacious conclusion. Let me do how these syllogisms work real quick, okay? So, all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. That's fine. But when you go, all homosexual men are human, Socrates is a human, therefore he's a homosexual man, doesn't follow.
I understand that. I mean,
well, he was Greek.
Yeah.
The Eastern God is to say that there need to be something necessary. That necessary outside the universe that connect human and the universe. That it's in essence.
Just
You
that's why
don't
is it
get to
necessary?
it just by definition or aesthetic pleasing. You
But
get
that
to it.
is, you're just saying that it's necessary.
Hey, real quick, by the way.
Yeah, I understand that.
Real quick, by the way.
I don't get why.
King Crocoduck will be in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
Oh shit, Paul! I was gonna have Paul Gia talk to him. Paul Gia, if you're still listening, Casey will be in here about 15, 20 minutes or so. How do you know Casey? Don't you? You talked to him before, right?
With his kids right now.
You what?
He went off to be with his kids right now.
Who?
Paul.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He told me he was gonna do that. We're gonna have to get him with Casey one of these days, but that's.
Oh, and yeah, Steve, happy 1,000.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. I mean,
Steve, I gotta go.
Okay, thank you, Suda, for like being with me for the last year. I appreciate it very much, dude. Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that we have such an eclectic and diverse group of people. You guys have made the Great Debate community strong again. I think it's been fun. I think it's made it interesting, and I think that we do serve a purpose for entertainment. Again, I'm going to put it out there. I do appreciate the people I've supported. If you want to be a Patreon, you do get your name in videos and some other things. But even just $1 a month, I do appreciate it. For $1 a month, it's pretty good entertainment when I have rooms open all the time for people to go to. Or if you just want to do $1 for the fan funding, that would be cool. Nobody's ever done that, by the way. I don't know even how it works. So if someone wants to give it like $1 through the fan funding, that little blue button on my YouTube page, or that it says like a picture and it comes up like 1.5 or other. If anybody does fan funding, let me know if you do, because I don't know where it goes. So I want to try it out. But anyways, Rumpus, thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Nice to meet you.
How's things? How's the party going?
Joyous. We're having fun. King Crocoduck will be in about 15, 20 minutes.
I'll spank his bottom right.
You like Casey?
Yeah, well, he talks physics, doesn't he? So he got confused about the Atlas experiments, I think, on CERN last time we had a chat. So I'll see if I can put him to rights on other things.
He told me the other day, he's like, how did Jungle Jargon not make the top 10 for Dumb Fuck of the Year? And I'm like, that's a good question. I don't know. But do you guys remember him having a conversation?
In the Amazon, yeah.
Do you guys remember the Jungle Jargon was trying to talk physics to Casey, and Casey's like, "Is this guy for real? Is he really legit?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, he's this stupid." Yeah, seriously.
I didn't see that, but I can imagine that.
It was brutal, dude, brutal.
I'll tell you, something drilled into his brain in the Amazon rainforest, wherever it was.
He's got a bot fly that's
the dreaded Kendiru.
Jungle Jargon and Westcott Downs. Oh yeah, good point, Anthony.
Oh no, Jungle and Grim. That would be a great pair to get into a room.
Do you know that? Oh my God, Grim. He's
a dangerous moron.
He might. Yeah, that's the thing. He might make the dumb fuck next year, but he is somebody putting out grossly incorrect information that people could actually die from. That's what I think is scary. These other people just contribute to people's stupidity. He's actually putting out information. If they listen to him, they could die. Yeah, of course. Lottie can come in. Yeah, Lottie says.
In the Electric Universe, I love that.
The link to get in is on my G Plus page. Just go Google Plus Steve McRae. It's right there. The first thing. Just come on in.
Did you have to? I tried coming into my other account, my brand account, and I don't know whether you have to do something to accept me or something, Steve. Now because it says. Oh, right. So you were just a bit lazy in accepting me?
No.
Okay, because I tried to come on another account. And it said, "Are you ready to join?" You're requesting to join. It just wasn't having it for the last 5 minutes or so. I've been trying to get in, and then I came in on this other account, and I seem to go straight in. So perhaps it's brand accounts are a problem.
Maybe. So we had to ask where this thing with Jungle Jargon and Casey. It's on my video called Casey Joins Us, something or other. You're going to have to search for my videos. I got 300 videos. So... But it was embarrassing. I was like, I'm sorry, Casey. He's like, wow, fuck. I mean, like, Jungle Jargon's like, you don't know how many frames of reference it has to go through because light changes its speed because it goes through all these different frames of references. And I'm like, do you actually think like frames of references are like legit things like yards or like cubic miles or kilometers or whatever the fuck. He literally thinks that a frame of reference is a unit of measurement.
No, it's a giant frame floating in space, Steve. Come on.
Well, you know how you see, like, okay, if you look at a two-dimensional representation of space-time, you know how it's a graph, right? I mean, it's just basically, vertical, parallel, and lines. And if you got a gravitational field, it's going to distort that. Well, he thinks that each one of those squares is a frame of reference.
Oh, God.
So light going through it has to pass through frames of reference. Yes, he thinks it's floating in space. Oh, God.
Like it's a Star Fox game or something, and they're giant rings you can go through.
I was thinking more of like the Null Zone from the original Superman movie.
Oh, the Phantom Zone, yes.
Yeah. It hurts.
That was great. I love that effect.
That was cool.
Marlon Brando is Superman's dad.
The second Superman movie, or the remake, was garbage, but the original that's top-notch cinema right there.
I'm a fan of Zack Snyder's stuff. I don't like some of his script choices, but I like the overall feel of the universe because it's exactly what would happen if Superman was fighting in Metropolis unrestrained. It'd get fucked up.
My issue with that, right, is like they are running around, blowing up the whole city, right? Cars thrown at each other, crashing into buildings, knocking stuff over, and then all of a sudden Zod gets like one or two people within range of his heat ray, and then Superman starts caring about civilian casualties. Like, never mind billions of dollars he's caused in property damage and accidental deaths.
I actually think it's a really good build-up because at first he doesn't know how to fight. That's why he gets his ass kicked by people who are not been on the planet quite as long and are not used to their powers. And then he doesn't realize a situational awareness. He's not aware of the people around him until there's civilians that are specifically targeted for death. Then it sort of hits him. And he's like, oh, I have to kill this guy now.
I don't know. It just came off to me more as 15 to 20 minutes of destruction porn followed by a moral quandary, which was kind of ridiculous.
I like moral.
Well, that too, but it's kind of like in the Batman vs Superman when everybody's freaking out about the Martha line. I think that line is a little bit ham-fisted, but it is a trigger for PTSD. So of course it would snap him out of the enraged state he was in, which actually on a subtle level is really brilliant.
You mean what Superman whispered, or not, he said something to him, and then all of a sudden he's like, "I don't want to kill you anymore." Yeah, I thought that was really weird. I didn't get that.
I think it should have been handled a little better. I think he should have said, "You're letting them kill Martha Kent," instead of saying, "You're letting them," the way he did it. He's like, "My mother" and all that shit.
He's like, "I want to kill you," and literally 3 seconds later, okay, let's go fight together, yay!
Yeah, no, it's PTSD, Steve. That's what they were going for.
Well, and somebody had mentioned that later on, and I think that didn't come across.
Yeah, it's good. I think the line was a little ham-fisted. Instead of you're letting them kill Martha, he's like struggling to get it out. He should have said they're going to kill Martha Kent, and then passed out. Then that would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, but how do you make baby? How do you make baby cute object credit giver?
Way to trash the conversation, Steve.
Well, you can do object credit giver.
Yes, of course I've walked on sand before. I'm in the Amazon.
No, I agree with you. Like I said, I think they really didn't make that come across very well. And so when I watched that, I was like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, Snyder's brilliant at setting up a universe, but he needs a script doctor a little bit.
Well, yeah. Like he when he has a story already done like 300, he is top notch.
Yeah, or Watchmen. I loved Watchmen. I like his take on it.
I love Watchmen.
Yeah, Watchmen was
the good. End, maybe. The original ending might have been a little better, but it might have also been more confusing to bring to the screen. So I think it was a good choice.
Agreed. I also have you seen the DVD?
Of the Watchmen DVD?
Yeah.
I used to have it. I didn't watch any of the commentaries or anything though.
Because they have an animated short in there. The Curse of the Black Freighter?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it's narrated by Gerard Butler.
Interesting. I'm really sick of putting Gerard Butler into movies that are set in other countries, though. I'm tired of seeing him as every race under the sun. It's still fucking Scottish.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Tom Cruise thing, but Tom Cruise at the same time.
Tom Cruise is awesome, though, because he will run, and you're going to have a scene where he's sprinting somewhere.
That's true.
And he actually trains to learn to do what the characters do. That's the terrifying part. He's actually been trained to do all that shit.
Well, him and Keanu Reeves. I saw some footage of him training for not Jack Reacher.
John Wick 2.
Yeah, John Woo, and my God.
Oh, it looks
I mean,
so
I've
good.
been on some pretty intense ranges in my time, but that was.
Oh, yeah, he's my dad's age, too. It's amazing to see him doing a running gun. That is impressive.
You know, he actually has a degree in philosophy.
Really? I know he's one of the nicest celebrities. He's like giving people money to get home on a bus and all kinds of weird stuff like that. He's like the nicest guy.
Keanu is the real deal.
And Steve Buscemi is a reserve firefighter who, when the towers got attacked, 9/11, he actually put on his gear and went out and helped people and didn't say a word to anybody. Nobody knew until after the fact.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was legit.
Yeah.
Speaking of
And,
legit
who's another one?
celebs, Bruce Willis, after 9/11 and the Iraq War started, he tried to join the army. They turned him down because he was too old. And when they upped the age limit, he went back to the recruiter, tried to join the army. They said he was still too old. But, like, good on you for trying.
Protecting a national treasure. They were protecting an American asset.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Yeah. And who was it? Was it Jerry Seinfeld? Saved a person from a car accident when their car was on fire?
Oh, that's cool.
I think it was Seinfeld.
I know a few people have been like real life heroes. Yeah.
Did he make a joke about it afterwards?
I think that's why he does comedians in cars getting coffee.
What's the deal with these catalytic converters?
What's the deal with cops not pulling you out of a burning wreck?
He literally had a show about nothing, and it was like one of the most famous, popular shows of all time, right?
Steve, have you seen comedians in cars getting coffee? It's his new show. He gets a classic car, he picks up a comedian or a friend of his, and they go get coffee and talk about shit. He actually did one recently with Obama.
That's actually pretty cool.
It is fantastic. I saw it when it was released on Crackle, the free streaming site.
Hey, guys, I got PC Myers coming in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
Oh, wow.
1 second.
All right.
Hey, Mr. Myers. Dr. Myers, how are you?
Oh, shit.
I'm
Damn,
doing my
that is
party
it.
right. My 1,000 subscriptions. King Crocoduck's going to be here in about 15 minutes. Arn Raw may drop by. He dropped by the other day, but I know he's busy.
Dude, get Matt Dillon in here too. We'll have it made.
Yeah, seriously. Well, I will. Well, I had the executive producer of the Atheist Experience on the other day, and he's going to at least get try to get Tracy Harris on. I think that would be really cool. But
yeah, I like Tracy.
I definitely have to be in there for that. I love her. She's awesome.
I don't know if it's Mike.
I have been trying to get down there and join them on the back cruise.
I don't know if he's at.
Hang on. Yes, Mike's saying about working because he might have to go to the very top. There's a little symbol at the top of the rotary symbol because this is a Google business account. You have to click that little rotary symbol, change your mic input to anything, and then go back to like your default, which you normally would use, and then hit save, and that should allow you to join the conversation.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, I've done this. I just got in and settled down and clicked the little button. Here I am.
Are you still in New York?
No, I'm back home now.
Well, I'm thrilled to death that you're here. My name's Steve McCrae. I run I'm the host of the Great Debate Communities. We talk to people like Dr. Hugh Ross, Dr. Fuzrana. I'm getting Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins in next month so we can grill him. But we love having, intelligent conversations about biology, theory of evolution, human chromosome number 2 has been a big one lately. But
Yeah, I've done a debate with Fuzzran. It was kind of weird. But
he's a real nice guy. Obviously I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he's the kind of guy you're like, hey, let's go have a beer,
Yeah. No, actually most creationists are. Except maybe Ken Ham, who's a jerk. But
I have not talked to him. I've engaged a few times with Kent Hovind and Eric Hovind. The most duplicitous people I've ever met in my life.
Yep. But they're very nice.
Are they?
Well, okay, I got to admit they're personable, if that's what you mean by nice.
Yes. Hovind sends me a Christmas greeting every year.
Do you think that he actually believes any of his bullshit, though?
Probably.
Yeah,
since I can't read his mind, I'll just assume.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be charitable and say that he probably does to some degree. But
right.
Do you have
these people do? These people do believe these things. I think we underestimate the wish to believe something causes them to ignore anything that they don't, that's going to somehow invalidate what they're thinking. So they just try and ignore that bit of information and carry on believing what they want to. If you want to believe something, enough, you'll believe it, no matter what the evidence is against your belief.
I think
I certainly hope that Hovind believes the stuff about Latriol, because if not, he's committing a major felony and potentially an assistant to what do you call it? Not homicide, manslaughter. Because prescribing somebody or telling somebody to take cyanide, that's not a good thing to do. That's against the law.
Isn't it? Yes, he's promoting a drug of some sort. Yeah.
It's
Latriol, amygdala.
Amygdala. Yeah, amygdala. It's legal to actually sell, but you can't sell it across state lines, and you can't say it's a cure for cancer, if I remember correctly. But.
Yeah, it fits in that nice little loophole where you can still kill people without, making claims that you're.
By the way, we got a lot of listeners right now. They usually get about 2,000 views total. But BZ, if I can ask you a couple questions, one, do you know Dr. Fiona Roberts? Do you remember her?
The name sounds familiar.
She's from the Glasgow Skeptics. She's the one that actually
yeah.
She was just in there a few minutes ago. She's one of our most favorite people. She's in my channel like every day. She pointed out what's his name, McLatchy's mistake with his Gulok gene. And I just wanted you to remember her because I was trying to get. Go ahead.
What was McClatchy saying now about Gulok?
Well, I tweeted him not too long ago, and me and a guy named Wayne Filmer were supposed to engage with him. I think he's backed off of it. I think that he realized that he can't just reactivate the gene. That he was thinking that.
That's right.
Yeah, he was trying to say that somehow in vitro you could reactivate this, and not realizing it was missing the promoter region and like numerous exons, right? And then after it was pointed out to him, he was like, "Oh, okay, I'm going to drop this argument and block everybody." Go figure, right? Hey, King Crocoduck's coming in right now, by the way. But the other question I asked you, a few months ago, we had this argument. Hey, King, you got a feedback real quick. I'll fix it.
I'll hear everything twice.
Yeah, King Crocoduck has muting. I can't mute him. It's not working. There we go. Hey, so this is going to be the final arbitration or authority on this. Okay, and hold on to your hats, Rumpus. Rumpus is a physicist, not into biology. So, is a human zygote a human?
Define human.
A human being, a person.
Oh no, it's not a person. It's not a human.
Is it a Homo sapien? Is it a Homo sapien?
What does that even mean?
Well, is it of us?
I mean, we could argue endlessly about the essentialist model of species names, and
is a fetus, a human fetus, a Homo sapien?
There are, if you go by the old school taxonomic model, which means you have a type specimen and you match it to that, then you would say, no, it's not. Well, if you've got a fetus at 5 days, or an embryo at 5 days, it doesn't have limbs, doesn't have hair, it doesn't have any of the features, the diagnostic features of Homo sapiens. So I would say no.
But surely we're doing everything with genetics these days, aren't we?
We are doing a lot of things with genetics, yes.
I mean cladistics and things is all genetic, phylogenetics and things.
So would you say a severed toe is Homo sapiens? I mean, I would say it's from, a human.
Well, obviously it's been epigenetically altered so that it's different to something, a fetus. So it's obviously
I would think you're committing the fallacy.
It's differentiated, whereas a fetus has all the genetically correct bits.
But see, cladistically, I wouldn't count a member of the species or the population of the species until after the reproductive cycle is complete, after it's been birthed. That's just how I would look at it. But I mean, the expert is P.Z. Myers. But would you? Actually...
but don't call me an expert on this, because you're dealing with very, very fuzzy stuff. You could make a definition of Homo sapiens. It would say it's not really Homo sapiens until it's able to reproduce.
Yeah, y'all trying to get people in trouble.
Well, no, I capitulated at this point the other day. The Rumpus, like, you know what? It might be a Homo sapien. Yeah, but I would definitely not call a human zygote a person or a human person. It is a human zygote.
Well, that's a colloquial thing, isn't it? That's a non-scientific term.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense to me to say that a single cell organism, even if it starts multiplying and becomes bacterial or whatever you want to call, I don't know what the hell it's called, but I wouldn't call that a person, right? And because the people on the other side saying is a person, let's give it rights. I mean, wasn't it in Texas they want to have funerals for cells?
Oh, geez, yeah.
How have they lost
I'll
their
go a little further though, because the thing is, it's not right to say that being a human being is not a scientific thing. It is an assortment of results of information generating processes through development and growth. And all those are legitimate. They're all part of being a human being. And it's just that a fetus hasn't gone through all of that. It's missing parts. It's incomplete.
So, Rumpus, did that answer your question?
It can't function on its
that we
own.
need to resolve, because again, this has been going on. Well, actually, I got two more for him, because these are questions that have been going on for a year in our community. We have about 500 people in our community, and these have been questions that
well, if you say it isn't, then you're saying that if a fetus is not one, then you're saying that the only difference between a fetus and if it isn't Homo sapien, then it gets born, and then suddenly it becomes a different. Well, I don't know what you call it if you don't call it a species of what a.
Well, yes.
If you call it as having a species associated with a fetus, then suddenly it becomes a different species or something as it gets born or becomes able to support itself. I don't see how that can be the boundary, the demarcation line between
right. But
being
that's
a Homo
the whole
sapien.
issue is that the boundaries are really sloppy and hard to define. So, would you call a single blood cell a member of Homo sapiens?
Well, as I say, it's been. Well, it doesn't have a nucleus for a start. It doesn't have any genes in it, does it? A red blood cell.
Okay, well, we'll make it a white blood cell.
Well, yeah, but again, it's been differentiated, hasn't it? It's now the gene. It's been epigenetically modified.
Differentiated, that makes a difference. So if it's undifferentiated cells, somehow it makes a difference that it goes from one to the other. It's a human sapien or not a human sapien.
I think probably an undifferentiated cell that has the potential to become one is different from a.
Oh
yeah, but yes, but it still has genetically. I mean, a differentiated cells have been epigenetically modified such that it can never be anything besides a toe or whatever, or a kidney cell, can it? It can't because it's been epigenetically modified. Whereas a zygote has not been epigenetically modified, programmed to be a particular sort of cell.
Wait. You seem to be hung up on this magic word epigenetics.
Yeah, that was just like gene express. I mean, it's just basically
different.
Everything is epigenetically modified. I could say that because you're not my age, you have not yet reached that standard of being fully epigenetically modified.
Well, obviously, it's a continuous process, but
well, here's the other question. Hang on, Rumpus. Let's move on a little bit because I want to get this out. See, the other thing is, and it has to do with epigenetics. Is a epiallele a type of allele?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a subtype of allele. So if you have allele modification, such as evolution being a change of allelic frequency, that would include an epiallele as well.
No.
Genetics. In genetics, we typically define an allele by a sequence.
Yay!
Thank you. More likely by a trait that it's responsible for.
There you go, Steve.
So
yeah, no,
is it a type of allele or not, or do you want to get back to me on that one?
I think an epiallele is kind of a bogus term.
Oh, yes. Okay. You don't like the term to begin with. No. Okay, that's a different thing. Okay, that's a different Rumpus. That's different.
Concepts.
He doesn't even like the term.
No, he doesn't like the concept.
He doesn't even like the concept, right? Exactly.
It's a bogus concept.
All right, last one. Then I got to invite King Crocoduck for a second.
Two down, Steve. Two down there.
Well, the first one I win. The second one we'll call it.
No, you don't. He said.
No. He said a human zygote is not a human. I win.
Well, no. I didn't say it was. We were talking about a human fetus being a Homo sapien. That's different from the question.
I already said that one. I'm fine with. I told you.
Oh, right. You gave up on that one.
Right,
okay.
So, by the way, King Crocoduck, don't go anywhere because I got to talk to you too. Okay, so the third question, and this was the biggest one, and you got to be sitting down for this, BZ, because this is gonna like blow your fucking mind.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know, you guys already know. Okay, I don't know if you know much about the Great Debate community. You probably know G-Man. You probably know Nephilim Free. Those idiots, right?
Yeah.
Okay, these are my antitheses. These are the people that actually make videos against me.
So the question is, are they Homo sapiens?
I don't know what.
That would have been a good
species they are.
question. That would have been a good question.
Yeah, that might be the next one. Okay, but here's the one that's been dogging people because one of the guys over there in that group we call the Clown Car Posse, which includes Nephilim Free, G-Man, and a guy named True Empiricism. He has been promoting this for a year. That DNA, if you take a DNA pellet and you drop it into water, it'll degrade and lose its nucleotide sequence. And he says that degrade and dissolve are synonymous terms in this regard.
What? I'm getting lost on the terminology here.
If PZ talked to True Empiricism, PZ would need definite therapy. Seriously.
Yeah, because
he literally thinks that if you by the way, here's Fiona right here. He literally thinks that if you take DNA and just put it in water, all of a sudden it just breaks apart and falls into its like constituent parts and breaks its the phosphodiester bonds, and he's okay with that. He just thinks, okay, that's fine. And then when you try to do a PCR, it magically comes back together again.
But really? No, it does not. I mean, think about it. The DNA is sitting there in water inside of the cells all the time.
I'm sorry to jump straight in here.
Hey, Fiona.
We've been telling him this now for over a year. The first claim he made was that when DNA dissolves in water, it breaks down into its, quote, component parts. Now, we attempted to get him to define what he meant by component parts. And eventually he specified that the act of dissolving causes the phosphodiester bond to break. So that means the backbone comes apart, which means, and he said it out loud, that the DNA then loses its sequence when it's in solution.
Okay, if that were true, if the backbone broke down, you would be right, but it doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry to insult your intelligence, PZ, with this
Like,
this
I
stupid
came in
question.
here and this is what they're asking me. I'm like, he's like, yeah, okay.
We just it may sound so ridiculous to you that we're asking this, but it's just for humor's sake.
I got two PhDs
and we've got idiots.
Degree in astrophysics, and this is exactly the topic we have. Yeah, great.
Yeah, well, at least this time it was an easy question rather than.
Yes, that's right.
Don't feel bad. I asked the question to
could I
Rana
just
too, and he said the same thing. He couldn't believe that people. He was like, no, he doesn't really think that. I'm like, yeah, Fuzzy does.
Yeah. Can I also point out that at one point he slightly changed his mind, and he decided that in actual fact, when it dissolves, the bases come apart and the two strands split down the middle. Now, it's been explained to him, no, that's not what happens when it dissolves. That's what happens when you raise the temperature.
That's right.
And you reach the melting temperature. That's when the strands come apart, not when it dissolves. Now, he's heard this from me. I postdoced as a molecular biologist. He's heard it from someone who's currently doing a PhD in bioinformatics. He's heard it from somebody who is doing a master's in some form of evolutionary biology, but at the molecular level. And he's heard it from people all over the place who have actually worked with the damned stuff, who have said, you dissolve DNA in water and all that happens is that a single proton pops off part of the phosphate group, but the phosphate diester bond is unaffected. The hydrogen bonds between the bases are unaffected. We've told him all this, and he still claims he is right.
What is the source for this information that he's giving you? I mean, is it just
pure dumb fuckery?
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
He's pulling it out his backside.
We probably shouldn't be selling PZ this. I mean, he probably thinks this is just absolutely idiotic.
No, he doesn't know true person.
I've dealt with creationists. I know what it's like.
Yeah, they like this.
We've been dealing
So
with that
thank
for how
you.
long?
I had to come in when I heard the topic getting brought up, given I was the one that set it all going.
Yeah, but
just
how long
useful
have DNA annealing experiments been going on? It's been since at least the 50s.
Oh no, but you can't say that, because if you say, look, I dissolved all these pellets, I did 100 DNA preps a day and dissolved the pellets in water, that's a logical fallacy called argument from accomplishment.
Oh, for Pete's sake!
I love that.
Stop doing
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, he is on video saying that I was arguing from accomplishment.
So it's just useful to us, PZ, that you are saying this as someone with authority on this issue that he might know about and then respect, and then we can then say, so PZ clearly saying this is so idiotic, and so hence we're boring you with this stupid
think
question.
he will respect?
Well,
no,
no, probably not.
No, nothing personal.
He'll probably tell you that's an argument from authority and reject it. Right there.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but if he's going to tell the person that is an authority to their face that it's an argument from whatever he said to you, Fiona, that means he disregards everybody who does not agree with him, professional or not.
He told Fiona she wasn't qualified to talk about organic chemistry, for God's sake.
No, he told me I wasn't qualified to talk about the biochemistry of DNA because I wasn't an organic chemist. Because I was a molecular biologist.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
I had to have
an organic
organic
chemist an official title?
Nursing.
Sorry, what was that, PZ?
So what does he do for a living?
Would you like fries with that?
I know, but I don't want to say, but he doesn't have any formal science training.
Oh, come on. He's got to at least be an organic chemist, right?
He claimed when he came to the community, true story, he claimed that he had so many credentials that if people actually knew what he did, they would be scared to talk to him, including people like Hogtie Champ and Fiona and Thunderfoot. They would all be scared to talk to him. Come to find out that he had like one class of chemistry in college that he dropped out of.
Because it was too easy, Steve.
It came easy for him.
So he dropped those courses.
He dropped his one class because it was too easy for him.
Uh-huh.
I think we need to
What I wanted
some more difficult questions.
Hi, Jade.
Hi. Yeah, what I wanted to
Hi,
say
Jade.
is I want to remind. Hello, everyone. And for those of you who are wondering, I'm feeling a lot better.
Good.
And it's really nice to, Christina. What I wanted to say is, as some of you remember, part of this came from his misunderstanding of a certain video.
Oh yes.
You remember that?
Yeah,
sugar and salt
right.
with Vinny.
DeWitt. DeWalt, what was it?
Sugar and salt.
Right.
Yeah.
Tyler DeWitt.
Right. Tyler DeWitt. He didn't understand because Tyler uses these little paper cutouts to show how things break up. What he was misunderstanding is that when you have a block of sugar, right, and you drop it into water, it separates out, but the bonds don't break. It just separates into different sugars. That with a ionic compound like salt, when you drop salt into water, the chlorines and the sodium spread apart. So he was misunderstanding that video.
Yeah, since he's already on record as complaining about you not knowing organic chemistry, he's got to at least know what a covalent bond is, right?
No.
Well, actually, I don't know if somebody's mentioned this to you already, but he recently asked somebody to tell him the circumference of the diameter of pi.
Should we really be imposing on PZ
and
some idiots? I'm sure PZ doesn't want to be imposed. There are idiots in the world.
This is going to give you nightmares, PZ. He said, we all have this stuff memorized. He said, quote, love this, most scientists use water for their aqueous solution. Is that genius? It's like most people use water for their aqueous solutions. Like, what else could they use?
I think he said something true for the first time.
I'd like to ask
what the others are using for aqueous solutions.
Can I just ask PZ a question that's a better creationist type question, which is deleterious? Given that most mutations are deleterious, how come that you don't have oh, bloody hell! I've crashed. Okay, but most mutations are deleterious. How on earth do we manage to have evolution in a situation? What selection? I'm about to crash, unfortunately. Given that most mutations are deleterious, how come we can have organs and things develop and have a progression of improvement in the quality of the information in the genome?
Your premise is wrong. Most mutations are neutral.
Okay, but the ones they're net because if
there are more deleterious mutations than beneficial ones. Yes.
Yes. So how do you account for that? But I'm about to crash, unfortunately. So.
I account for it by pointing out that most organisms have lots of redundancies.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you could lose something that's absolutely crucial, and then you're dead. But
He's in the side chat.
What's that?
Oh no, it's
Truth's
not
in
him.
the side chat. It isn't.
Oh.
No.
What am I
No,
missing?
that's true
No,
emptiness.
that's not true. That's not true in person.
Ah.
True has never been in any of my hangouts for all my videos, my 300 some odd videos. He refuses to come in here because this is the only room that has an open and level playing field that anybody can come in and talk about these things. And he knows he will get his ass handed to him.
Yeah. By the way, before you go on, can I just say, PZ, fantastic job in Glasgow.
Oh, thank you. I should go back
Mr.
there again sometime.
On Mr.
I had a great
McClatchy.
time.
I remember watching that video with you and him, and I think you shut him down perfectly. You know what I'm talking about?
Well,
you shut him down
set
beautifully.
it up so far ahead in advance. You know, I knew what he was going to say, and
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be a waste of time. So it was pretty clear from the stuff he was posting on evolutionism that he was not an honest inquiry that he was going to make. It was going to be nonsense. So yeah, I shut him down as harshly as I could.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you did a very amazing job on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Steve, I don't know if PZ heard about it, or knows about it. Remember when y'all was taking apart Tompkins' paper about the genes going across the fusion?
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord.
We've spent many months on the issue too. Yes.
Yeah, PZ, they had hangout after hangout. It had to been what, 10, 12 hours of hangouts?
Oh God, at least. Are you
Or
kidding?
more? Oh, it was amazing. It was absolutely astounding what they
You
did.
want to ask him a question about it, like why it's actually a fusion? Because the other guys, like Chu and Pearson and G-Man, they're in their scientific expertise for some reason agree with Dr. Tompkins, but can't explain it why. That there's a gene, the DDX11L2, they think crosses the fusion site that alternate transcript has a read to it. They think it's highly expressed, but when you ask them why, no answer.
Well, yeah, but the answer is that you just ignore that because what clinches it is synteny. So look at sequence.
Well, first of all, they don't know what that means, and then when you show them even on just a stain, they go, "Oh, it's just God's design." And I'm like, how do you argue against something like that at that point? I mean, it's just
What database? What was that database stuff y'all were using? Were y'all
G-Text and Ensemble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ensemble's a good one. That's the one
Yeah,
that
so
took as well.
it's kind of an irrelevant argument they're making. It's focusing on the one little region that we know is messed up because of the fusion and ignoring everything on either side of it, which is, it's definitely indicating that these are two different chromosomes that are fused, and you can compare the sequences. You can see the same genes are present on these things. To then argue that it's not a fusion, it's just really weird. We spent 10 or 12 hours talking about it, right?
Does he know Ruhif? PZ, have you heard of Ruhif?
Ruga, no.
Ruhif was he's a member of our community. He's the one that actually got Dr. Tompkins to revoke his paper on his 70% genomic analysis for humans and chimps because of you pointed out the bug program in BLAST. So I just want. I mean, he's I invited him. He's going through chemo right now, but I invited him, and I just wanted you aware of him because he's not a biologist by any means, but he's probably one of the most adept at genetics of persons that I know of. I mean, Fiona, you're the expert, but would you say Ruhif really knows his shit?
Good.
He does.
Okay.
That's why he found the bug in BLAST, and he actually wrote a paper on the bug in BLAST, and he sent it to Answers in Genesis for publication, and they refused to publish it. But Tompkins then used the information in Ruhif's paper to retract his original claim and redo his analysis without any attribution to Ruhif whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
Hey, where's Hogtie at? He should be in here.
He was here earlier.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
He's doing
you
something.
know Hogtie, don't you, PZ?
I didn't get that last bit.
Do you know Hogtie Champ? The name sound familiar?
No, it doesn't.
He
You
used to
keep
do
talking
show-
about these weird people. These must be YouTube people.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did used to do like the Magic Sandwich Show with DPR Jones.
Oh, right.
Aaron Ra.
With Aaron Ra. Yeah, Aaron popped in the other day, and we had I think that was one of the best conversations we've had in a long time. It was just, when Aaron lets loose, he's just really awesome to talk to, you know what I'm saying? When it's not about atheism or anything like that, just, let loose, he's awesome.
Uh-huh.
It's fun. It's fun. Can I ask Easy a question, which is, it's maybe a bit of an odd question. I get this impression, and I'm wondering if you get the same impression, that the arguments that we get now coming from young earth creationists are even worse than they used to be.
They are. No, I agree. The problem that they've got right now is and this would make Ken Ham cry, is that they've been compromising. They've been compromising so much over the years. Now, if you go to the Creation Museum or the Ark or whatever, what they've done is they basically said, okay, all that stuff that we said about evolution, it's true, only it's not evolution. It's variation within kinds. And it's happening really, really fast in their models. And it makes no sense at all. But when you do that kind of thing, you just create more conflicts. And so a lot of what they're saying right now is it's based on not just the Bible, but now it's also based on this weird model that they built about how change can occur within a kind. And it's just imploding under its own weight.
Do you think if you could take the arguments now and take them back 30 years and you tell these younger creationists that creationists one day they accept quote microevolution, they accept speciation. Do you think back then they would have? Because I mean 20 years ago I was doing this on AOL. They did not accept speciation of any kind, and now they accept hyperspeciation. I find that to be strange.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that, if you go back to the 1960s and you read like the Genesis Flood by Morris Whitcomb, what you find there is it's the same story, but it is so vaguely phrased that it leaves them a lot of latitude to make stuff up. And what's happened with Answers in Genesis is they've taken that initial framework and they have refined it, made it more and more specific, which means it's more and more conflicting with itself.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it worse.
Yep.
Remember in the Dover, Kitzmiller versus Dover, they got those manuscripts of previous versions of Pandas and People. And as they were looking through it, they saw like it turned out basically they're just repackaging, putting a new wrap around the same old thing and just changing some words around.
Yeah.
The same old stuff, but look, it's bright and pretty now. It's got something a little different. Let's go with this.
In the interest of fair play, we do have a younger creationist in here. One of my favorite younger creationists, because he is a nice guy, nice kid. He is somebody who I've been trying to get out of younger creationism.
Well,
I haven't managed to. He knows who I'm talking about. So Wyatt, I mean, do you here you are? You have you normally have Fiona, who's a PhD in biology, but you also have P.Z. Myers, who's an embryologist. Do you want to ask him something from your perspective as a younger creationist in regards to what we're talking about with the arc, speciation, and why everybody here in this panel, except for you, all know evolutionary theory works? We believe very strongly that it's the best model and the only model, in fact. What do you want to ask about him? I'm going to let you go ahead and ask anything you want on this. Not putting you on the spot, by the way. But sorry, Wyatt.
I don't really have any questions to ask, but yeah, I don't really have any questions.
You hang out with Ken Hovind, so what does Ken Hovind tell you?
I'm more of a philosophy buff than and scientifically minded, which is scientifically and theologically minded than or philosophically and theologically minded than scientifically minded. Sorry.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Back on this
Okay.
quick.
Let PZ ask him some questions.
So how does being philosophically minded rescue you from the deep flaws in creationism?
Deep flaws in creationism. Well, like I said, I haven't really studied the arguments for and against creationism in depth. But I've
but you
I've
accept
done,
them.
I've done- sure. Yes.
But you accept, this does not jive well with a philosopher. I can't imagine a philosopher.
Well, here's the thing. I take a position known as operationalism, which basically says that science can't render us any quote unquote knowledge about the actual world.
That's operational.
You're on a computer, right?
well,
here's electricity that might come up from a nuclear power plant.
Heavy. I would love to have a discussion with you about this, but I'm talking in PZ right now. Okay.
You go, boy.
There you go.
Assert yourself. Go ahead. Yeah, no, but you know what? He's actually kind of right. You can talk to us anytime. Let him have a discussion with PZ. I would like to see how PZ, inquires to things with him. We got no rush.
Because I would say that many scientists are operationally minded.
Well, I would say that science is useful for bringing us technology, but when you get put in a epistemological context, that can science actually prove anything? I would say
no. Science doesn't claim to do proofs.
Yeah, it renders only probability.
It's an approximation to, it's the best approximation to the truth that we have.
Yeah, so the problem I have with a bunch of the atheists, and I've actually talked to Steve McRae about this, and he actually agreed with me.
I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic, remember.
That he actually agreed with me that a lot of atheists, they have this mantra that evolution is a quote unquote fact, when instead they should say is maybe the best model they have so far. And this is problems
that's what a fact is. The fact is, it's something that it's perverse to say that it's not true.
So is it?
So here we have a set of facts that we build our evolutionary theories around. And one of the problems with creationism is that it actually literally denies established facts.
Established facts isn't established facts.
For
Are
instance,
you talking
the age of the Earth?
Are you? Well, we could talk about the age of the Earth later, maybe. But established facts, as in what? As in what? Are you saying that it's true, or are you saying? Are you using a different definition of the word fact?
You're going to hate this word. We're using an operational definition of fact.
So it's true. You just assume.
But in order to revise them, you have to provide a better class of facts to address that conflict that you're trying to argue for. And if you don't, then you should provisionally accept, certain observations as facts, because there's no other way around it.
Certain observations as facts. What do you mean?
So, for example, the fact that there was a period 70 million years ago in which humans did not exist and dinosaurs walked the earth.
Okay, there was a period 7 million years ago. How would you actually? Could you give me an argument that humans did not live, or dinosaurs and humans did not coexist?
I could give you a lot of arguments. There's the fact that there's been no fossils found where they coexist. We would argue nowadays, largely from molecular biology, that we know rates of change in the genome, we've observed these, we've measured these, we know that the human species, our specific human species is about 100,000 to 200,000 years old, that chimps and humans diverged about 6 million years ago. So, just the timing makes it impossible for humans and dinosaurs to have coexisted. If you want to argue that they have, you could, for instance, completely refute my facts by showing me clear-cut evidence that they did. But you can't. Nobody can.
Well,
Nobody has.
clear-cut evidence, as in what? Because as I have stated with Steve McRae in my discussion with him, I believe that all evidence has to be interpreted.
Yes.
And you were talking, so there's not really any clear-cut evidence that cannot be interpreted the other way with the evolutionary model. So,
can I jump in here really quick? Because I also think of myself, I'm also very interested in philosophy as well as physics, which is what I'm studying in university.
Absolutely. Hey, welcome, by the way, Casey. Welcome. Good talking to you again.
Thanks. I think there's a confusion here between the inductive and the deductive. Looking for was an argument as in a formal set of propositions, which you can show using the laws of logic to naturally lead to a conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how the scientific enterprise works. Science is fundamentally inductive.
Well, I would.
Presumably he thinks that's the flaw.
Can someone mute their mic?
Yeah, someone's echoing.
Sorry?
It's Casey. You have an echo for some reason.
Yeah, Casey.
A second, and let me see if I can fix the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the problem is when PZ says the word facts, it's kind of confusing because got the word fact as truth statements.
But you're imposing a set of values on science that aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
With proof, and it does not deal with absolute facts. Everything is provisional.
Everything's provisional.
So when I say that dinosaurs lived 7 million years ago, I'm on pretty firm ground there because there is a large body of data from physics, from chemistry, from geology, and from biology that reaffirms that integrates well and produces a fairly consistent result. You could say, for instance, well, maybe it was 69 million years ago, or maybe it was 71 million years ago. But there's no way that you can say that these facts are so arbitrary and so loose that we've got an overlap between 2,000 years ago and 70 million years ago. It just doesn't happen. You can't have, you some strict constraint on how far you can stretch a fact. And you cannot stretch any of the known facts far enough to accommodate creationism.
All right. Well, instead of using the word facts, because I think it's kind of an ambiguous term the way you're using it. I would say, would you you're saying into there are some observations that we see that seem incompatible with the young Earth creationist model.
No, I would not go that far. I would say there are some observations we see that are flatly and totally incompatible with the creationist model. That there's no way to reconcile those observations, ignoring them and lying about them.
Well, like I said before, the young Earth creationists works based on their own worldview. So they interpret those facts as something else, while you interpret those facts as evidence for
yes, but
living together.
Philosophically, I agree with that. That's what they're doing. But what they have to do is ignore an empirical worldview. Pure fantasy, they can. That's what they're doing. Mm-hmm. So a little bit more practical and rational than that, and we expect something a little more.
Okay. Casey.
Let me jump in. Yeah. When here's what's happening. When you guys talk, my thing is going to echo. So I'm going to talk and I'm going to mute it, and then once I mute myself, like go ahead. Otherwise, it's going to echo. But I think one big thing that's missing from here is a recognition that the scientific enterprise requires the accurate predictions. You have to make predictions about future data. This cuts off, the kind of interpretation that you're talking about. It's like in a courtroom, you have.
Somebody put in the live feed that I'll be back in a second there. I'm having a little bit of technical issues. They are still all in the Hangout, but I am not right now. But this is still live, so I have to do something on my system real quick. Can somebody let them know that I'll be back in there and literally just... By the way, we are back live. I lost connection, but we are still live. I'm still streaming through XSplit, so everything's back to normal real quick. So go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought because several things were.
I lost connection,
basically,
but we are still live. I'm still streaming through XSplit.
Thrown out for me to answer, but let me go back to what Fiona said when she said that evolution is both a fact and a theory. I would agree with you because and even young Earth creationists would actually agree with you about the change in evolution being a change in allele frequencies over time. Where they would disagree with you is on the theory part.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting it in a nutshell now. And that's why saying the evolution isn't a fact is a bit of a problem. Because it's a placeholder for describing what we observe in a population. Now, the theory of evolution is just stating that the change in allele frequency is coming about by natural selection acting upon the genetic variation within a population. Or to put it succinctly, dead animals don't breed.
Well, I'm also going to have to disagree a little bit, though, because that's a very charitable interpretation of what creationists do. Creationists also disagree with scientists on the facts.
Yes.
We had an example just a moment ago when we were talking about the evidence for the chromosome fusion in the human lineage. That's a fact that ties that together and that explains it so well, the theory part. And we've got creationists, and we were just discussing some of them, who flat out deny that there was a fusion event. So, I've seen this over and over again, that there is a kind of fundamental dishonesty to what creationists do. They say that they are open to the evidence. If you go to Answers in Genesis, they say, oh, we use all the same facts. We're just interpreting them differently. And that is simply not true. They reject 99% of the facts. They accept a few that they have to. And then they build up a lot of nonsense around their mythology to explain the rest.
With the chromosome 2, what they say is you don't know that's the only explanation. That's their argument there. You don't know that it happened. You weren't there when that fusion occurred, is their basic argument. And is there not an alternative explanation? So an argument from ignorance, and therefore it's a possibility there was some other means of it happening, is their attack on that line of argument. But obviously, it's so unlikely, obviously.
Right. Well, they could explain, for instance, that it's not the result of a fusion, it's a split, that all the other apes get split apart. But that's not a parsimonious explanation for how it happened.
Indeed.
Well,
that's a good point. It's not parsimonious,
how it happened, but you wouldn't say that, as Wayne Fillmore said in his debate with Kent Hovind, that it makes evolution true. That would be affirming the consequent.
It's one small piece of evidence that forms the supporting network for evolution. So, not that one fact does not make evolution true, but the multitude of facts that we can marshal in support of it do make it absurd to reject it as a true explanation.
As a true Okay.
Sorry. The problem with creationism, the biggest problem, I think, is that it can't make any predictions about future data. There's nothing that young Earth creationism can say about anything. It can make predictions. It can say things that we know that aren't true. It can say things about radioactive decay rates and the consequences of that we can show to be incorrect, to be incompatible with observations. But it can't make accurate predictions. That's the hugest problem.
Yeah, I mean, you're setting the but what you're saying, setting the bar so high, there's almost nothing that would convince you that something by an inductive method is true, and the only thing you'll accept is a deductive method. So unless we're sort of proving 1 + 1 = 2 or something, you're saying no, I refuse to reject arguments or propositions that are not deductive. Well, the real world isn't like that, and there comes a point where you have to say it's not 100% we get, but we get 99.99% of the way there, and practically, and because it has predictive capability, you really have to accept it.
And that's a key part of the
predictive. If you want to
predictive.
argue that it's not true, if we've got 99.9% of the way to the confirmed answer, and we'll never get that final 0.1%. If it's then on you, the onus is on you to tell us what is the argument that makes our explanation impractical and not unworkable.
Well, so you're going from a pragmatic standpoint, not a.
All scientists are pragmatic. That's the way you have to be to deal with this stuff.
You can't do it deductively, Wyatt, so there's no alternative.
I also want to add in, if you use only deduction, deduction has its own problems. The induction has its problems for the reasons that Hume gave, but deduction also has its own glaring problem, which is that it's fundamentally tautological.
And Rumpus made a brilliant point. I mean, about predictive. And we've talked about this many times with you, Wyatt. We've asked. I think every yoga creationist that I've ever dealt with or have come in here, we ask the same thing: what predictive modeling does a young Earth model have? What can we say? Okay, if this is true, what can we look for to show that the age of the Earth is only 7,000 to 10,000 years? And why, as well as I do, I have never ever had an answer to that question.
Well, they predict dinosaurs and humans around at the same time, and we know that's not true.
That's the post hoc. That's not a prediction. It's something in the past. I mean, what novel prediction happens in the future to say, if this is true, what would we expect to find at some point in the future? I mean, if you notice, they've always been retroactive. They say, oh, look, we found a coelacanth. Therefore, evolution isn't true. How does that even have anything to do with falsifying evolution? When falsifying evolution would predict something like that, it would.
But surely, Steve, a prediction of what's happened in the past is also a prediction, is it not?
Right, but they're a lot more post hoc when it comes to the.
Yeah, I agree, but it's still a prediction to say, we expect to find this, like we expected to find there's a fusion in the chromosome before we knew that.
But they always do that after the fact.
Yeah, that's a mix-up prediction.
So what in the future do we have? What's that, Brenda?
Tiktaalik was a prediction.
Yeah, okay, that was perfect. And that was a prediction based upon evolutionary modeling, right? Where they would find this, what was it, in Canada, I believe it was, in Nova Scotia?
Greenland.
Was it Greenland? But they predicted it, right?
Tiktaalik was on my mind as well.
A prediction that they say that they've made is that junk DNA isn't all junk. Which basically is a misunderstanding of what junk DNA was from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But they that's one of their predictions that they claim. There's another one, and I can't remember who it was that made these predictions. But the predictions are sort of fast and loose and didn't quite come true the way that they said they did. So there are no really good predictions that have come out of ID or creationism.
Well, they're predicting that they'll find a function for the back end of the Gull O gene in the great apes at some point. So I await that with bated breath.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
But they're also predicting that humans are dinosaurs at the same time, and we know that hasn't happened. They're predicting the age of the Earth is a certain thing. We know that's not true either. So all the predictions they can offer us are being invalidated.
Well, no, predicting that dinosaurs and humans walk together, it's not a prediction, it's a claim. But what the prediction would be is we will therefore find evidence of humans and dinosaurs cohabiting, such as human footprints on top of a dinosaur footprint. And then they thought they'd found it. The Paluxy tracks. Except it turned out it wasn't.
I think one other big thing that we run into is that creationists, they strawman the hell out of evolution. They say, well, evolutionists say this, this, and this. And we say, no, here's what it really is. No, that's not what they believe. And that gets so frustrating. You can't have a conversation that way.
Well, there's going to be two types of people. There's going to be people that want to learn it correctly, and there's people that don't want to strawman it because it's easier to strawman, take down an effigy than it is to actually learn the material. Because I'm sorry, you guys, this is hard stuff. I mean, I had biology 25 years ago. Even for, I'm sure, the two PhDs here, I don't think either one of you'd say that you had easy courses. Correct?
True. It's I think that's something that gets missed. That a lot of the people who get involved in these debates and who actually, you come out and say, here, I'll explain what this actually is. It does get missed that they have spent years studying it. It's a passion of theirs. That's why they're involved in it. And they have decided, I'm going down this route of becoming educated on the topic. It's a passion of theirs. They started off by doing a degree in it or whatever. And so it's a case of, this is from my own experience. This is from the work I did. I'm not just parroting back what someone has told me. And I think that occasionally can get missed.
No, another thing goes is that when you go down that road, it's in science. It's never to say, I'm going to prove that evolution is true. It's to say it's focusing on something much narrower, typically. And what you do is you test the heck out of it, and your goal is to break it, to see that your idea is wrong. That's never going to happen with creationists. When in that debate with Bill Nye, Ken Ham came right out and admitted it, that he was not going to accept anything that disproved the truth of his Bible.
Yeah.
That's anti-scientific right there. I mean, if you want to talk about philosophy, think about the philosophy behind that, where you've got such an inflexible worldview that you will not tolerate any evidence that contradicts your idea.
Yeah, they have to discount any information that goes against Young's creationist model. They have to assume that information is wrong, and that is not a scientific position. That's not how science is done.
Hi, General. I'm pretty sure you want to pipe in a little bit.
I didn't see General sneak in. Hey, General Han Solo.
Yeah, dude.
General Han Solo, is P.Z. Myers. General Han Solo
Nice
is
to see,
a theistic evolution.
P.Z. Myers, that's awesome.
Hey, I'm having a 1,000 subscription party. I'm pulling off
I'm a
all
secret
the
fan.
stops. Yeah.
I'm going to drop, guys, because my connection's going, so I'll see you later.
I'm
okay?
glad you're feeling
Ta-ta.
better and everything, Fiona. Take care,
Fiona.
Bye, Fiona.
PZ, I saw your discussion with those Muslims in regards to embryology, and it was a really good bait and switch.
That was so embarrassing for them. I kind of felt bad, but not really.
Oh, was that on the street?
Yeah.
I did remember. Yeah, that was good, actually.
Yeah.
Aaron was with you that day, wasn't he?
That was well needed.
Yeah.
That was
Ever
well
since
needed.
Hamza Sortzis has been trying to get me to do a debate with him, and I just have refused. It's not serious. He's even offered to fly me to London, put me up in a hotel for a week. His cost, he'll pay for everything, as long as I go have a debate with him.
Well, he's on the verge of being prosecuted because of his involvement with some Muslim imam or something. He's on the verge of being prosecuted for hate speech in the UK. He's just on the verge. It's not quite there, but very nearly. He's certainly there's some sort of police investigation into his behaviour.
Is it Sanjam Chowdhury?
Could be Chowdhury. Yes, so it's association with Chowdhury and supporting him. But the guy taught us. Whatever how he pronounces his name. That's the guy that spoke. I think we're talking about, isn't it? When with Paul, the PZ. Yeah. So the Tortoise guy who's inviting him is on the verge of being prosecuted. I can't quite remember where that is at the moment, but he's on the verge of being prosecuted via Chowdhury because of association with Chowdhury, I think, of suggesting providing hate speech or something like that. Because Chowdhury's been imprisoned for so many years. Was it 5 years or something for his promotion of hate speech? And now we're actually tackling these people now in the UK. And Tortoise could be, however you pronounce it, is it Tortoise? Is on the verge of being prosecuted. Hamza. Yeah. So you might not have anybody. If you're going to debate with him, PZ, you might have to do that through some bars.
Oh, darn. Okay. Well, that just makes it more appealing.
That could be more of it. That'd certainly get more views, wouldn't it? Actually.
Yeah, it's also Adnan Rashid that was part of it.
Oh yeah.
He's a pretty big voice as well. So PC, we have this thing called Pal Talk, and a lot of the Muslims actually go on that. I think it's an easier platform, and also you have to take turns in talking. So they don't like free dialogue like what you're saying right now. And that video actually came up a lot because they would constantly refer to Peter Moore, I think it is. Peter Moore. Is it Peter Moore?
Peter, but Moore. Yeah, it's
the embryology. Yeah. He wanted to say that the Quran advocates them. But then the interesting thing is, when I looked at the latest 9th edition of Peter Moore's book, The Developing Human, it was published last year, and then he changed his mind and he said that it's a primitive belief where up until the medieval ages, they believed that a woman's so when she contributed to the procreation of a human fetus, it's her blood, whereas the man is obviously the semen, and then the blood would be to do with why you have hair versus the semen would be why you have like white eyes mixed with the with the So
that stuff.
It's correlated with the Quran and all that, but they still use it. They still use his earlier works.
Yeah, it's really kind of sad though. So I think what happened is that Moore. Well, I kind of think this is what Hamza is trying to do. Is with Moore, what they did is they invited him out and for this wonderful, splendid event. Paying for everything, putting him up in these gorgeous accommodations. And then they put him on the spot. And because he's a gentleman and a scholar, he just tries his best to be accommodating and say, yeah, sure, this is all good. But I don't think it was a legitimately scientific evaluation of the Quran. When you look at what the Quran says about embryology, it's pathetic. It's a couple of lines. And they're not even correct. So,
Nah, that was a well-needed video. Take it from me, there's a lot of Muslims that are seeing the light, and they're removing themselves away from their religion. So it's pretty good.
Well, and also I think a lot of them are realizing that this creationism stuff that they're getting is straight up old-fashioned fundamentalist Christianity. The Muslim scholars were much more flexible than this, did not have this set of presuppositions that Christian creationists do.
That's true.
And what you're finding is, when they look at this gobbledygook that they're getting and seeing that it's exactly the same as what was being published in the Genesis flood 50 years ago. That's got to be a little bit daunting.
Well, it has to be. I mean, Bill Nye said that the future generation of Americans, if you're going to be believing in young Earth creationism, if you think about it, well, I'm in Australia, so I've noticed that a lot of the Australian, because I teach, I'm working on my master's, but as part of a assistant tutor and an assistant lecturer in physics and maths, I see a lot of the young Earth crowd coming from the arts department, not from the scientific department. Arts in the sense of English literature, even dance performance, like those lot, they don't seem to think about the scientific issues, and they just go along with what their church teaches them.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's still a large population of students that believe in that, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, we've got a few of them here, Christians here at my university. But again, they tend not to be in the sciences. We hit them with the evidence from day one, and it's kind of hard to hold up without with that kind of onslaught against your so-called worldview.
Right.
By the way, we've set a new record. We have 18 people, 19 people in this hangout.
Actually, when I first came in, we had 20 for a couple of moments before somebody dropped out.
So we need 2 more to break the record. Oh, here's Ludic. So, and I've invited Aaron if he happens to be around. But the link is available on my G Plus, guys. We can't be sniped, so come on in. We can hold.
I'm just thinking how amazing it is that we have this many people in here and everyone's behaving so well.
Because we're not creationists.
I did have a question for.
I'm sorry, White.
Yeah, I would actually like to have a discussion with Aaron.
He's not here. Wayne, you had something to say?
Yeah, I would actually love to have a discussion with Aaron Ra.
Baby steps, White. Baby steps.
Not yet.
R is not as. I mean, he is one of the great. I mean, I love his stuff, and I enjoy so much talking to him. I think he has less patience, than most people when it comes to young Earth creationism. Would anybody else disagree with that or agree? I don't know.
Yeah, but he gives lectures to these people all the time, doesn't he? He has to deal with them. So eventually your patience presumably is worn away until you've used the same argument 20 times or something. And
dude, I'm not lying. I have a big chunk out of my wall here from hitting my head against it so many times when I've had
yeah, of course you've had it even more than I have.
Well, I mean, Pizza doesn't really know the group that much. He knows a few of the people, the members, but I mean, he knows well enough that if we've engaged with Nephi and those guys for a year, what kind of depressing crap we've had to deal with, right? I mean,
I'm so sorry.
It's an uphill battle, but we hang in there.
Well, something that has come up recently has been the flat Earth phenomenon. I'd like to hear from PZ about that. It's very depressing to see the popularity of flat Earth belief seemingly.
I don't know. It's pretty
good
entertaining.
question.
I like the flat Earth stuff.
I don't know.
Some of the best entertainment out there.
Yeah, basically to see something someone came up with to see how gullible some Christians are.
No,
some do that. Yeah.
Actually, it was around a long time ago before this whole atheist versus theist thing on the internet. So this was around like in the 1800s. Well, there's like this Samuel guy.
Easy. What do you think? Do you believe first of all that it's actually a real thing? And we're not even lying. It's a real phenomenon.
It is a real thing. I've talked to some of them. They're typically very hardcore Catholics.
Catholics?
Really?
Yes. Really.
I thought
really, but not the kinds of Catholics who accepts the authority of the Pope, for instance. Really? Radical, weird, far out Catholics. But the other thing is, I disagree that it's popular. It is not a popular idea. It's a few people who believe in this wacky idea, and they get a lot of attention for it.
Yeah.
If you hold some idea that's utterly nuts and it's way out there, Like the Time Cube guy, Gene Ray.
Oh, whatever happened to him? He was awesome.
I don't
Time
know,
Cube.
but nobody believes that stuff.
No.
Yet he's hugely represented, at least on the old school internet.
The Time Cube.
Go ahead.
The Time Cube guy passed away.
Oh, did
he?
he?
Was ill, and he
know
was a diagnosed schizophrenic who was previously had a profession as an engineer.
But people took his stuff. They ran with it.
Yes, yes, they did. He passed away. And he was a diagnosed schizophrenic.
He passed away in your notion of time, but in fourfold time, maybe he's still alive.
Well, in B theory of time, he's still there.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll get Dr. Ross in here, and we can talk about that. I did invite Fuzz, but I don't know if they can come in because they're so tied to RTB. I don't know if they can come in just to chill, rather than when they come in, they do in their studio, right? So
we're at 23 people.
Yeah, 2 more. Need 2 more people. We'll have an all-time record.
Almost there.
Wayne's been trying to jump in, y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Wayne. Wayne Fillmore. This is PZ Myers. Wayne Fillmore is an ex-Young Earth creationist. He's the only person in the community that I've actually debated and won, but on Macro Evolution. But go ahead, Wayne.
Hey, PZ. Nice to meet you. I just wanted to ask your opinion, and I guess a couple of any other scientists in the room. Are you against So, besides being against younger creationism, are you against theism as a whole, wholeheartedly, for scientific reasons, or?
Yes, there's absolutely no grounds to accept a designer or creator or anything like that.
For scientific reasons?
Yeah. Why do we need this? For pragmatic reasons, for reasons of parsimony, for reasons of total absence of evidence.
Yeah.
There's no reason to invoke this mysterious thing. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't help understand anything at all.
So there's no reason to posit any kind of deity because it would give no scientific explanation whatsoever.
Yeah.
You couldn't predict anything from
it.
It
May not.
Go on.
Well, an accommodation is today instead of a concordance, but it may not give you scientific explanations for certain things, but philosophical and theological explanations it can give you, and as long as it doesn't take away from your science.
Let's discard the theological explanations because I don't accept those at all. But philosophy is a good thing, so I can accept the philosophical argument. But when you're discussing anything purely in a philosophical realm, how do you justify believing in a deity?
I can't really hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, how can you justify a belief within a philosophical framework if it has no evidence for it and has no conclusions and has no implications for the world at all?
You can
basically you're asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Are you asking for a scientific primer, like initial conditions, body of, the initial body and then the conclusion? I'm wondering if that's what PZ is asking or saying.
I'm saying that natural explanations seem to be sufficient. They're incomplete, of course. There's many gaps in our knowledge. But positing a deity doesn't actually fill in any of those gaps. So why bother? It's not a productive hypothesis at all.
I mean, the thing is, people like Wayne, I presume, are saying you can't reject it because you can't reject the possibility of God. Whereas I think I agree with PZ here that there's no evidence for it. And I think without evidence, like the absence of evidence is evidence of absence. Because if you don't go down that road, then you can't reject the existence of invisible green pixies or pink unicorns or anything. If you can't start rejecting those sorts of concepts, any concept, therefore, is valid if you can't reject it. And therefore, I think we have to have a pragmatic rule that if there is no evidence for something, then I'm afraid none at all. Then I'm afraid that the provisional position is no, that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Russell's teapot to me.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. Yeah.
Well, it's also worse than that because If you're saying little green pixies, you can at least say, here's the attributes of a little green pixie. But nobody can define a god. There's no consistent, useful, measurable definition of a deity anywhere. And that's one of my reasons I say that no, there's no evidence you can give me to convince me that a God exists until you tell me precisely what you mean by a God.
That's a good one. It's so malleable that in fact it's such an ill-defined concept. You can
Exactly. Yeah. But, God seems to be this sort of infinite sponge that just fits into whatever gap you've got.
People's ideas, just individual ideas in people's heads. Yeah.
Well,
I guess
you can deduct and come to the best conclusion about which God might be the most realistic or the most plausible. I don't know. It seems like from a lot of atheist scientists who I know, I love you guys a lot. I guess we just disagree on the theology because I accept all the science, but you guys make good scientists, but I would say you guys make really bad philosophers and theologians.
I would say that
we'll show the philosophical flaw then. Show the philosophical flaw we're exposing.
And I don't think that demanding a clear definition of what you're positing is naive or philosophically flawed. The philosophers I know would expect that as the first step in your argument, because you tell us exactly what this thing you're arguing for is. The God of the Bible, what is that? There's a lot of different gods in the Bible.
A lot of different gods of the Bible. I'm talking about Yahweh.
But not Jesus.
He's talking like the attributes of Yahweh and stuff like that.
Actually, we believe in a Trinity.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Okay.
So this immutable, unchangeable God has in fact got three facets, and one of which supposedly died. I think that's a bit of a change.
Well, I would actually argue that God isn't necessarily a Trinity in the way that people think he is. I don't think God necessarily is three people. That's how he reveals himself to us, but there's so much more to him. That's just how he reveals himself to us three-dimensional beings. It's like a hypersphere, right? You go and if you took a hypersphere and it descended from its original spatial dimension, we wouldn't know it's a hypersphere unless we weighed it. It would look like a three-dimensional object to us, but it's so much more to it. You wouldn't be able to tell unless you measured it.
Is it one hypersphere or three?
Think of it as like three different aspects of like somebody's personality. If you're able to look at yourself and you're able to look at how when you who you are when you're alone sometimes is not the same as who you are when you're with other people, such as friends, and who you're with when it comes to like the general public, than who you are when nobody's looking at you. So in a way, you kind of do act as three different people, and you can kind of sit
I'm not three different people. I'm not three different people.
Well,
I'm one person.
Okay, well maybe you act the same with everybody, but a lot of people don't.
Well, that would be committing the heresy of modalism, but very close to that.
And I thought you were kind of more in Mysterianism there, Wayne.
I enjoy committing heresies every single day.
Anyways, hey, real quick, I want to introduce one other person. By the way, Ludic, welcome, and MP, welcome. But I want to introduce you to Apologia, PZ Myers. Apologia just is kind of new to our community. He's just started making very, very good videos. Matter of fact, some of his videos were so good that Eric Hovind just recently noted and called him out on a debate. But hey, Paul, welcome back. Actually,
thanks so much. Yeah, no, I jumped in because I wanted to get your numbers up because you really wanted to fill the room. So.
I did. I want to hit 25.
So
I want to show the Clown Car Posse that we can have 25 people in here and have a very awesome civil dialogue. Because when they have 6 people over in their rooms, it's a clusterfuck.
But you let PZ in.
And I got PZ and...
No, I'm saying
that's to screw it up.
PZ normally stirs the pot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's just a contrarian there, PZ. Yeah. But anyways, did you want to ask?
I'd like to ask,
Paul? Or Brenda, go ahead.
It's apologia, not apologia.
That's right.
By the way, Wyatt, King Crocoduck says that he would actually like to have a little bit more of a one-on-one with you, and I will arrange that later on for you. Okay?
Oh, I'd love that. That'd be great.
Sure.
PZ, I'm actually
Wyatt wanted to, but you know what, Paul, I can arrange that too. Obviously.
PZ, what do you make of the dinosaur tail in amber that we recently found?
I want to know more. Yes, I read the article. I know a little bit about it, but we don't have a lot of data on it yet.
So we had Dr. Fuzzerano on from Reasons, and he and I got into it a bit about he is claiming that because this was found only, I believe it was 95 million or something that this amber was estimated.
99 million. 99. Yeah.
That that he was basically poo-pooing this as a transitional form in any way because this is appearing later than the first birds in Archaeopteryx, for example. And I was basically viewing this as a why are there still monkeys argument. Would you agree with my... I was kind of on the spot there, but would you agree that that's the same argument?
Because the idea is that feathers now thought to be primitive to these organisms. So these groups were primitively feathered. Feathers did not have all the characteristics of modern feathers, which you see in that feather sample. They're more hair-like.
Right, they're proto-feather-ish, right?
Right, yeah. So it fits perfectly with everything people have been saying.
Sorry, what exactly did they find? This is interesting. I like this.
It's a small fragment of a dinosaur's tail that was trapped in amber. And it preserved...
Oh, cool. Does that mean we can make our own Jurassic Park now?
Yep. No.
But I
what
think,
could possibly go wrong?
I think Fuzz is starting to come around. I mean, I know he's a bandit. I get it. But I think he's at least willing to look at some of the evidence. I mean, I had Alex Rubenstahl on the other day. He's working on his degree in paleontology, specializing in birds. And they have had a good conversation. And I think at least he's... If it came out to be that, of course, birds are, of course, evolved from dinosaurs, I don't think he would lose his mind. Now, obviously, somebody like, Alan Fiducia, he's going to be a lot bigger of a hole. That would you agree?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and Fuzz has his own issues. I mean, that he's an old Earth creationist. It's kind of make him think, what were all these organisms doing for 4 billion years? I don't think he's fully grasped the implications.
Although his argument, I guess, to me was that on day 5, I guess, that God put soulish creatures together and that all the other creatures existed before that was his argument.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah, that's what he came back. Well, no, I guess that was Dr. E. Ross that came back with that he was talking about. So I don't know at what point God injected a soul into the theropods, and whether they're going to be in heaven with them, I'm not sure. But
no, that wasn't his point. I read his literature on that. The Hebrew word nefesh means some form of will and emotion. And it's to do with the way the brain, the complexity of the brain of the creature that gives off that impression, and hence the word nefesh used. There's no soul being imparted into it. So he used the word soulish.
Does anyone else have audio issues?
No.
I hear a game playing or something.
Yeah, I heard a game. I don't know what that is.
Oh, that's people calling me on Skype that I don't want to answer.
That's
gotcha.
Skype. That's the
Hey,
Skype
Wyatt,
message.
hey, you know
Someone's
what?
getting messaged.
If you guys really want to have a lot of fun, we have room for one more person. But hey, Wyatt, why don't you since you got Ken Hovind on Skype, invite him in for a minute. And watch everything go to shit.
Oh, that would be great.
That would
I'd
be
love
epic.
that.
I would.
Unfortunately, I've got to go.
I can't hear anybody.
Well, sorry.
Keep in touch, and I'll possibly have you on.
Okay.
Yeah, invite me back sometime.
PZ, thank you very much for celebrating my 1,000th sub. If you don't mind, sometime later on, I'm going to send you a tweet on the Great Debate Community, which is our little community. That all you have to do is just join it and kind of see. It's an unofficial kind of thing, but since you're meeting a lot of the members here, we love these kind of things and hope to have in the 2017 a lot of dialogues with both theists, non-theists, evolutionists, creationists, and have a dialogue of civil nature, right? because we want to get people out of young creationism. That's my big goal for my channel. It always has been. And so if anything you do to drop by maybe so often, and we would love that. Is that okay?
That sounds good to me.
Thank you. For some people, good luck.
Yeah,
take care.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining
Bye.
us.
Take care, PZ. Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Just for the sake
how
of
cool was that,
something,
Shadow?
just for the sake of something a little bit random, I'd like to point out that my widescreen monitor, my 4X, whatever the heck it is, that my stupidly wide monitor can only accommodate 23 people.
Yeah,
at
you know what?
full-size
It's off the
icons.
screen right now. By the way, yeah, it's taking up the full bar. So I don't think we hit 25. I think it was 24. Oh,
You
poor
got
Helen,
to
she came
24, and
back
at that
it was
point,
gone.
everything. You hit 24, and at that point, everything started resizing, and everything on my screen started going out of alignment. But I can apparently accommodate 23 on a widescreen display.
So here we are. I wasn't expecting him actually to join us. I figured it would be nice to ask him. That was great. I really think this is amazing. So again, this is what my channel is going to be in the future here. So I'm going to throw it out once again. I think that's worth $1 Patreon, guys. Right? I mean, freaking Myers, guys. I mean, what do you want from me? I mean,
I give you 50 cents.
You know what? If you can figure out how to do it, I'll take it. I mean, what the hell,
Just
right?
kidding.
Uh,
I didn't want to say anything, Steve, though. PZ Mars, he's rather naughty on the feminism side.
We aren't going into that. We're not going into that.
I know, I didn't. But,
yeah, I would have beat you with a bloody hammer. Seriously. I actually happen to agree with
How'd the
him
hammer
on a
get
lot
bloody,
of things.
Steve?
So
Wait, you would have bloodied the hammer first?
well, yeah. Well, I have used it in the past, I guess, right?
Yeah, tell King Crocoduck I humbly accept.
Okay, I will arrange that. I think he's out of school right now. We'll figure out something. But I put my Patreon once again in the live feed, like I said. $1 a month or whatever. Or if you just want to do it like $1 for the fan funding, that's cool. I'm thrilled to death that I have this many people. It's way more than I expected. And I don't even know how many. Like 50 people watching. So. Anyways, continue on.
Actually, just one quick footnote. I will not be contributing to your Patreon because this feature cost me $10 a month. That's my contribution.
You are, yeah. No, well, yeah. Yeah, no. This is definitely, by all means, your contribution. And it's worked out really well. I mean, I figured it out in a day, and we already testified that we can have more than 10 people in here and not have it turn into a complete clusterfuck. So I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah. Seems like a pretty good deal, too, because I just read on their website they give you unlimited cloud storage, too.
Really?
Yeah, unlimited.
Okay.
Paul, I just want to say welcome to the community. Love your videos. And
Thank you so much.
deadpan, the way you just talk so deadpan, I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the community for what, like a couple of weeks. He's already
2 weeks.
PZ Myers and I think you were here when Casey was here. Weren't you, or just missed him?
No, I missed KC.
We'll
I
get
was
you guys
I was
together.
around with Arn.
Yeah,
And,
hang out with Arn. Yeah.
And Hugh and
Shit, it took me
Buzz,
months,
yeah.
Steven, to get to know anybody. So whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
You're in Calgary, Steve?
No, I'm in California.
No, Paul's in Calgary though.
I mean, now
Calgary,
Paul.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, my ex-wife decided where we were going to live when we moved back to Canada. So this was not my first choice, but I like the mountains.
It's a good
Yeah,
choice.
they're Canadian.
I think there'll be a lot of Americans emigrating north.
It's true. Although I was in California when Schwarzenegger was governor, and that was fine.
Fiona, was that the first? I know she's in the live feed. She's not here, but Fiona, was that the first time you've actually talked to PZ? Just out of curiosity, what she's in the live feed. Reach 25 and a black hole is formed. Yeah. No, that would be 25. That would be 25 of the Clown Car Posse because it would have so much, dense stupidity that it would probably collapse in its own weight. Anybody want to know? I would love for Ronnie on his channel to have something like we have right now with this many people, with this amount of quality. This quality.
He doesn't have that many friends.
I was just actually going to say that now
Cheap
that you're
shots,
going
cheap
this way,
shots.
I wonder how long the other channels are going to take to follow suit.
What do you mean?
Like the other channels.
The first time she talked to him in person.
If we hit 25, I'm coming in with an alt just so I can get the Hangout is full message.
Aw. I couldn't figure out why my mic was working. I had been eating supper, so I had my mic way on top of my head, and I'm like, why isn't anybody hearing me?
Still sounds like it is.
Crackling.
Yeah.
You got
Sounds beautifully,
You're that
beautifully
torture
demonic.
droid from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, that might have to work.
I also tripped over the cords too, so that might be part
is
of
what
it. I might
happens-
have to reset everything.
This is what
She
happens.
sounds, she sounds like one of the
Megatron's sister.
gargoyles.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have this many atheists and agnostics in the same room together. Satan just takes over somebody. She does sound like demonic. Starscream, yeah. Say
Okay,
this.
let me try to get back
Wait,
in.
say exterminate. Say exterminate. Go ahead.
Exterminate.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Do you hear yourself?
No.
You sound like a Dalek.
I can't hear anything.
Oh my God!
I hear
Timestamp
you
this.
guys.
Send this to her.
Trust
when
us,
this
it's
is great. You sound so much like a Dalek.
Doctor, exterminate.
Doctor, exterminate. Exterminate.
Okay, Geekgasm time is over. Try relogging.
Oh God, that was funny. Exterminate. Yeah, somebody needs to do a true rant. We haven't done one in a while. Anybody really good at doing a true experiment or empiricism rant? I can't jargon bomb.
A rant about him?
Well, no, just like how he jargon bombs, like something technical that's stupid that does not,
Oh.
It's too hard to.
He's trying
getting
to.
excited there for a bit.
We need Tom
He's
Rabbit.
trying
He's the
to-
only one that can do it.
He's trying to arrange a debate with negation of P.
Yeah, that's
He's
probably not going to happen. I think negation's.
No.
Well, it may, but negation told me he's pissed. I mean, he's just like fuck this. Negation will be back in about an hour. I was actually supposed to have a conversation with him now. So.
Oh.
He makes.
I thought since I never heard the name before that maybe it could be somebody from outside the community that didn't even know about the existence of
Ned. You know
No,
Ned. You
of course not.
Ned did a debate with True Empiricism on Xbox channel, and Drew
It
got
was
his ass
brilliant.
handed. It was brilliant. It was so good.
Yeah, Ned's been
Okay.
around for a good while.
How do I sound now?
Much better. Well, no, because I kind of liked you before. You sounded like
human.
You sound
human.
Like a human. You,
So you had
but
an
we know
exorcism.
that. We know that inside she's a Dalek.
Well, my father thought I was a reptilian, so because of my bloodlines. So yeah.
You ever,
You know.
anyone ever seen the movie Gargoyles? That's what she sounded like.
Well, we
Come
got
out that
a
real old
free chan. They think you're a freaking
Don't
reptilian.
think I've ever seen that one.
Hey, Holy Spackle, thank
Was
you,
that the
by the
one
way.
No, I was gonna ask PZ a question, but I had the microphone issue. I ran into somebody lately. Now there was a study in I think 2014 about they were trying to look at chicken eggs and figure out why they're so hard for their size. And they found that the hens produce a protein in utero that enables the shell to form the hardness that it has. Well, it ended up that Daily Mail or whatever it is went and put the article out saying that they had solved the thing about the chicken and the egg. So I have run into a young earth creationist pagan who is insisting that this proved that the chicken came first, disregarding anything for evolution, disregarding all of that, and trying to say that the chicken was created before the egg was.
How would that even make
though
sense?
the egg has.
It really
I-
doesn't. The
I'm
chicken
s-
never came. It was the rooster.
Oh. You're
But
funny.
I just wanted to see what his thoughts were on that because it went all over like CBS News, and this person found it on Institution for Creation Research website, and that was the article that person had linked into the chat saying that was proof that the chicken came first, and I'm like, you quoted what? Institution for Creation Research. Do you know who these people are? And it just exploded. But there's this line of fallacy out there that they're saying that they have found proof that the chicken came first.
I don't even know how that would logically make sense.
Well, I mean, for some discoveries, I mean, you can kind of see how some people might spin it in the creationist thing, like that, quote, unfossilized dinosaur bone with, still has red blood cells in it and all that. But then for this one, it just seems, it's just dumb. I mean,
yeah.
The other one, that's like, whatever. But this one is just, no, you just didn't look at it at all.
Well, then the guy who actually wrote the initial paper said that to solve the riddle of which came first, you have to talk to an evolutionary biologist.
We know
and
the
it
egg
was
came
quoted
first.
right in the article. And it's like it baffled that people are actually believing this. And of course, ICR was saying, well, this just proves that God did it. And it's like,
yeah.
And there's a pagan quoting this, and it's like, yeah.
The dinosaur came first.
Yeah. Yeah. I've just.
Well, I mean, what do they think? All of a sudden, something's born, and you have a different species, something like a chicken, and then all of a sudden the chicken starts having eggs. I mean, I don't know how they could actually think that a chicken could come first before an egg, and eggs have been around long before chickens were, right? I mean, they've had eggs long before then.
Yeah,
but even still, you
and
have
then what's
eggs and
worse,
chicken. Go ahead.
Chickens were bred from wild birds in the Jamaican forests. They were not even chickens before mankind got a hold of them. That's where the chicken came from.
That's intelligent design there.
Yeah,
because
the banana,
like bananas.
So technically, the chicken wasn't even around when the egg was. So it's like, and just back and forth. And they got the fingers in the ears going, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm not listening,
Well,
and
take a look at wild corn sometime. It's just grass.
Yeah. But I'm so surprised at how many pagans I've been running into lately that are actually young earthers, and they're citing the Bible. And I'm like, do you guys get what you're saying? And I've run into this on Facebook. I've run into this face-to-face. I mean, it's like, I don't understand what is going on.
Are you sure? As a former evolution denier, I mean, they don't understand. They don't like the concept that they assume for evolution to have happened, then a lizard had to literally give birth to a chicken one day. They have their just head cannot wrap around.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
I got to cut in here for a second. Are you sure that they're pagans and not like some weird like spirit science following space Hebrew believing wootard?
I'm wondering that because I had another one years ago tell me that the dinosaurs' bones that they have found that have had cancerous formations in the bone structure in the fossil, that was because of the fall of man. And I'm like, what?
They did find cancerous things, but these were like 68 million year old bones or some shit like that.
Yeah, and up to 85 million.
Details.
Yeah. And they're telling me it's the fall of man, and I'm like, what religion are you?
Yeah, them pagans. They just, yeah.
Hey, Paul, when you were
especially.
I was going to ask Paul a question because he said when you were a young creationist, was it just more, were you more indoctrinated to filter out this information, or you just at the time didn't know as much about evolutionary theory and biology and science and just reality as you do now?
Well, definitely both. I mean, I didn't know because you are basically, you are shunted away from all that. But I mean, enough of it sunk in that it created the cognitive dissonance for me that I had to go research it. I had to go research it, assuming I was going to be fully justified that young Earth creation was the right answer, but I just would, have the answers. But no, there's not enough of it in school. There's not enough of it in school for you to overcome the indoctrination, I guess, is all there is to it.
And I think that's what happened to Wayne when he looked into these things. He's a very, very smart guy, teaches science, and he said, you know what, I can't even justify this anymore. And then he realized that it's complete bullshit. And I'm hoping Wyatt here gets to that point, and I will do whatever it takes to get him to that point, because I think there's hope for him. So maybe when I get KC and him, if Wyatt doesn't mind, can Paulogia join us as well, because he's somebody who's been there where you are now, Wyatt.
One of the problems in the school system that we have right now is that a lot of science teachers are afraid to teach evolution because you have churches that are training kids to go in there and be disruptive, and it's become such a weird hot topic that, for example, the school that my daughter goes to in Texas, they did teach the class evolution, but they did it without ever using the word.
Wow, fuck that. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's like saying, hey, we're going to teach you about general theory of relativity, but we're not going to mention the G word.
No, they talked about things like speciation and all this kind of stuff, but never once did they mention the word evolution in class, because that would trigger too many people.
Isn't that what PC Miles is saying, though? And he's absolutely right. Nowadays, they're had to come around. They finally had to say, you know what, we can't just say none of this is real anymore. We got to accept something. Okay, so we're going to say we're going to accept speciation and microevolution. And once they did that, I'm sorry, Wyatt. Once they did that, they tacitly admitted that evolutionary theory is true. They really can't, in my opinion, just say, okay, we're going to accept this much, but not the rest, because you can't do it that way. It is all or nothing. Because
you can if you don't look at the rest of the information.
Well,
I mean, my dad
even
accepts that.
But that's just an ignoring information.
But he won't ever admit that there's like actual fossil records of something that change in the macro evolution sense. But he never looked at the whale thing.
As a little bit of an alternate, though, also, mind you, I do live in Texas. A gal that I dated years ago that went to school, obviously quite a bit before my daughter did, about 3 decades earlier. When they were going to school, their teacher said, when they got to the section on evolution, he just looks down at it and says, I don't believe no dumb evolution. We didn't come from no monkeys. We're skipping this part.
Yeah.
Well, my fundamentalist mother was a high school biology teacher, which is one of the things that keeps me up frightened at night. But I can't imagine how poorly she taught evolution, because she can't explain it to me now. So there's got to be, in the middle Canada and middle America, there has got to be a lot of Christian biology teachers who don't even know what they're teaching, right? For that unit. So there's
we're also so desperate for teachers in some areas that you have like gym coaches that are trying to teach like math and science.
Yes.
And all they know is, this is what it says in the book, so I'm just going to recite it.
Well, think about it this way. My kids' elementary school, now mind you, it was a small town, but they had, the art teacher had to go on leave for a few weeks. I'm not even a teacher. I'm a nurse, but I'm an artist. They had me come in and teach the art classes for 2 weeks. I'm not even a member of the school district. So, I mean, they get so desperate, they will grab from anywhere. Now, mind you, I did an excellent job. I know how to work with kids in that. But they could have picked somebody that, would have just made a mess of things. And so, I mean, that's just a frightening concept that our schools are that desperate and that strung out budget-wise. I mean, my mother-in-law is a teacher. My ex-mother-in-law is a teacher. Both of them are buying more and more supplies for their students out of their own pocket. And that's not right. It's going to be where teaching is going to become a voluntary position at this rate.
They have a teacher in the town where I live here who denies the moon landings. She told her students that the moon landings were not real. They were set up. They were all faked. If you can believe that, that's just scary.
Yeah, there was a bullshit. There was a conspiracy nut documentary that was shown to my son in class, and when I heard about it, I had to go through and walk him through the whole thing to explain to him why everything in that documentary was wrong.
Yeah.
And this was in a public school. I was not happy.
So wait, I want to ask you, Christina, I think, sorry?
Yes.
You said you wanted to teach art. Do you think are you a good artist?
I'm going to be I'm going to be getting my artwork published in the in a an author hired me to do 14 paintings for a children's book that's going to be coming out this year. I'm also working on several more of my own. I sold my first painting when I was 12 years old. My mother was the first woman accepted in the Cowboy Artists Association of America, so I've been at it for a very, very long time. And I work in leather. I've worked in bronze, but I can't afford to now. It's expensive shit. But I sculpt in wool. Shadow Heathens.
Or in other words, well enough to teach it.
Yes, well enough to teach it. Yes, and I'm a pediatric nurse, so I have a lot of experience with kids for years and years and years. I've been a nurse since '96, so I have an extensive background. But one of Shadow Heathen's hangouts, I made a top hat out of saddle leather a couple of years ago.
I remember that.
Well, Christine is what you would call a Jill of all trades.
Lovely chatting with you, but I'm going to have to go.
All right.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Wyatt.
hey,
Yeah.
Wyatt, would you take, when you do have a chance, I posted a link to a PBS documentary that was aired on Nova called Dawn of Humanity. When you have free time to sit down and spend 2 hours watching a documentary about anthropology and hominids and whatnot, that's an excellent documentary.
It's excellent.
Rising
it's
Star.
Really good.
Yeah, that's the Rising Star find, right? Isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
That's great.
I'll look into it. But right now I'm currently I'm currently studying the Trinity.
Okay, well, you'd be the first young Earth creationist that has been willing to watch it. So if you can get through it and watch it, that would be wonderful. Thanks. Have yourself a good night.
All right, Wyatt. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. And like I said, I was happy that you actually got to talk to PZ. And we'll set something up for you later on in the next week or the week after. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind, but
it was nice meeting you, Wyatt. And enjoy the theology studies. I still don't tire of theology.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
Yep.
By the way, I haven't been checking my email because of this is taxing my system more than I thought. So I didn't want to have like too many open things. So I have people. I looked at my laptop and I had like 50 freaking messages and other things, and I'm like, okay, I'm not ignoring anybody. I have not. But everybody who asked me to get in, I think, is in here now. So and I mentioned
Google Hangouts are incredibly demanding on a system. That's why.
Shitting, dude. I'm at 88% CPU usage.
Dude, you understand why I bought this insane fucking monster of a system now, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm running a what is it? I don't know, X4 955, but I mean, it's not very powerful by any means. It's fine for like regular Hangouts, but I guess when you get like 20 some odd people, does it tax your system more or just?
Oh, it does, yeah.
Okay, because you're feeding a lot of okay.
Normally on a hangout with like 8 people, the percentage on my system will be at like 8, 9, maybe as high as 12. Right now I'm at 18, 19.
Yeah, I'm at the limit right now because that's what happened when I lost feed a little while ago. Is I overtaxed.
Mine's always at 100. I run SETI.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
But anyways, I had one person do a pledge, a Patreon for $1. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Maddie. Like I said, I put it out there again. If anybody else can help out for $1 a month, it'd be awesome. But I appreciate it. So I do note these things, and I will add you to the Patreon list of names. Well, what'd you guys think? I mean, was this an awesome hangout? I mean, this was better than I expected.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yes, quite.
I was pleasantly surprised to find PZ Myers in here.
You always underestimate me, don't you, General?
Well, it's so awesome, and King Crocoduck coming in too. Wow,
that was exciting.
Awesome.
I like that.
I mean, first it was Aaron Ra, now PZ Myers. Who else? Rich Dawkins?
Maybe. You never know. Steve, you've been doing a really good job with getting all these. I mean, I guess I can say famous and just well-known scientists and people and debaters, philosophers. It's awesome.
We're working on Ken.
Yeah, good.
Lucky bastard.
We're working on Ken Miller.
You first had Hugh. I mean,
you know who Ken Miller is?
You had You had the famous Christian balance, having Q Ross and all that on. Then you had Young Earth creationists that we debated.
Next month we have lined up. Like I said, we do have a context with these people, so I may not have talked to Ken Miller yet, but somebody else has. So we're working on Ken Miller might join us.
Oh, you should get Michael B here in there with Ken Miller.
No.
Oh.
No. But Mary Schweitzer, I'm in communication with. She's on vacation, but she's special.
That would be awesome, Mary Schweitzer.
So that would be really cool. Jeffrey Tompkins. Right, Rurif had just messaged him the other day, tagged me on it, and hopefully he'll agree that him and Rurif will be on my channel, and kind of like suss it out between the two. I think that would be amazing.
I got Mitch Ukaku's email somewhere. I should send him an email.
Well, there you go. I mean, hey, have you guys got to fish for people as well? I mean, by all means. I mean, this takes a lot of time and effort. I mean, it's just a lot of correspondence. I mean, just remember when I had Dr. Frank Steiser on, the one that did the review for the National Center for Science Education on Dr. Rana's book. There was a lot of correspondence going there explaining to him what was going on, and he was thrilled. But he's like, maybe I can recommend this person might be better. I'm like, well, no, you did the review, therefore, I think that'd be awesome to have you in there as a counterpoint, right?
Yeah.
And we have the Young Earth creationists too, right? Paul Humber and Dr. Troy Lawrence. Go ahead, Christina.
Hey, Steve.
Your
Steve,
channel's
who's
been
the biggest,
really going good.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Who's the most public, I guess I should say, Young Earth creationist person you've had in here?
Jesus.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm just kidding. The most public Young Earth creationist? Honestly, none other than maybe Paul Humber. He's not famous, but he actually edited books that a lot of the creationists do know him. He is very prevalent in the Younger Creationist circle, and also Jay Hall. This was actually on Dragnot's channel, but Jay Hall is an author. He wrote books called Yes, Young Earth Science. He got his ass handed to him bad. He's a nice guy, but he really got his ass handed to him.
And as a follow-up to that, is there I guess again, famous Young Earth creationist person who you'd like to have in here?
Yes, I've asked him many times, and he's always too busy. Doctor.
You don't want to have like Ray Comfort or something.
Dr. Jonathan Sarfati.
Okay.
Sarfati's from the creation industry as well. We've talked numerous times on Threads, but he's always too busy to come in. But the other ones, if I had to get like a real notable one, I mean, I've already engaged with Kent Holmes. I've already engaged with Eric. Maybe Ray Comfort would be interesting. I guess I don't know.
I'm not so sure about that one.
Yeah, I think it would be boring, really, to be honest with you.
He's a one-trick pony.
Yeah. Kirk Cameron.
You can't know anything.
Did you guys ever watch the video called Kirk Cameron is a cock or something like that? Have you seen that? It's children. What is it? Child actors, something or other, and it's all these old child actors saying their experiences with him growing up, and they're like, we believe in this, but you know what, Kurt?
Oh,
you're
he
just
was
a
an
cock.
ass.
Did you ever see that?
Yeah, he was an ass.
I love that video.
Oh my god.
It's child actors for something against Kirk Cameron or something. If somebody in the live feed can find it, it is really funny. And I think I've got one of the top comments on that video too, because I said something like, I may not have been a child star, but I want to be an honorary cock member or something. I want to be an honorary cock.
Do you think they'll ever live down the banana thing?
No. Oh God, no.
I don't think so.
No.
Sing us
I watched the Bible
song,
Reloaded
you're the banana
review
man.
Christmas.
Didn't
Christmas.
he actually do that as a joke, though? That's what I heard.
What's that, Tyler?
I said I watched the Bible Reloaded review Saving Christmas with Kirk Cameron. He's a cock.
He's a cock.
Yeah.
Saving Christmas, the worst freaking thing ever put together, and you tried to call it a movie. Oh, that was so bad.
Do it. I couldn't watch something like that.
His acting was pretty good in the old Left Behind movie. I mean, he was at least funny to watch. But
I never saw the movie, but I read the book, like the first book in the series of that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It was pretty good.
I love the guy that got to play the Antichrist. He was the best. Or the guy that played Nikolai Kopernikus. I had a history teacher who looked just like him.
Yeah, but Trump sounds just like him. Go figure. Oh wait, never mind.
Do you guys remember the name of a book? I don't know much about it. There was like these two angels, and the whole book is like the two angels just walking through like humanity, like relating human concepts to like spiritual things.
The Bible.
The Bible. yeah, exactly. A lot. Yeah.
Kevin Smith's Dogma?
No. It wasn't Dogma.
Yeah,
Dogma was
Which,
fun.
by the way, is one of the
so
best
good.
movies ever made.
Yes.
I love that they got Salma Hayek to play the demon.
Love her.
That was great. Great callback to Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh yeah, yeah. And they got Lance Morissette to play God. I mean, how? Yeah, child celebrities opposing Kirk Cameron. Thank you very much, Hillary. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, cock. Is my comment still on there? Can you see it? Just out of curiosity.
Let me take a quick look.
Because I know
maybe it's a different.
I had a top comment.
Maybe this isn't the right one, but let's take a look.
The original video, right? The original video.
Maybe this isn't the original.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find the original video.
Yeah.
Sing us a song, you're the banana man.
Yes, don't show us where you stick it tonight.
What's worse is that
yes, I sing too.
it's not that he just didn't realize that bananas were cultivated and they've been hybridized and they're all clones. The fact is that primates open the banana from the other end.
Okay, you're assuming he knows anything by saying that.
Well, he knows it now. That's why he kind of like backed off that shit. Right?
And it's shaped perfectly to fit in the mouth.
We're just lucky he didn't claim that the Coke can was proof that God intelligently designed something.
And it fits so nicely within your hand with an easy grasp.
And it looks just like a penis.
And to quote Matt Dillahunty, and it fits in your butt. What's your point?
Well, that would have been the Amazing Atheist.
Yeah, but Dillahunty is one that cracks a joke.
Sent the Bible Reloaded a gift basket after a false DMCA.
Oh yeah,
he did. Yeah, that was actually
great.
cool.
Find
He
cheeses
doesn't
and
feel
pears.
like he's a bad guy. He's just an idiot.
I've seen him be a dick.
He's not a bad guy. He's just an idiot. There you go.
The weird thing about Ray is that, well, he does have his people that go apeshit trying to flag stuff down and all this other crap and try to DMCA. He himself seems to think that even if it's on like an atheist show where they're poking fun at it and ragging on it, he still seems to think he's going to get converts from that. So more power to him, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd love to meet one of these atheists who have been converted by the fundamentalists. Where are these people? I want to talk to them.
You know what?
They are they're going around from church to church and talking about their atheist credentials and how they became born again and this and that. However, if you look through their history, there's no proof that it ever happened.
Yeah,
They always have these bizarre atheist stories.
I can believe that there are atheists that have become religious, but I don't find it very doubtful that they have become young Earth creationists or evangelists.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you get a former Satanist on some sort of talk show, like Alex Jones' show. Former Satanist reveals the truth behind child sacrifice. Like, nah, we don't do that, man. Come on.
Oh, my friend, Hellbound Heathen, Leyloken Skathik, has been going after Bill Schnoblin, who's one of these guys that he was a vampire and he lived on blood and holy wafers for 3 months, and he's a Wiccan high priest, and he was a high level Mormon and a high level Mason.
Oh, what's his name? I know who you're talking about. Oh my God, what's his name?
The moment somebody claims they were living off of holy wafers, you know they're full of shit.
He has gone from every religion out there.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I know you're talking about.
Yes,
He's not the guy who was on Maury, was he? That showed his vampire strength by doing like leg lifts with 2,000 pounds or whatever.
I don't know, but he is a Messianic Jew, I guess, and
He's a
but
Shriner.
he's an evangelical. And
this guy's full of shit.
Yeah, I know this guy.
Oh yeah. He's claimed
his
to be
name
a
is William
Satanist high
Schnoblin.
priest. What was it?
Or Schnoblin.
Schnoblin. Yes,
Yeah,
like
he
that.
was a Satanist.
Yeah, he was a high priest
And
in the Satan church, and I don't know.
And he was also a Catholic priest.
His name is Von Helden.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
this
kid
guy
not,
was a
Steve.
Catholic priest too, I guess,
You know
and
what-
he claims he's high level of everything.
Holy shit, he stole
Yes.
that from Stephen King. That
He's
is
just
there's
a
Catholic
con
priest
man.
Oh yeah, it's total.
becomes a vampire.
Steve, do you know what he currently believes?
I have no idea. I thought he went back to Catholic or something.
He's a flat earther now.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. Hey Tyler,
He levitates over the flat earth with his vampire powers.
you fall in the same category as Wolf King, right? You're a Satanist.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's right.
Kind of.
But in the same style
Yeah.
as Wolf King, right?
Levan.
Levan, right,
Yeah.
right, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole point of it's to trick stupid people. Don't think people are gods. We don't believe in any metaphysical shit. It's just an elitist tricking the idiots.
I wish
that's all it is.
I really like what they did in, I can't remember particularly what state it was, Carolinas maybe, where they had the 10 Commandments at legislature.
Oh, I remember
Oklahoma and Denver, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the Satanists used it to get their Baphomet thing put up.
Yeah,
and then
it was like an $8,000 bronze casting of Baphomet.
Yeah,
and it had to be put in Colorado because it was in danger of being vandalized in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was very well done. And what's interesting is the statue or the 10 Commandments that the theologists put in there had spelling errors and whatnot in it.
Oh my word! No way.
That's unfortunate.
And then a dude hit it with his truck. So the guy got drunk and ran into it with a truck.
They upshowed them with a better trophy, effigy, whatever it was, and at the same time, it also created a situation where they were both forced to remove them, which was really what the end was all about.
As a quick matter of absolutely pointless correction, you don't actually pronounce the T as Baphomet. Anyway.
Okay, cool.
I thought the funniest thing is and I looked at it I looked at this before and it's actually kind of cute, but that big satanic book of fun time activity for kids.
I want that.
I want that and the animated comic Bible.
That was good.
I think the satanic book is online. I think you can download that.
It is. Hey, hello, that is my quote. Is that a top comment or is it buried somewhere deep down?
It's near the top. It's not at the top though.
Okay.
It's close.
It used to be one at the top. But, yeah. I wish I could have been a child celebrity. I wish I could have been a child celebrity as I want to be a cock too. I guess I'll have to settle for an honorary member. Yeah, I know. Dude, that's 3 years ago.
I wish I was a child celebrity just so I'd be rich right now.
The reason I got into Google Plus Hangouts is because I had a lot of comments on videos across. I mean, all over YouTube, and they were always rated high. People liked them, so I said, "Fuck it, man. I might as well, try to do this, in real time. Not as easy." But we're there.
Again, congratulations, Steve, on your thousand subscribers.
Yeah,
I think I started out.
You made it.
You were my first video, I think, back in October of 2015.
Yeah. The good old days.
Steve, I would suggest though when you have a guest on and you do a Q&A afterwards, cutting it off there and then doing the after hang because the really long segments are difficult for people to stream and navigate through.
I know. Easier said than done.
Persuade me in having sex.
Yeah, I mean, just separate the main chunk, with the Q&A segment and all that, a couple hours from the rest of it when you let the crazy people in.
Oh, hey, Reg, you just missed PZ Myers, man. And King Crocoduck. But King Crocoduck says he's going to make a 30
Was Red here?
He's in the live feed. King Crocoduck says he's happy to make a 30-second video promoting Ronnie, but he'll put it in his alternate channel. But his alternate channel has a shit ton of viewers, too, so...
Oh, did Red tell you?
Yeah, what?
That he's supporting Ronnie now.
Yeah, I got a soundbite from him. I haven't had time to cut it yet. I will do it before tomorrow because tomorrow's last day. I'll make.
You're telling me you haven't made that your ringtone yet?
Oh my god! I wish I had more time. I mean, I would do it right now just to go find that soundbite and cut it. But I don't have time.
I think there should be a caveat in there that if anybody gets a 666 before anyone else, they win instantly.
Ronnie's at 700 apparently.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
JD Kane and Red. By the way, if you haven't got linked, it's in the G Plus page on my page. So come join. We got room for
Steve. You know what? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna take 1 second right now. I'm gonna try to find the soundbite.
Good luck with
we
that.
can't let JD in here. I'm supposedly JD.
The soundbite that Red's had was my last video. Probably towards the end, I think it was the video.
I'll take a look.
So.
I'm sorry if I'm talking over anybody. I got a little bit of lag going on. I'm running through my hotspot on my phone.
No, you're good.
Oh.
I kind of wish CRISPR
fine.
was able to engage with PC because I mean CRISPR's a biology guy, so. But, sorry, CRISPR. You still here? CRISPR?
I just thought that was exciting that you're getting that caliber of people coming in and just conversing and enjoying themselves, from both sides of the fence too. I mean, I love it.
Not according to Ronnie. Ronnie's like, oh, Steve's channel is irrelevant or whatever. I'm like, yeah, Ronnie. That's why I'm getting all these good guests and we're having fun. And you're over there in your little fucking circle jerk with G-Man and Antonio. Go fuck off.
I'm going to don't forget, Steve, you're an you host unproductive hangouts.
No shit.
Well, it could be.
It's very, very unproductive.
Very
it could be
unproductive.
mispronunciation.
And wait, I want to note something real quick. We had about 24 people in here, and Wyatt was not over-talked. He was not talked down to. He was treated with respect, and him and PZ had a good conversation. Would everybody agree with that right here and now?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think he did a good job of being in a room of people who disagree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think we did. Not to toot our own horn, but I think we did a pretty good job of not just like jumping on it.
How long did that go? I about got carried away. It was like all I could do was just don't say anything, don't say anything more.
Yeah, and JD, you're right. All of our channels are relevant in the large scheme of things. Correct, but I mean we're talking
and
about,
Steve wasn't drunk, so that's a big plus.
Oh God. Yeah.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
I got a bottle of Listerine right here that I could be sucking on.
Steve, you have a breathalyzer with you? We need to make sure.
You are talking about people that are linguistically challenged, though. Maybe it's meant to be said not irrelevant, but IR relevant.
Yeah.
And Gmail says I'm losing subs. Yeah.
Oh, what was it?
Too bad.
Illness that True has.
What's that?
That would have been fun.
What's that? Sorry, what?
What's the illness that True has?
I
don't know. True said he had some sort of life-threatening illness.
You know what? I don't know, and I really don't want to discuss because I don't. It's his personal thing, right? And I don't really want to make an issue of his personal thing. I mean, if he tells people, that's fine. But the problem is, I have no reason to trust him on anything. I mean, he could tell me that he basically has a brain tumor, and I'd be like, let me see the MRI. I'm sorry. I know that sounds mean, but I just have lost.
Just because he believes something different than you, and it's so.
No, by his actions, by his duplicity and his dishonesty that he's been promoting for the last couple of years. It has nothing to do with his positions. He's outright lied so many times that it's hard to give him any credit, any benefit of the doubt whatsoever. Of course, I'm very sympathetic, and as well as anybody should. But I don't think it's relevant at this point, unless he makes it an issue. We all have issues. I have my own medical things to deal with, but they're not severe by any means. They're just annoying, I guess you can say. Okay, they're not life threatening, but very annoying.
Yeah.
When you had that cough going on, I was worried he had TB or something.
What?
No, he has a cranial impaction of the rectum.
Yeah.
Oh, pseudo.
Hancock syndrome.
Yeah. Craniorectal insertion. Yeah.
Actually, what you need is craniorectal infarction.
Infarction.
True's the inside-out man.
Yeah, it's just so comical that they think that my channel is so, yes, irrelevant in the big screen of things, but compared to what they've got to offer, come on.
So is it true that this hangout can hold 25 people?
It is.
We had 23 earlier, but yeah, I can hold 25.
God damn.
But I do want to point out the only reason my channel is popular and is successful because I have awesome people. I mean, that's a given. And he doesn't have awesome people. He has fucking
Steve, I'm blushing.
More. Well, I didn't include you in this, but
I know.
All you 1,000 subscribers, go give Steve $1 a month.
Yeah,
go do it.
Come on. I have one pledge today.
You can do this all the time.
And I have people I do have a lot of people that do more. I'm not asking for that. Anybody who watches my stuff for this next year, it's just $1 a month. That's $12 over a period of a year. That's all I'm asking. If like 40 people gave $1 a month, that'd be 40 extra bucks. I could handle that. That'd be awesome. That would be pretty much.
But if all your subscribers do that, then you got a show.
Well, No, I only have like out of 1,000 people that sub to me, I would say that maybe 300-400 probably watch regularly, which is actually a significant amount if you think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you get plenty of views per channel or per video.
I do a lot more than Ronnie.
It is consistent. That's the main thing.
Crap.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm not in competition with Ronnie. Ronnie he thinks it's competition. I've already proved my worth. Let's see how his worth is by him opening up his live feed and stop blocking people, and let's see how it goes. But he won't do that.
No.
He's probably pissing himself right now that he, if he had watched that last segment. But somebody could message him and say, hey, for Steve's channel failing, he's got PZ Myers in there. He had R and Ron there. Dr. Ross, Dr. Rana. What have you got there, Ronnie? Who you got over there?
Oh, he blocked me on G+, and I've sent him 2 messages or 2 comments, and that's it.
I do have, by the way, somebody asked, I do have an Amazon wish list. I took it down. I don't really think there's anything on there that's critical, except that I might put it back up only because there was a book. I can't remember what it was, but there was a book I did want. But hey, you know what's funny is Dr. Rana actually had messaged me and Paulogia and said, hey, I wrote this book on paleontology, birds, and something else. And he's like, do you guys want a free copy of it? And me and Paulogia are like, fuck yeah. Especially if it's signed. I said, well, I don't know if it comes right from somewhere else, but I go, if you can sign it with Dr. Ross, that'd be incredible. But thank you so much for your offer. Yeah, we'll take that. He's out of the blue. He's like, you guys want a free copy of this? And I'm like, yeah.
That's really cool.
So
like a Steve Channel relic.
Yeah, and plus they're going to be sending people our way too. Dr. Rana said, he wants to send people our way for these types of things. So, but I may make another Amazon wish list, but minor stuff, right? I mean, I got everything I need. To be honest with you, I got a great mic. And I'm gonna. Do you know who got me the mic? Anybody know? I don't think he cares now, but Ruhik got me this, and I'm so appreciative for it. But other than that, I don't really have anything that I wish for. I think I've got everything that I could possibly want with you people. But I do. You
should add a goal to your Patreon list, though, stating that after you hit a certain threshold every month, that you'll actually buy a computer that's not a piece of shit.
Well, yeah. Somebody was supposed to donate a computer to me, and that kind of fell through, unfortunately. But this was not that bad. I mean, yes, it's a piece of shit, but compared to what I used to have, did you guys see that shit that I was running on? It was scary.
Has anyone heard of the Aptiva computers, the multi-core processors? They're only $100 basically. 16 core, and now they got a 64 core, I think, out.
Hey Steve, what's your graphics card situation on that machine?
It's an embedded. I don't know.
Yeah, so my computer is running on a processor from 2008, but I never have any problems with that because my graphics is R9 390, which is pretty good.
This isn't my computer. It was. I'm borrowing it from my roommate.
Yeah, well, I mean, my point is, if you're trying to get a new computer, the processing power is important, but for what you're doing, I think especially, what you really need is a decent graphics card.
Right. I got it. I know. Well, we had a GeForce. This is actually, I know it's one. This is a Radeon something, but we had a GeForce. It's like a $400 card, but it went out. That's why he let me borrow this computer, because his best graphics card went to shit, and he had another computer, so he's like, hey, you just want to use this one, and I've already used up all the hard drive space. Matter of fact, one of the reasons why I lagged out is because I got an error message saying that my hard drive space was full. I had to clean some shit out, and by doing that, I dropped because my computer couldn't handle the CPU.
Yeah, I mean,
but yes, software. I again don't recommend pirating software, but if you happen to have a version of After Effects, try it out. Trial. But
yeah, I mean, between that graphics card and the fact that I've got 16 gigs of RAM, I mean, it's pretty. You'd be surprised how little the CPU really gets called on by a lot of things.
Chrome is insane with its CPU usage, though. It doesn't pass nearly enough off to the
GPU. Core over here. Yeah, it's 50% usage on the GPU alone right now I'm using. That's just from streaming. Oh, thank you, Anthony, for the pledge. Thank you.
But yeah, the way that the software is written though is just insane on the CPU as well as the CPU usage.
No doubt,
have you
right?
tried Firefox?
I've got Firefox. I've got Google Chrome. There's benefits and downsides to a lot of things. I'm using Chrome for the most part because I do find it's more integrative, and I can actually screen share with Chrome. I can't with Firefox for some reason. I don't know why.
I've never had any problem screen sharing with Firefox.
I know
so.
it's weird. It just
and I mean I've got pretty low CPU usage right now. So I mean, I don't know what software you're running right now if you're running any extra software to do this right now, but.
Yeah, I'm running XSplit. I'm running Chrome, and I have to run a different browser because I need to log into my own account so I can chat. So I have to run two different browsers. You can't log into two different accounts on the same browser. It won't let you.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that's kind of good about this setup is that you could actually be in the Hangout on a different computer than what you're actually hosting it from. And that would probably make things a lot easier on you. I mean, in terms of the horsepower required to do things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure a certain time, I'll make that happen. Right now, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty much all my Patreon just goes to rent. I mean, that's just pretty much what it goes toward. I mean, my Patreon. I mean, you guys think this a lot. It's my Patreon is not much as you think. It's really not that much. Like if I had two pledges, I'm probably at 220 right now, but I haven't looked. That's Jaron makes like how much does he make for his Patreon? It's just ridiculous. I would be
it's a sore subject. Leave it be.
Yeah, I fucking hate flat earthers. I'm so sick of them, dude. I literally have gone over there and lost my fucking mind at these people, and because I thought young earthers was bad, right? And I think the Concord Posse is stupid. They don't hold a candle to flat earthers. Even Ronnie was a genius. Oh, thank you, Lamed.
I don't get it.
Thank you, Lamed. I appreciate it, sir. Lamed just put his Patreon on the 20, but that's very sweet of you. Well, I'm not going anywhere. This next year is going to be very active. I have this newer software. I'm working with one called ManyCam as well. I want to make these shows more entertaining. I want to have more guests. It's only uphill from here.
If you're looking for a video editor, there's a product called HitFilm, which is free. I think. I'm not sure if it qualifies as non-commercial.
What's it called?
You might want HitFilm.
HitFilm. I'll have to check it out. I have Sony and just Movie Maker.
Sony Vegas. Yeah, that's pretty inexpensive, isn't it?
It's a free version. It's not the full version. It's a trial or something like that. I have another hard drive here.
Sony Vegas is very expensive, but if you just want the basic features, you can get something I had called Movie Studio 13, which is made by the same company, so it's the same layout and everything.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a whole bunch of the features. Like the thing is with Sony Vegas, a lot of people seem like if you're using Sony Vegas, chances are it's somebody like if you see somebody who's using Sony Vegas, chances are they've pirated it and they don't know that they actually just need to buy like the studio version, like Movie Studio 13, because that's what gives you all the features that you'd really need. Sony Vegas has a bunch of extra stuff that you're not ever going to really use.
Yeah, there's some very high-end.
A lot of people just kind of think when they think of Sony's movie suite, they just think, "Oh, Sony Vegas, that's their movie studio. Shoot, that's way too much money. Oh, better pirate it," without realizing they don't need all that stuff.
If you want a nice little music maker, there's a thing called Hydrogen out there. That's
I have
free.
Hydrogen.
Yeah, that's a nice. It's easy to use too.
Yeah, just drop some
I was real surprised how easy that was to use. Just click and point, and you got yourself a little tune.
I got to figure out how to wire back the sound without using another cable. I mean, there's supposed to be a way to do it using a virtual cable. Like, for example, if I play a sound right now, you guys can't hear in the Eternal, but the live feed can do it. So
there's a program that I had been using called Virtual Audio Cable, but I'd had a problem with it working under Windows 10, and I haven't tried reinstalling it since I got the new system.
I haven't had much success with it.
I found it gave me like really fuzzy quality for some reason when I've tried it.
Yeah, I have Retro Auto Cable installed, and it's not doing what I want it to do.
Yeah,
I wish it had better quality, or I would use it more.
Well, there also is a little bit of a lag issue with it as well, because there's a little bit of a delay whenever it's ending. But I mean, it had been working fine under 8, but once I got upgraded to Windows 10, it just started jacking up, and I think it was the second line of audio was always garbled. But I always use 3 lines for my configuration.
Well, I'm going to have to log pretty soon because hubby will be home soon from work. So congratulations, Steve. And I'm going to try and pop in as Patreon in the next couple weeks.
You're sweet, thank you.
And
I'm glad that you actually listen to me when you're at work and you're at home. You're one of the people I actually think about when I'm like, here's somebody that actually just listened to me as you're doing normal shit. I love that.
Yeah, it's almost every night. Because, I'll be cleaning medical equipment and stuff like that. My patient's asleep, and I got the headphone in one ear because I have to be able to hear the respirator and everything besides. But, I'm listening almost every single night. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I love that, like even tonight we have so many people from different backgrounds in here and stuff. And everybody just has a really good conversation, and I think that makes it worth it on itself. Never mind the guests that you've been getting on and the focused discussions. So you're doing a very good job.
I appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
You're welcome, but I got to get to it. So you guys have a fantastic night. And Steve, am I okay if I do a quick channel plug for me?
Oh, by all means.
I have 256 subscribers. I'm Christina Blackfeather. I'm kind of tightening my focus back into artwork on my channel, and my artwork, DeviantArt, and Minecraft. So, yeah, girl gamer.
There you go.
Yes. So, Christina Blackfeather, everybody.
If you want to drop your, if you say something in live feed, I'll give you mods, and you want to drop the link in there, you can by all means. If you want.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool.
I'll make you a mod.
Thank you.
Oh, you should see the stuff Christina and her husband have been doing in our Minecraft. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, I have some videos on my Minecraft on actually the old Witherdrift that Shadow was in as well. And I've got a huge Asian-inspired dragon castle that I'm building. And I've got a nether portal on the one server that Heavy and some others play on. And I turned the whole thing into this giant tree, and I'm still building it. So, yeah, I like it because I don't have to strew Legos all over the floor. I have infinite Legos to play with. So anyway, I got to get going. So have a great night, you guys.
You take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Yay. Someone else is a Lego fan, but they don't know that Lego is plural and singular.
Lego.
Yeah,
Lego.
Yeah.
But anyways, do you guys? Here's your guys' call. I do probably have to go to the store here at some point. I don't know if I should just end this, or you guys just take over and do what the hell you want. Completely up to you, because it is obviously an off-air thing. So, I mean, we're on it.
Yeah, the problem is I'd have to sit here and watch the button because you're the only one with access to the moderator account right now,
that's true.
other than Kevin.
Let me see what time he wants to go to the store. 1 second, okay?
Is anyone going to watch the Rousey Nunes fight tonight?
The what?
I guess not.
Ronda
people
Rousey.
aren't into that kind of thing, maybe.
UFC match. 207.
TV? What's TV?
Yeah, it's pay
I
per
think
view.
you're reaching out to the wrong crowd here.
Yeah,
A
pretty
lot of
much.
the people that do this kind of thing don't really care about UFC. I don't know.
I know. Where's Sam? Come on.
I don't know. Seems like a lot of
Sam
sports people are on the opposite end of the spectrum. They'd rather just believe what they believe without discussing it on a platform like this. Just like a normal, average, everyday person.
I would imagine sports people have forums where they discuss everything.
Yeah, but that's sports forums. That's specific.
Yeah, okay.
All right, guys.
Not everybody's like that.
I do got to end this. I am.
Yeah, sorry, man. Drag's not on. He's the second person that actually has.
Oh, no worries, no worries. You know, it's probably good to keep it short.
Yeah.
If I could just have everybody mute for a second, because I'm gonna play. I want to place a little bit of music here. It's not copyrighted, but you guys won't hear it, so you guys won't hear what's going on. So if I could just have everybody mute across the board, Brenda. Okay. Anyways, I want to thank everybody that's led to the success of my channel and to my subscription, subscribers. I mean, 1,000. It doesn't sound like a lot when you have people out there with 100,000, 1 million, but to me, it's infinite. The people that have donated to my Patreon, the people that have supported me in other ways by PayPal or whatever, or just coming into the channel, my words cannot express the deep gratitude I have for this community. I hope that next year, maybe we double these numbers. It would be nice. I want to get some awesome guests. Everybody here proved to the Clown Car Posse that we can have almost 25 people and still have a civil discussion when they can't even have a civil discussion with 5. There is a dichotomy here. It is us against them. It is the people that understand science, that understand concepts, that want people to be educated, and then there's the other side like them, which are basically dumb fucks. And I don't use that word lightly as far as diminishing their capacity. I really do think that they are dumb fucks. I hope that Ronnie does win this award. I hope that King Crocoduck does make this video and he gets some more votes for him. Rhetoric is having the ceremony on January 4th. I believe it's 11 o'clock my time. So make sure you're there for that. We'll have the announcements, or at least the totals, obviously on the 1st. So anyways, I'm going to end this hangout. I'm going to go out with some music that our dear Fiona Robertson wrote for us. It's what you guys heard before, but it's apropos for this hangout, and it's called DarkBeats, and it's basically ATP mayonnaise. So let me see if I can get this going real quick. So much CPU.
Mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Gotta have that on your sandwich.
Can I even play that? Here we go. Oh my goodness, here. So much CPU usage. So anyways, guys, thank you very much for everything, and I will be having a hangout tomorrow. Well, yeah, I guess tomorrow for New Year's Eve, just to get together. So anyways, thank you, PC Myers. Thank you, King Crocoduck. Thank you, Paulogia, and everybody else. And